Chapter 2346. As the soldiers left, Xia Jinyuan's figure gradually disappeared from Yi Qian's sight. Yi Qian didn't stay any longer. She said to J5 softly, "Q King is here. I'll go look for him first." His wound was still recovering, and he was standing in the rain waiting for her. She had to hurry over and drag him back to his room. "Q King is here?" J5, who didn't notice anything, looked around and asked Yi Qian to leave first. He was one of the few people who knew about their relationship. Yi Qian didn't stay any longer. She followed the soldier's footsteps to look for the figure who left. She didn't need to spend any effort to look for him. The figure who was waiting for her was definitely not far away, quietly waiting for her arrival. Yi Qian walked very quickly without looking back. She didn't notice that there was a gaze following her closely. "Is Yi Qian in a hurry? Why are you in such a hurry?" After talking to the staff sent by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Qin Xiu walked over to J5 and asked in a low voice, "Shouldn't she be changing first?" The rain had been pouring since midnight. Although she was a female soldier, she was still a girl. Walking in the rain for 8 to 9 hours was very bad for a girl's body. J5 naturally wouldn't say that Yi Qian was going to see Xia Jinyuan. He smiled and said, "She's a female soldier. She can't change with us male soldiers. She left in a hurry to change alone." This explanation was very good. Qin Xiu didn't suspect anything. They were going to go back to their rooms to take a shower, rest for a while, and then set off for Beijing. Yi Qian had already seen Xia Jinyuan. The tall and slender man was standing in front of her with a smile on his handsome face. He was looking at her with gentle eyes as he walked over step by step. He stood still and waited for Yi Qian to come to his side. Yi Qian, whose clothes were completely soaked, walked very quickly. Xia Jinyuan could even see water droplets dripping from the corners of her clothes and pants. Her shiny black hair was completely soaked, and it stuck softly to her body, accentuating her fair skin and exquisite facial features. The high-intensity battle did not tire her out at all. Her eyes were bright and shiny like gems. Xia Jinyuan suddenly did not want to stand there anymore. He wanted to go over and hug his lover. He was no longer standing in the corner. He moved his long legs and strode towards her like a shooting star. Yi Qian's smile deepened. He was standing in a blind spot and would not be easily discovered. Now that he had walked out, any soldiers passing by would be able to see him. So what if she saw him? A hug at such a time was not just a hug of lovers reuniting, but a hug of a comrade returning safely. As he strode over, Yi Qian couldn't help but trot over. Yi Qian still had an injury on his waist, so he had to be careful. Xia Jinyuan did not care about his injury. It was precisely because of his injury that he did not participate in this operation. When he found out about the new policies of the neighboring country and the shameless scheme of the military group, he really wanted to grab 2 guns and rush to the neighboring country. Now that the lover he was worried about was back, he did not care about his injury. When he got closer, Xia Jinyuan's handsome face darkened slightly. There were several thin streaks of blood on her fair face. The longest one ran from the corner of her eye to her chin. After being drenched in the rain, the area around the wound was already red and swollen, showing signs of inflammation. Xia Jinyuan gently touched her wound with his fingers. His thin lips were tightly pursed as he wrapped his long arms around her and pulled her tightly into his embrace. His tall and straight body arched slightly and hugged Yi Qian like a harbor. Yi Qian could not help but gently close her eyes. His warm embrace made her tense body and mind completely relax. Chapter 2347. His embrace was her harbor. She felt more at ease now that she had returned to her harbor. "Congratulations, Qin Niao." He hugged her tightly and called out her code name in a low voice. This was a hug between comrades in arms, not a hug between lovers. Yi Qian took a deep breath of his refreshing scent and opened her eyes. She smiled and replied, "Thank you. I made you worry." He was indeed worried, but he also felt proud. "My little girl has grown up. I'm proud of you, little fox." Xia Jinyuan couldn't bear to let go of her in his arms. Her small and soft body was in his arms. Instantly, all the emptiness in his heart was filled. He truly felt that she was back, safe and sound. He felt a little helpless. He clearly told her that no matter who went out to fight, the people who stayed behind should wait patiently. There was no need to worry, no need to be afraid, even if they had to sacrifice themselves. That was the path a soldier should take. But when he found out that she had gone out to fight alone, accompanied the Chinese ambassador to a war-torn country without any equipment, he felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy object. It was so painful that his heart stopped beating. Waiting was a scary thing. It was torturous both physically and mentally. If he wanted to get used to fighting separately, he had to get used to it too. Yi Qian felt his arm tremble slightly and knew that he had been worried about her. She patted his broad back gently and said softly, "Because you are my goal. I have to work hard to catch up to you. I can't let you wait too long." This little fox, sometimes she was so silly that it made his heart ache. Just because she knew that he had suppressed his promotion, she felt sorry for herself. She didn't feel sorry for herself either. She felt sorry for herself and how tired she would be if she worked so hard. Those cuts on her face, didn't she hurt? She still had the mind to catch up to him. He couldn't bear to see her tired, but sometimes he could only stand by and watch her tire. He lowered his head and kissed her temple. "Go back to your room and change first. Rest for the night and I'll send you back to school tomorrow. Your school leaders have called the military and hope that you can go back as soon as possible to prepare for the drill in May." Compared to a cadet, Yi Qian had taken too many days off. The academy leaders were worried that if he kept taking days off like this, Yi Qian's results would be unstable. Qin Xiu, who was holding an umbrella in his hand, looked at the leaving figure quietly. Through the curtain of rain, he looked a little dignified. He wanted to give her an umbrella, but what he saw was she was jogging impatiently, like a swallow returning to the forest, into the arms of a man in military uniform. Between heaven and earth, it was as if only that pair of figures hugging each other existed, and he was an intruder who saw a scene that he shouldn't have seen. Lover? Comrade? He suddenly felt a little uncertain, but in his heart, he hoped that it was her comrade and not her lover. J5 walked over and saw Qin Xiu's hand holding the umbrella's rib a bit tightened. Looking at the two figures leaving, J5 felt his eyelids suddenly twitch as an incredible thought flashed across his mind. It can't be. Impossible. Did he make a mistake? Was he thinking too much? The ambassador likes Qin Yao? Happy Qin Yao? J5 felt his eyelids twitch even harder. Things can't develop like this, Qin Yao. Q King had his eyes on her a long time ago. He had been waiting for her for several years. But he couldn't explain anything now. J5 pretended not to see and smiled. "Ambassador, let's go back to our room and change as soon as possible. It's not easy to come back home, we don't want to catch a cold." Chapter 23:48. Qin Xiu, whose chest felt heavy, lowered his eyes slightly and quickly concealed the undercurrent in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "Okay." He wanted to ask who the man who hugged Yi Qian was, but when the words came out of his mouth, he found it difficult to say them. He had to admit that he was a little timid. He was afraid that he would ask the answer he didn't want to hear the most. J5 didn't want to say anything. He held the umbrella and walked with a natural expression, as if what he saw just now was nothing out of the ordinary. Fortunately, the two of them knew their limits and separated after hugging. If the ambassador really wanted to ask, he could explain that it was a comrade in the military. Otherwise, it would be really hard to explain. He had to remind the two of them later that they had to exercise more restraint. They were in a secret relationship. Even a simple hug would reveal a different kind of sweetness. It would be best if they didn't hug each other so that others wouldn't be able to tell that something was going on. All of a sudden, J5 felt that he was very worried. Previously, because Yi Qian was still underage, he was worried that Xia Jinyuan would break the rules and date an underage girl. Now that Yi Qian was an adult, he was still worried. Yi Qian was a military school student. How could he date? If that was the case, he would have to continue worrying until Yi Qian graduated. In the meantime, he would probably have to cover for the two of them. It was tiring. He was a worrisome person. Even when his comrades were in a relationship, he had to be on tenterhooks about it. When they reached the second floor of the Border Defense Company, J5 breathed a sigh of relief. Along the way, the diplomatic ambassador, who had a verbal battle with a neighboring country's negotiator, remained cold and calm. He didn't say anything and just walked slowly. Every step he took was extremely steady. It looked like he was strolling in the rain, happy and carefree. In fact, that wasn't the case at all. Walking beside him, J5 could clearly feel that the ambassador's aura had become very fierce. It swept away his elegant temperament and was even more powerful than yesterday's negotiation. Previously, J5 thought that he was overthinking things. Now, it seemed that he didn't expect it at all. This outstanding diplomat was really interested in Yi Qian. That's right, Yi Qian was really attractive. Especially those who were extremely outstanding, such as Q King, they would all be attracted to her. Now, with the addition of an outstanding diplomat, J5 was not surprised. Qin Xiu closed the umbrella and gently shook off the water droplets on the umbrella. He smiled at J5 and said, "Thank you for your hard work these days. Have a good rest. See you later." "You're welcome, Ambassador." J5 closed his umbrella and replied calmly, "See you later." Qin Xiu's room was on the second floor, while J5 and the others were on the first floor. J5 stood still and politely watched Qin Xiu go upstairs with the umbrella. Watching the ambassador walk up the stairs step by step, J5 couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could completely relax, he saw the ambassador suddenly turn around. J5's nerves tensed up. He looked at the ambassador's face, which was drenched by the rain but still looked exceptionally elegant, as if it had been carved from fine jade. The ambassador asked him with a faint smile, "Which room is Yi Qian in? What happened to not asking? Why did you ask?" J5 smiled and said, "She came back earlier than all of us. I'm not too sure which room she's in. Is there something you need from her, Ambassador?" "I want to ask if she's returning to the capital or returning to the academy. I want to see if she needs to explain the reason for her leave to the academy. If necessary, I plan to accompany her back to the academy," Qin Xiu said with a smile. J5's heart tightened when he heard this. It seemed that this ambassador was suspicious. "Rest assured, Ambassador. Yi Qian's mission is arranged by the military. The military has already communicated clearly with the academy, so there's no need to trouble you, Ambassador," J5 replied calmly. His tone was normal and there was nothing strange about it. Chapter 2349. Seeing this, Qin Xiu didn't ask any more questions. There were some things that didn't need to be asked in detail. Just by looking at it, he already had the answer. Without asking any more questions, Qin Xiu said, "See you later." Then he turned and went upstairs. When he looked up, there was a faint darkness in his eyes. He didn't need to get the answer from someone else. He wanted to hear Yi Qian tell herself. But what right did he have to ask about her personal matters? Facing an outstanding diplomat from another country who was deliberately making things difficult for him, he felt unprecedentedly confused about his children's affairs. If Yi Qian really had a boyfriend, what would he do? Give up? Or continue to pursue her? Knowing that she already had a boyfriend, if he continued to pursue her, wouldn't he be an immoral third party? Psychologically, he couldn't get over this hurdle. But when he thought about giving up, Qin Xiu closed the door, but his slender fingers holding the umbrella didn't put it down. Qin Xiu's fingers were very slender, and his joints were as delicate as his person. Even though he was holding the umbrella tightly, the lines of his fingers were still beautiful. After a while, he put the umbrella in the corner with a cold expression. He took off his suit and unbuttoned his white shirt while thinking about walking towards the bathroom. Giving up was also difficult. He couldn't go against his morals, and he didn't want to give up. Then let's just leave it at that. He would pretend that he didn't know anything, that nothing had happened, and let nature take its course. After turning on the shower head, Qin Xiu raised his head and let the warm water splash on his face. Soon, the bathroom was filled with steam. Amidst the sound of the water, the man's slender but graceful body was faintly discernible in the steam. Qin Xiu, who had been learning Sanda for a long time, was also a classic example of a man who looked thin in clothes, but had great body when he took them off. Yi Qian, who came back earlier than him, had already finished washing up. She sat on the edge of the bed and dried her hair by herself with a hairdryer. There was no one in the room. The man who came back with her saw the countless small cuts on her palm. His eyes were clouded and he went out to get the first aid kit. With some pain on her face, Yi Qian put down the hairdryer and went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. She saw a few bloody cuts from the shrubbery on her face. The cuts from the corner of her eyes to the side of her jaw were the most conspicuous. Her skin was the kind of skin that wouldn't get tan no matter how much it was in the sun in her previous and current life. After being drenched for 8 or 9 hours, her originally fair skin was sickly pale, and this made the bloody cuts on her face even more. There were many wounds, and there were signs of inflammation. No wonder Captain Xia immediately sent him back to his room to get the first aid kit. She had to treat it. Although she didn't really care if there was a scar on her face, she couldn't let the wound get infected. Yi Qian's in the bathrooms to see Xia carrying the first aid medicines doctor, S.A. doctor. Yi Jian nodded her head in satisfaction when she saw that he had changed into his military uniform and was now dry. S2's its as have they been taken care be treated? To treat to have it be treated to be treated, T-test to be taken care of those wounds, S treated, S's treated A's. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but sigh when he saw how worried she was about the wound on her waist. His gaze fell on the wound on her face, and he reached out to hold her wrist. Mine's fine. It's already scabbed over. You're the one who's in trouble. Come here and treat the wound on your face first. There are still 2 broken shards stuck into your flesh at the corner of your eye. Don't you feel it? 2 more shards stuck into her flesh? She really didn't feel it. Chapter 2350. She subconsciously wanted to touch it, but she suddenly stumbled into his arms. As she fell into his arms, she heard his low voice say helplessly, "You still want to touch it? Do you want to pierce it deeper and leave a memento?" Seeing her injured, whether it was a big injury or a small one, his heart ached. He knew that it was inevitable, but his heart still ached. He wanted to put her in the palm of his hand to dote on and pamper her, but he had to let go because of his profession. He wanted to see her get hurt, see her suffer, and see her suffer. It was said that one could not see the rainbow without going through the rain. As Special Forces soldiers, they might not be able to see the rainbow even if they went through the rain. The next second, it might be eternal darkness, and they might not be able to see the sun tomorrow. He and she were Special Forces soldiers who had gone through storms and walked on the edge of the blade. They were calm when facing their own injuries, but in the eyes of the other party, they were heartbroken. He also knew how much her heart ached when she saw the injury on his waist. He also knew how worried she was when he went missing. Yi Qian did not touch it again. She threw herself into his arms and said with a smile, "Don't leave such a small injury as a memento. The injuries on your body are the real memento." Hearing her indifferent tone, Xia Jinyuan felt bitter in his heart. He also wanted to protect her well and make sure that she did not get hurt at all. He also wanted to face all the dangers in the war, and she only needed to stand behind him. He also wanted to, but he only wanted to. He lowered his head and kissed the girl who did not want to get up from his arms. His warm lips kissed her softly on her forehead. "Brave little fox, let's pick out the thorns first. I'll let you hug me when we're on the bed." Let her hug me when we're on the bed. Yi Qian glanced at the 1.5-meter double bed from the corner of her eye. With his height of 1.8 meters, he would have to curl up to lie on it. The curtains were drawn in the room, and Xia Jinyuan turned on the bedside lamp. He carefully looked at the 2 thorns that pierced the corners of her eyes. They were a little too deep. The needle used to stitch up the wound was disinfected with alcohol. His fingers gently pressed against the corner of her eyes. His deep and dark eyes stared at the few deep thorns. He said softly, "The thorns are a little deep. It will hurt to take them out. Bear with it." The thorns pierced into the flesh instantly, so there wouldn't be much pain. Especially when she was fully focused on the battle, she didn't even feel anything when the thorns cut her face. It was a little painful to use the needle to pick out the thorns in the flesh. When the tip of the needle touched the hard thorns gently, Xia Jinyuan saw Yi Qian's long and black eyelashes flutter. He subconsciously blew on the thorns as if to coax a child that it wouldn't hurt. He even coaxed gently, "It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt." Be good, it won't hurt in a while. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud at the way she was trying to coax a 3-year-old. When she laughed, the corners of her eyes twitched, scaring Xia Jinyuan so much that she quickly moved the needle away from her hand so as not to stab her. Be serious. You're not allowed to laugh. He pretended to be angry and spoke with a threatening face, but in less than 2 seconds, he broke his facade. His handsome face was gentle as he continued to coax her. It'll be fine soon. It's not 2 thorns, but 3. It's been stuck in your flesh for so long, and you've been drenched in water for a few hours. The wound is too close to the corner of your eyes. Don't let it fester and hurt your eyes. He usually didn't have time to take care of her. Now that he was by her side, as her boyfriend, he naturally had to take good care of her. Yi Qian didn't move again. The sharp needle had touched the edge of her eyelashes just now, so she wasn't afraid that it would fester and hurt her eyes. She was afraid that if she laughed again, the tip of the needle would accidentally poke her eyes. Chapter 2351. Every Special Forces soldier knew how to perform simple suturing operations. Removing a thorn was a piece of cake. After removing all 3 thorns, there were 3 bloody cotton balls on the stainless steel plate. The thorns were indeed deep, but fortunately, they weren't long. It wasn't much of a problem to remove them with iodine. His face, palms, elbows, and knees were all injured to varying degrees. The most shocking injury on his leg was the injury on his calf. After a night, the injury on his calf was bruised, and there were even purple spots of blood on it. Xia Jinyuan didn't say a word as he poured safflower oil onto his hands. He rubbed them until his palms were hot, then he pressed them against Yi Qian's calf and rubbed them. Yi Qian didn't even know when he had been hit. He lay on the bed and endured the pain while Xia Jinyuan rubbed away the blood clots. Slowly, his calf began to feel a burning sensation. The warm energy brought an indescribable sense of comfort. You don't have experience fighting alone in the jungle, but the J5 soldiers do. Why didn't they remind you to check your body for injuries that need treatment? If it's inconvenient to use safflower oil, they should at least spray it with painkillers. Your skin is fair to begin with. Even a slight bump would leave a bruise. Now that you're bleeding under your skin, the J5 soldiers on the helicopter should have reminded you to treat it. Xia Jinyuan's deep voice was a little tense. If you listened carefully, you could faintly hear the anger in his voice. She didn't know if the oil had a hypnotic effect, but the warm energy slowly crept up from her calf to her head. The warmth was exceptionally comfortable, and even her drowsiness slowly crept up. Yi Qian listened indifferently. The corners of his lips curled up as he replied, "It's okay. It's not as serious as the last time you kicked me. The bruises you left behind last time only disappeared after the new year." Xia Jinyuan's right hand, which was rubbing her calf, paused. He felt helpless. He wasn't afraid of anything since he was young. He could do whatever he wanted outside the house and had been like this for the past 20 years. Until now, there was only one thing he was afraid of. He didn't look up. He poured the safflower oil and rubbed the bruises on her calf. He smiled helplessly and said, "Little fox, are you remembering? What should I do? What do I have to do for you to forget?" She was talking about last year's training with the Marine Storm team. In order to teach her how to play tricks on the battlefield, he taught her a lesson. His purpose was to let her remember that there was no such thing as playing tricks on the battlefield. Only true abilities were needed. Who would have thought that she would still remember it after more than 2 months? Now, he was afraid that she would mention it. Your boyfriend is really ruthless. It's hard to forget him. Yi Qian answered in a muffled voice. Lying on the bed, Yi Qian's breathing gradually became longer. By the time Xia Jinyuan raised his head to ask what he should do, Yi Qian had already fallen asleep. She was too tired after 2 consecutive nights of high-intensity combat. Now that she had returned to the safe harbor, she couldn't stop herself from falling asleep. Xia Jinyuan's hands didn't stop moving. Looking at her sleepy face, he realized that she didn't really want to argue with him when she mentioned it. At the same time, he reminded himself that it was normal for him to have bumps and bruises during training and combat. It had nothing to do with his comrades. On the other hand, he was a little scared. Although he was a little scared, if he had to choose again, His choice would still be the same and wouldn't change. The room was very quiet. It was a peaceful time to enjoy. Xia Jinyuan's hands moved until he pushed the purple blood away. Chapter 23:52. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and the room was slightly cold. In order to prevent Yi Qian from catching a cold, Xia Jinyuan carefully placed her legs on the bed and gently covered her with the quilt. He carefully twisted the corners of the quilt before getting up. He put away the medicine and opened the curtains to let in the fresh, moist air to disperse the smell of medicine in the room so that she could sleep better. After he was done, Xia Jinyuan did not go to bed to rest. Instead, he sat quietly in the lounge chair alone. His handsome face was slightly cold, and he seemed to be thinking about something. If J5 did not knock on the door, he would probably sit there until Yi Qian woke up. Is Yi Qian asleep? J5 heard Xia Jinyuan open the door very softly, so he knew that Yi Qian was asleep. He pointed to his room and said with a slightly serious expression, "Come to my room to talk about something." J5's room was next door. Because he had just taken a shower, there was a faint smell of soap in the room. After pouring tea, J5 sat down and frowned. He said in a deep voice, "The ambassador might have noticed the relationship between you and Yi Qian." Before he went back to his room, he asked me if Yi Qian would return to Beijing. If not, he planned to send Yi Qian back to school. Q King, not only did he discover something, but he also seems to be interested in Yi Qian. Qin Xiu and Yi Qian seem to be interested in each other? Xia Jinyuan focused on this sentence. How can you tell that he is interested in Yi Qian? The two of you hugged each other in the rain. Tsk. It shocked the world and made the gods cry. Anyone with eyes can see that there is something going on between the two of you. What's more, he seems to be interested in Yi Qian. J5 glared at him, but in the blink of an eye, he gloated, "Q King, your competitor this time isn't just ordinarily strong." V8 told me that the ambassador had a verbal battle with two negotiators from a neighboring country. His aura was fierce, and he didn't give in to the country's dignity. When he was offended, he pressed on and made the other party speechless. Yi Qian was there at the time. He was full of admiration for Qin Xiu. With such a strong rival in love, Q King, you have to be careful. Just because of this, he had to be careful? Xia Jinyuan stretched his legs lazily and leaned back in his seat. Even his voice sounded nonchalant as he said, "My relationship with Yi Qian is not something that can be attracted to Yi Qian with just one exciting negotiation. I'm just a little surprised. Qin Xiu is interested in Yi Qian, but I didn't notice it at all." You're quite confident. Overconfidence is arrogance. Don't be too proud. If you ask me, the ambassador has a better chance of winning than you. J5 poured cold water on Qin Xiu without hesitation and listed out his good points. Handsome, you don't have to say it. You can see for yourself. His temperament is as elegant as the nobles sitting in the palace. He's witty and knowledgeable. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. He knows how to behave himself. Most importantly, he's a diplomat. He also fights for the country, but his sacrifice rate is lower than ours. He also has more holidays than us. Most importantly, his focus is on the country. As long as he has the time and the heart, he can fly to the military academy to visit Yi Qian in the night. Q King, what do you think your chances of winning are? If you ask me, you have the advantage in terms of time. The analysis was not bad. It did sound very threatening. But so what? The love between him and the little fox was not based on romance, nor was it based on time spent together. Their love was completely based on the fact that they were willing to put their lives in each other's hands. They were willing to fight side by side and vanquish their enemies together. Chapter 23:53. Through the smoke of war, through the flames of war, his and Little Fox's love wasn't something that could be easily interfered with. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyes. His disdainful gaze was filled with the unruffled domineering aura of a powerhouse. He spoke cheerfully and wittily with an irresistible force. So what? He likes Yi Qian. I can only say that he has good taste. But that's his own business. What does it have to do with me and Yi Qian? Such confidence, with a hint of arrogance, made J5 click his tongue. Q King, I couldn't tell. Back then, you were so afraid that Yi Qian would be pursued by others, but now you're so confident. You're actually not worried about Yi Qian being pursued by other men at all. I don't believe that when you heard me say that the ambassador is interested in Yi Qian, you didn't feel nervous at all, J5 said with certainty. Then he looked at Xia Jinyuan without blinking, trying to discover something. Before he could discover anything, the domineering Lieutenant Colonel Xia frowned and admitted, "A little, but it's okay. My girlfriend is so outstanding. There will probably be more flies flying around in the future. I have to work harder." Not nervous? Nonsense. How could he not be nervous? Qin Xiu, one of the top young masters in the capital, a language genius, the youngest diplomat, the most handsome diplomat, the most promising diplomat. His long list of most was enough to make people's eyes linger. Just as J5 said, he was lucky that he won in terms of time. If the young Qin Xiu and the young Yi Qian met, Lieutenant Colonel Xia's eyes darkened. Then he really wouldn't know whose girlfriend Little Fox was. It wasn't that he was belittling himself, but Qin Xiu was indeed very outstanding. His character was also quite good. Among the young masters in the capital who didn't have any scandals, Qin Xiu was one of them. Even the old man at home said that Qin Xiu alone was enough to support the Qin family. Apart from family Xia and his children, old Master Qin had only commented on two other people. One was Xia Jinyuan's brother-in-law, Li Jinyan, and the other was Qin Xiu from the Qin family, who was worthy of being a role model in Beijing. From this, it could be seen how outstanding Qin Xiu was. Wasn't he nervous? How could he not be nervous? But this kind of thing couldn't be solved just by being nervous. The main thing was to let the other party know the difficulty and back off. Here came the problem. His current identity was still that of a boyfriend who couldn't see the light of day. How could he make her back off? J5 saw that he was deep in thought, and his eyes flashed with a teasing smile. Suddenly, he thought of a very important thing. Something was wrong. What he wanted to say was not that the ambassador had taken a liking to Yi Qian. Why was it that he and Q King were analyzing the chances of the ambassador winning? His main point was that the ambassador had found out about the relationship between Q King and Yi Qian. Stop. Let's not talk about whether the ambassador will become your love rival and make you feel threatened. Q King, our main point now is how you're going to deal with the ambassador if he finds out about your relationship with Yi Qian. This was a very serious matter. Although the military academy didn't explicitly state that students weren't allowed to date, everyone knew that dating in the military academy had a bad influence. Once the academy found out, they would come out and talk to the students first. The military academy students were the future of the country's national defense, and they were also the backbone of the country. During their time in school, all of their energy should be spent on their studies. From a personal point of view, it was understandable why military academy students would date, but from a national point of view, love would always come second. Chapter 2354. Yi Qian was so outstanding that J5 didn't want her relationship to leave a bad mark on her military academy career. He was worried that as more and more people found out, Yi Qian would be implicated in the end. You too, Sai, why don't you continue to bear with it? Meet less, chat less, and travel less together. If you really need to meet, why don't you bring a few more comrades with you? What if the two of you travel together and there's a bit of distance between them? Don't let others see any signs? J5, who was worried sick, came up with one idea after another. It could be seen that he was really thinking for Xia Jinyuan and Yi Jian. However, Xia Jinyuan had already considered this matter, so it wasn't a big problem for him. However, because Yi Qian was worried that her relationship would affect the academy, he understood her concerns and respected her decision. Seeing J5's serious expression and unconcealed worry, Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "Qin Xiu, although I'm not familiar with him, I believe he's not the kind of person to gossip. Since he discovered something but didn't ask any of you, it's obvious that he's not someone who likes to ask about other people's private affairs. The Qin family has strict rules. If he really likes Yi Qian and discovers my relationship with Yi Qian, I think with his upbringing he won't do anything immoral to interfere with other people's relationships. After all, he's a diplomat who represents the image of the country, not an ordinary person. Anyone who interferes with their relationship would be a third party. With Qin Xiu's upbringing and pride, he wouldn't allow himself to become a third party. After hearing Xia Jinyuan's detailed explanation, J5 felt that he was worrying for nothing. He yawned and waved his hand with a tired expression. I have to go to sleep. When the situation in the northern land stabilizes, we should return to the base and prepare for the overseas competition. Xia Jinyuan didn't intend to leave yet. He raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, I haven't asked you anything yet. Why are you in such a hurry to sleep? We haven't seen each other in a while. Let's catch up and have a chat. J5 stood up with his hands on the armrest of the chair and slowly sat back down. What do you want to talk about? Or do you want to ask me something? Since he didn't even let him rest, it was clear that he had something to ask. I want to know more about Qing Niao's performance in this operation, Xia Jinyuan said. If he didn't want to ask about Yi Qian, he wouldn't disturb his comrade's rest. He crossed his slender fingers and there was still a faint smile on his handsome face, but the darkness in his eyes was slightly darker. This is the first time she has received a mission to protect the safety of an important person. I want to know some details about her operation this time. She probably wanted to know if Qing Niao had any shortcomings. The smile on J5's face disappeared, and his expression gradually turned serious. Qing Niao's performance has always exceeded our expectations. She's very calm, and her reaction speed is amazing. When did she have car training? This time, we were surrounded by more than 10 cars. Her driving skills were eye-opening. A one-sided breakout from the encirclement has truly shocked all of us. There's a car training ground in the southern province. She basically spent all her time there during high school. Xia Jinyuan saw the unconcealed admiration in his comrade's eyes when he mentioned Yi Qian, so he knew that his little fox had performed well in this operation. His thin lips curved slightly, and there was a faint smile in his dark eyes. She seems to have an extraordinary talent for combat training. As long as there's a start to any training, the follow-up will always surprise us again and again. Chapter 23:55. Then we were right. When she broke out of the encirclement, old V, old K, and I also guessed that Qing Niao must have undergone professional special operations vehicle training in the southern province. Talent. J5 let out a long sigh. Her talent isn't just focused on one type, it's all-round. Take a look at her shooting skills. No one in our team has reached her level of shooting so far. When she gets a gun, there's a three-dimensional image of the gun in her mind. It's even a living one. She can clearly feel where the bullet passes and where it goes. She can complete the shot without deliberately aiming. Q King, Qing Niao's talent, is amazing. Even a veteran like him was envious. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. This was natural. Otherwise, how could Little Fox have carried out so many important missions before reaching the age of puberty and still be remembered by the Navy commander? His Little Fox was an all-rounder talent. Judging from your expression, Qing Niao's mission this time was not bad. What about her shortcomings? From the perspective of a veteran Special Forces soldier like you, what does she need to improve? Or does she need to improve? Xia Jinyuan had heard a lot of praises for Yi Qian. He wanted to know if she had any shortcomings. Only by constantly discovering her shortcomings could she continue to improve. J5, I need to know if she has any shortcomings. Please tell me carefully and seriously, Xia Jinyuan said slowly, word by word. There was an indescribable coldness in his voice. Sensing his seriousness, J5 couldn't help but straighten his back. At present, Yi Qian has no shortcomings. As if he had something to say, Xia Jinyuan pursed his lips. But there are still shortcomings. Please ask. There were too many uncertainties in a mission. With him by their side, he couldn't guarantee that their lives would not be in danger. Without him by her side, when he couldn't see, he only hoped that she could cooperate well with her comrades and return safely. Qing Niao is more suited for individual actions. As for group actions, although we cooperated well and completed the battle beautifully, we were always worried that she would suddenly rush out and complete a mission by herself. I think it's because we haven't been training together for a long time. She's not in the army, so she can't participate in our daily coordination and training. It's normal for such a problem to occur. In the future, when she joins the army and trains with us, these problems will naturally be solved. Yi Qian's individual combat ability was so strong that sometimes the J5 and the others could not keep up with her. And Yi Qian was a sniper who had been trained by Principal Qin, a world-class sniper. An individual's independence was greater than the group's training. Therefore, the other comrades were worried that she would suddenly finish the mission ahead of schedule. There were two problems. First, although Yi Qian had established a tacit understanding with the Snowfield Brigade, it was only the beginning. She had not established a tacit understanding with all her comrades, so there was a certain degree of unfamiliarity. Second, Yi Qian was not used to working as a group, or rather, working with the group to complete the mission. She completed the mission too quickly, so the comrades behind her could not keep up with her. The two problems were actually one problem. The tacit understanding was not good enough. Chapter 2356. Xia Jinyuan, who had already figured out the reason, fell silent. After a long time, he pursed his thin lips and said, "Our teamwork still needs to be improved. After we go back, I'll redo the weekly training plan." Qin Niao's individual combat ability is strong, which means that the combat ability of the male soldiers still needs to be improved. We can't slow down and wait for the male soldiers just because her individual combat ability is too strong. Our training is only about chasing, not waiting. J5, you're the vice captain. You'll take the lead to improve our individual combat ability. Sir. J5 nodded and said seriously, "After the battle with Qin Niao, I've also been thinking about this. We need to improve our individual combat ability as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to take on any high-risk missions in the future." Even though the Snowfield Brigade was now the top special forces in the country, if they didn't innovate and work hard, they would be eliminated. They trained for war and to win. Only by improving their individual combat ability day after day, year after year, could they continue to stay in the Snowfield Brigade. Qin Niao's strong individual combat ability was also a warning to them. With J5 in charge, Xia Jinyuan was very relieved. Seeing that they had been delayed for a long time, Xia Jinyuan got up and prepared to go back to his room to accompany Yi Qian. J5 got up and asked him, "Have you informed Yi Qian about the overseas competition? She's the only female soldier in our team. You should know that, right?" "I only found out yesterday." "You rest, I'll go back to my room." Xia Jinyuan didn't want to disturb his comrade's rest. He stood up and patted his comrade's shoulder. "You don't have to worry too much about Yi Qian and me. You don't have to worry about Qin Xiu either. If he really asks, tell him to come and ask me himself. My relationship with Yi Qian. Anyway, it won't affect anything just because he's an outstanding diplomat. I'll keep an eye on him and won't let him take advantage of me." After he finished speaking, he walked back to Yi Qian's room with big, elegant steps. J5 couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. What he said made sense, but in reality, he was still a little nervous. After all, his love rival was very powerful and not an ordinary person. As a comrade in arms, he naturally stood on Q King's side. He was not happy that Yi Qian was snatched away by the ambassador. The ambassador was very outstanding, but no matter how outstanding he was, he could not be compared to his comrade in arms who fought side by side with him. After returning to his room, Xia Jinyuan gently closed the door and walked to the bed. He saw that the girl he liked was still in her original position, and even the smile on her face had not disappeared. She was sleeping soundly. Xia Jinyuan didn't know that the second he saw Yi Jian, his eyes had become exceptionally soft. Even his heart felt like it was swimming in a pool of water. His military aura became soft and soft. He was a hot-blooded soldier who fought for the country, but he was also an ordinary man who was filled with tenderness when facing the girl he loved. After taking off his military jacket, Xia Jinyuan lay down on the bed very gently. As soon as he covered himself with the quilt, Yi Qian, who was sleeping soundly, took the initiative to move closer to his arms like a little animal. She then moved a little and found a more comfortable position to continue sleeping. Xia Jinyuan looked at her, who was sleeping soundly, with a defenseless and innocent smile on her face. He couldn't help but laugh. This little girl was quite proactive. He was still thinking about how to make her sleep in his arms without waking her up. Now that she took the initiative to move closer to him, he was pleasantly surprised. It also showed that even though she was sleeping soundly, she knew that the person lying next to her was him. This kind of reliance that was like a natural instinct made Xia Jinyuan very satisfied. Chapter 2357. He gently caressed her shoulders with his hand from the back of her neck. His dark eyes were filled with a gentle smile. He lowered his head and kissed the top of her head. Sleep well, little one. Throughout the journey, it could be said that she was solely responsible for Qin Xiu's personal safety. J5 and the others were responsible for the perimeter. Yi Qian's contribution to not injuring Qin Xiu despite being heavily surrounded was undeniable. This also showed that she had the dedication of a soldier. Such Yi Qian made Xia Jinyuan feel proud and heartbroken at the same time. With Xia Jinyuan by her side, Yi Qian slept very soundly and peacefully. With him by her side, she didn't have to think about anything. She could sleep and eat whenever she wanted. She was relaxed and carefree. She really enjoyed this kind of leisure time together. Xia Jinyuan was in good spirits. During this period of recuperation, he had made up for all the sleep he had lost. Now that his girlfriend was lying in his arms and he was hugging her soft body, his heart was filled with tenderness. He closed his eyes for a while, then slowly opened them again to look at Yi Qian's sleeping face. He didn't rest at all and was thinking about something. Qin Xiu was also a man of character. As for his taste, it was extraordinary. However, after meeting Little Fox a few times, he fell in love with her. Just as J5 said, Qin Xiu was a very strong love rival. His love rival was too strong, and he worked in the country. If he wanted to, he could go to the military academy to look for Little Fox at any time. With his ability, going there once or twice a month was not a problem. However, his Little Fox wasn't stupid. If Qin Xiu really went to look for her frequently, she would definitely notice. When that time came, she would avoid him and Qin Xiu wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Just like how he used to chase her. If he didn't chase her to a corner and leave her with no way out, she would never show up easily. Xia Jinyuan gently tapped the tip of her nose with his slender fingers. Thinking of the appearance of a strong rival in love, he smiled indulgently and said, "Little thing, you've only carried out a mission, but you've already attracted a lot of attention. Tell me, why are you so likable?" Qin Xiu, the youngest and most promising diplomat. He also has a handsome face that even I have to admit. If you really take another look at him, my heart will definitely ache for a long time. Little thing, I'm going to be jealous for half a day. You're doomed. If I become jealous for half a day, I'll torture you so much that you won't be able to leave the bed for the whole day. You can't even look at other men. I, Xia Jinyuan, have always been arrogant. Now that you've taught me a lesson, you have to take responsibility. When you look at a man, you can only look at your own man, understand? Lieutenant Colonel Xia did not speak. He spoke softly, seemingly helpless, but in reality, every word he said was filled with affection. As he spoke, Lieutenant Colonel Xia narrowed his unfathomable black eyes. His gaze was like that of a large, ferocious beast, his eyes twinkling with fragmented light. He felt a little insecure, so he had to think of a way to make himself feel safe. Therefore, when Yi Qian opened her eyes, she saw a handsome face that was filled with faint sadness. Yi Qian blinked gently and naturally leaned into his embrace. "Did I sleep for a long time? I seem to be able to sleep well with you by my side." Lieutenant Colonel Xia loved to hear such sweet nothings. His thin lips curved as he laughed softly and said, "It's all right. It hasn't been that long since the sky turned dark. You probably slept for 9 hours. 9 hours? She actually slept for 9 hours. Yi Qian widened her eyes in disbelief. She propped herself up with one hand and looked out the window. The sky really did turn dark. This was not a normal sleep. No wonder she felt hungry when she opened her eyes. From last night until now, she had only drunk a few mouthfuls of water and had not eaten any dry food. Chapter 2358. Come, let's get up and eat something first. The warm bedside lamp went off. Xia Jinyuan stretched out his long arm and turned on the main light in the room. The bright light illuminated the entire room, allowing Yi Qian to see the sadness on his face more clearly. Captain Xia, something's not right. After washing up, Yi Qian, who had changed into her uniform because it was cold, sat down to eat the military meal. After taking a bite of the meal, she looked up at Xia Jinyuan, who was staring at her deeply. When she was half full, Yi Qian couldn't help but ask him, "I've seen Captain Xia's rascally, arrogant, domineering and murderous side, but this is the first time I've seen a sad side of you. I'm a little surprised, so I want to ask you, where does this sadness come from?" For some reason, Yi Qian felt that she might have asked the wrong question. Sure enough, the man sitting across from her took a sip of the hot soup and said slowly, "I'm thinking about how to give myself to you." Give myself to him. Fortunately, the soup wasn't hot. Yi Qian resisted the urge to spit out the soup and swallowed it down. After a while, she caught her breath and said rather embarrassedly, "I just came back from a mission and you're already thinking about giving yourself to me? Every time I go on a mission, the first thing I regret is not giving myself to you. Every time I come back from a mission, I regret not giving myself to you. This cycle has been going on for several years." Xia Jinyuan sighed softly, and the sadness on his handsome face deepened. "This is a problem that has been bothering me for several years. Little fox, why don't you do it with me? You can be harsh, you can be gentle, you can be forceful, you can be forceful. Do it in one go and give me a quick death. What do you think?" Yi Qian, who had almost lost the ability to organize her words, put down her spoon and pushed the plate away. She looked at the man sitting across from her expressionlessly. "Harsh, gentle, forceful, forceful. Why do I feel like I'm going to be a rapist? Captain Xia, are you sure you know what you're saying?" Xia Jinyuan nodded. "I'm sure. It's because I don't feel safe at all. After thinking about it, the only way out is to sacrifice myself." Yi Qian resisted the urge to throw a plate of leftovers at him. He forced a smile and said, "So what you're saying is that you'll feel safe if you give yourself up?" Did he get it wrong? He was a man, not a woman. Wasn't the sacrifice referring to women? How could he say that it was a man sacrificing himself to find a sense of security? He had seen scoundrels before, but he had never seen such an unreasonable scoundrel. Yi Qian was both angry and amused. He used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into Yi Qian's mouth. "You're offering yourself to me, but I don't dare to accept it. Eat a piece of meat as compensation." 10 years later, eating meat would become a graceful expression of love between a man and a woman. Xia Jinyuan had no idea how a piece of braised pork could compensate him. His gaze deepened and he smiled. "I lack a sense of security. After thinking about it, I still think it's not a bad idea to offer myself to you first. Why don't we do it in a few days?" As pitiful as he was, he still had to rely on offering himself to find a sense of security. Yi Qian did not believe him. He glanced at him and snorted. "Save it, Captain Xia. Uncle said that you like to be a scoundrel since you were young. You mustn't agree to anything easily." He had never seen a father take the initiative to trick his own son. The corners of Xia Jinyuan's mouth twitched slightly. He gritted his teeth at Commander-in-Chief Xia. His son charged forward with the intention of taking over the position in one fell swoop, but in the end, he dragged me back with all his might, and he even had the time of his life. Chapter 2359. He kept telling him to treat Xiaoyi well and that it was not easy to find a girlfriend like Xiaoyi. Especially someone like you, who doesn't know what to do, it's even harder. If it weren't for your good looks, Xiaoyi would definitely look down on you. If you don't treat Xiaoyi well and a love rival comes along and takes her away, you won't even have a place to cry. Don't even think about entering the family Xia's door. He made it sound so serious, but in the end, he kept tricking him behind his back. Was he trying to help his son find a wife soon? Or was he purposely making things difficult for him? "Little fox, my father doesn't get along with me. When I was young, he liked to find fault with me, and when he grew up, he liked to pick on me. You've seen how he usually treats me. All the sons in the world can do it, but not me. You must be vigilant and not be fooled by him." In order to make himself give himself to her sooner, Lieutenant Colonel Xia began to sigh. You have to trust me, not him. His favorite thing to do is to ruin my plans. Even old master and old madam often criticize him. Seeing that Commander-in-Chief Xia's words had a huge impact on Yi Qian, Lieutenant Colonel Xia didn't hold back and tried his best to overthrow the image of Commander-in-Chief Xia in his girlfriend's heart. Holding her hand, he said seriously, "When I think about how you'll be going back to that military academy with too many young men tomorrow, I really don't feel safe. I'll have to give myself to you." His expression and tone were serious, but the smile in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Yi Qian knew that he was teasing her again. Her watery eyes moved slightly, looking around with sparkling eyes. "Really? Why don't we do it now?" "As long as you're willing, I'll do it any time." Xia Jinyuan saw that she was squinting her eyes. Her curved eyebrows made her look like a sly little fox that was squinting her eyes and basking in the sun lazily. He was laughing in his heart. How could he not know that this little fox in front of him was trying to checkmate him? Looking at her comfortable smile, Xia Jinyuan's deep eyes seemed to be sprinkled with a layer of sunshine that could warm Yi Qian's heart. Yi Qian put down the chopsticks in his hand and propped himself up with one hand on the high table. At the same time, he stretched out his other hand and made a flirtatious gesture. His index finger curled slightly and hooked Xia Jinyuan's delicate chin. Even his expression was somewhat frivolous. Every time I see Captain Xia's face, my imagination does run wild. Yi Qian stood up and leaned toward Xia Jinyuan as he spoke. In the end, their breaths were just inches apart. Just a little bit more, and Yi Qian would have kissed his thin, sexy lips. But she didn't. Under his calm and unruffled gaze, Yi Qian stopped. They were so close that they could see each other's eyelashes clearly. "Since Captain Xia is always thinking of giving yourself to me, why don't I fulfill your wish for once?" Her eyes sparkled like diamonds and shone like stars. The slyness in the depths of her eyes let Xia Jinyuan know that this little fox didn't really want to fulfill his wish. She just wanted to tease him instead. Sigh, little girl, he really wasn't teasing her. He really wanted to give himself to her. It wasn't just a normal desire, it was an urgent desire. How pitiful! Who would have thought that a dignified demon king like him would have to rely on giving himself to find a sense of security in the end? It was as the saying goes, sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you've done. Chapter 2360. When Lieutenant Colonel Xia said that he didn't have a sense of security, it wasn't entirely true. Qin Xiu's appearance gave him a wake-up call, making him even more aware that the girl he had grown up holding hands with had already become the most dazzling star, attracting the attention of those sufficiently outstanding adult men. Although he said that he wanted to give himself to her, he actually wanted to stabilize their relationship. Born in a family, Lieutenant Colonel Xia was influenced by his ancestors. Deep in his bones, he still had some feudal thoughts. Once the two of them were husband and wife, they would be husband and wife for the rest of their lives. He desperately wanted to become husband and wife with Yi Qian. He wanted to make this dazzling star completely belong to him. Seeing the sly look in the eyes of the girl in front of him, that pair of eyes that had always maintained a sense of distance from others, when looking at him without the slightest bit of defense, his little fox also liked him and trusted him wholeheartedly. This kind of trust was the most secure button between him and her, and no one else could think of getting between them. Xia Jinyuan said half-truthfully. Seeing that she was teasing him and even flirting with him, Xia Jinyuan's inferiority complex started to stir again. The two of them were too close, and the delicate lips he had been longing for were only a finger's length away. With such a good opportunity in front of him, if he didn't kiss her, he would feel sorry for himself. Thus, while Yi Qian was waiting for his answer, Xia Jinyuan suddenly leaned forward and immediately shortened the distance between their fingers to 0 distance. The two of them were now lips and teeth. Although Lieutenant Colonel Xia had never been in a relationship before, and even his first kiss was offered to Yi Qian, he had a high comprehension ability. Even though they had only kissed a few times, after each kiss, his kissing skills improved by leaps and bounds. After a few kisses, he had a kissing technique that made Yi Qian blush. His nimble tongue invited Yi Qian's soft tongue to dance with him, and he sucked the tip into his mouth slowly. Ever since he was a child, Xia Jinyuan had the habit of chewing peppermint. His breath always had a refreshing and comfortable peppermint flavor, which was Yi Qian's favorite refreshing flavor. When the tip of Yi Qian's tongue was sucked, his kisses alternated between deep and light kisses. Yi Qian, who had been supporting himself with one hand on the round table, had no choice but to support himself with both hands to prevent himself from losing his balance due to his weak knees. Men had a natural desire to conquer, and it existed in every man, especially men like Xia Jinyuan, who were born like kings. Their desire to conquer was far greater than that of ordinary men, and it even carried a sense of dominance. Being teased, he clasped the back of Yi Jian's neck with one hand. As his breathing became heavier, his kiss became deeper and deeper. He did not even let go of the tip of Yi Jian's soft tongue and delicate lips that were like flowers. The temperature in the room seemed to gradually rise, and sweat slowly overflowed from his forehead. His noble and handsome face had a faint trace of rouge, leaving behind a thin layer of color. This was the color of passion. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian's skin color had one thing in common. No matter how much they were exposed to the sun, they could not get tanned. Even if they were exposed to the sun, the worst that could happen was a layer of skin peeling off, revealing their fair skin. At this moment, he was aroused. His fair and handsome face had a faint rouge-like color, which made him look even more handsome and elegant. His brows were like mountains and rivers, and only the majestic green mountains could be seen. He was as handsome as a god. Seeing that her breathing was getting heavier, Xia Jinyuan finally stopped his invasion and ended the kiss that made their hearts race. Chapter 2361. He let go of Little Fox in his arms so that she could breathe some fresh air. Little Fox, your lung capacity is still not enough. It needs to be improved. Xia Jinyuan chuckled deeply. His voice was hoarse and so sexy that it made one's ears tingle. Looking at Yi Qian, who was as beautiful as a peach blossom, Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes became even darker. His sexy Adam's apple, which represented his masculinity, couldn't help but move slightly. This kiss was a little deep, kissing to the point that her eyes were moist. Her lips were bright red and slightly opened, revealing her white teeth. Her red lips and white teeth made her look even more beautiful. The more Xia Jinyuan looked at her, the more he felt like his heart was being scratched by 100 cat claws. He hurriedly looked away in embarrassment. Unexpectedly, just as he lowered his eyes, his gaze was locked on her again. He had to admit that the girl he had been protecting had really grown up. She had gradually matured from her initial naivety and was emitting a fruity fragrance that tempted him to commit a crime. His gaze only lingered on her chest for a few seconds before he felt the string called rationality in his brain instantly tighten and straighten. It felt like it would break at any time with her breathing. This is troublesome. He had said half-truthfully that he wanted to succeed. Now he had really succeeded in the end. Yi Jian was still adjusting her breathing until the feeling of suffocation dissipated a lot. She supported herself with both hands on the round table and looked up at him with her watery eyes. She answered rather stubbornly, "Captain Xia seems to be a little lacking. Otherwise, how could a small kiss make Captain Xia look like he's drunk?" Yi Qian didn't even realize that at this moment, her face was as beautiful as a peach blossom. She was so beautiful that Xia Jinyuan, who was separated by the round table, felt so hot that his back was covered in layers of sweat. "Is this a challenge to me?" Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. There seemed to be a small fire in the depths of his dark eyes. The fire sizzled as if it could burn 1,000 miles away. Yi Qian raised his hand to fan himself and answered courageously, "Since that's what Captain Xia thinks, it can be understood that way." She really was a little fox that wasn't afraid of getting into trouble. She actually dared to challenge his rationality at this time. Xia Jinyuan, who had been restraining himself all this while, raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, looking rather worried. Since the letter of challenge had already been issued, how could he refuse? "Then let's continue." Xia Jinyuan was a man of action. Soldiers had always been swift and decisive. Since he had made up his mind, he would naturally put it into action. He kissed Yi Qian. He didn't want to be a gentleman, he just wanted to kiss Yi Qian. His long arm wrapped around the back of Yi Qian's neck with great precision. He used an extremely domineering method to make it impossible for Yi Qian to dodge. His lips were once again kissed by him. In a domineering manner, with gentle movements, he carefully and affectionately traced the shape of her lips. He didn't want to say a word. Instead of saying more, he would rather take action and tell her how much he missed her. But no matter how impulsive he was and how tight his heartstrings were, Xia Jinyuan always restrained himself and did not cross the line. Even his hands were very well behaved and didn't move. Since they couldn't cross the line, they could just stick to each other for a little longer. Instead, Yi Qian, who liked to be with Xia Jinyuan, didn't reject kissing him. When they were deeply in love, she took the initiative to greet him and tell him that she actually missed him too. Although the kiss was very gentle, their breathing became erratic. The air in the room also became scorching hot. It was so hot that their foreheads and backs started to sweat. It was so hot that a thin layer of mist formed in their eyes. This was really a kiss that messed up their hearts. Chapter 2362. Compared to Xia Jinyuan's straightforward and undisguised desire, Yi Qian was much more reserved. Her face was as red as the morning sun, and the seductive look in her eyes was like peach blossom petals blown by the wind. It was so seductive that it made Xia Jinyuan even hotter. She was beautiful, too beautiful. She was so beautiful that he was willing to lower his head just to please her. Yi Qian only knew that his knees were so weak that he had to lean on the round table to maintain a stable posture. The lovers who had been separated were reunited, and their feelings for each other were so strong that it was like dry wood colliding with a raging fire. The kiss was out of control. Xia Jinyuan had always known that when he was in front of Yi Qian, his self-control would plummet in a straight line and eventually reach 0. With one hand on the back of her neck, Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who had lost all his self-control, began to feel a little impulsive from the kiss. He was almost unable to control himself. At this moment, Yi Qian, who was about to stand up, mumbled, "Captain Xia, let go of me." Who would have thought that the sentence would turn into and soft moans that could not be formed into words? Xia Jinyuan could clearly hear the string called rationality in his mind snap with a snap. The string called restraint in his heart snapped along with it. While gasping for breath, Xia Jinyuan, who was reluctant to end the kiss, simply used the strength of his lower body to push the round table to the side in a very manly manner. Yi Qian, who was caught off guard, suddenly widened her eyes. She had concentrated all her strength on the round table, and now that the round table was suddenly pushed away by him, Yi Qian's entire body naturally pounced directly into Xia Jinyuan's arms. It was just a kiss with a special forces soldier, but Xia Jinyuan managed to push the round wooden table between them to the side. When Yi Qian pounced over, the young lieutenant colonel happened to hug her. Yi Qian was a little embarrassed. He was not afraid of biting his tongue. She was beautiful, and her voice was even more beautiful. Her beauty carried a hint of seduction, causing him to be completely intoxicated. Xia Jinyuan, who had finally ended the kiss, lifted his head and looked at the girl in his arms. His voice was hoarse as he asked softly, "Little fox, what you said just now, was it true?" What? Yi Qian was very nervous. He was so nervous that he was stuttering. She looked at Xia Jinyuan with her moist eyes, which were like countless little hooks, gently hooking the soul of this special forces soldier. "Sacrifice? When I said sacrifice, are you serious?" "I'm serious now." Xia Jinyuan fixed his gaze on her face and said, "I really want to give myself to you right now." He endured until his forehead was dripping with sweat. Yi Qian could even see a drop of sweat slowly sliding down his handsome face and quietly sinking into the army green shirt he was wearing underneath. The army green shirt was tightly buttoned, and the top button was tightly buttoned. It was so strict that it exuded a sense of abstinence. Yi Qian, who had been staring at the drop of sweat, did not say a word. When the sweat sank into the collar of his shirt, Yi Qian seemed to have felt something and couldn't help but gulp. This action became a silent invitation, a silent agreement. The man, who was standing steadily with Yi Qian in his arms, suddenly had a deep, unfathomable look in his eyes. It was like a deep, unfathomable ancient well. Deep down, there were huge waves, slowly forming a whirlpool that could suck in people's souls. Without stopping, he carried Yi Qian, turned around, and walked towards the bed. Chapter 2363. Yi Qian, who was also sweating from nervousness, supported herself with both hands on his broad shoulders and allowed him to carry her to the bedside. He was deeply attracted to Yi Qian, who was as beautiful as a peach. How could Yi Qian not be attracted to him? At this moment, she was attracted to Xia Jinyuan, who only had eyes for her. Both of them were in love with each other, and their feelings were so strong that Yi Qian didn't have the self-control to reject Xia Jinyuan's offering. Lying on the bed, Yi Qian was so nervous that her hands secretly clutched the quilt. Perhaps because she had been with him for so long, Yi Qian had become bolder. Even when Xia Jinyuan began to unbutton his shirt, Yi Qian opened her eyes wide and didn't close them out of shyness. He had a good figure and wore the military uniform that showed off his military aura. The tailored military uniform made him look even more slender and tall, towering like a mountain. He first took off his jacket and didn't throw it aside carelessly. Xia Jinyuan, who loved and cared for military uniforms, hung the jacket on the coat rack. As he walked over, he raised his hand slightly to unbutton his shirt. Sensing Yi Qian's burning gaze, Xia Jinyuan paused in the middle of unbuttoning his shirt. His handsome eyes, which were slightly surging with emotions, looked over with a smile and caught Yi Qian's unblinking gaze. His thin lips curved slightly. "Little fox, why do you look so interested in me taking off my clothes?" Yi Qian couldn't help but admire beautiful things. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was undoubtedly beautiful in her eyes. Even the simple act of buttoning his shirt made her heart pound. Hearing this, she admitted frankly, "It's pleasing to the eye. I am indeed very interested." In her heart, she added, "He's even more charming when he's not wearing formal clothes." Although Yi Qian didn't have any opinions about men, she couldn't help but take a second look at men in formal clothes. This was the case in her previous life. She always felt that men who wore suits and leather shoes and went in and out of high-rise buildings were very cultured. In her previous life, she didn't interact with many people and her knowledge was too limited. The security company was located in the most famous financial street in the city, and the office building was in the best location in the entire financial street. The men and women who went out in formal clothes were so confident that they walked with confidence. At that time, she was quite envious of these people. As a result, even though she had lived two lives, she still liked men who wore formal clothes and had a certain temperament and upbringing. Xia Jinyuan looked especially elegant in formal clothes, and when he wore his military uniform, he was fierce. Due to his temperament, occasionally, when he wore casual clothes, he looked like he was wearing formal clothes. This was exactly what Yi Qian liked. Of course, Xia Jinyuan was very happy that his girlfriend appreciated him. A woman would doll herself up for her lover, and so would a man. Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and laughed in a low and deep voice. "Why do I feel a little nervous when you see it like this? Why don't you take a step back?" Why would he be nervous? Yi Qian didn't believe him. "Captain Xia, you look very relaxed from head to toe. You're not nervous at all. You just can't see that I'm nervous." Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at her hands that were clutching the quilt. She was obviously nervous but pretending to be calm. She was like a budding flower, a little shy and a little charming. His heart had already melted into water. He really wanted to hug her and love her. Just the thought of it made the heat in his body go on a rampage. It was like a wild beast that wanted to break out of its cage. It was so crazy that even he was shocked by it. The girl lying on the bed didn't do anything. She was just looking at him with a smile, but it was enough to make him crazy. Chapter 2364. His craziness was even more obvious tonight. He was slightly agitated, which increased his sense of crisis. She also agreed to let them have a deeper understanding of their relationship. She was already not very strong to begin with. Now, she was seducing him so blatantly. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened. He looked at Yi Qian gloomily, and his deep voice sounded drunk. "Tonight, no matter how nervous you are, you have to continue. Little fox, you have nowhere to run." Yi Qian knew what he meant by continue. His face burned even more and he stuttered, "I'm not running away." As she lowered her eyes, her gaze inadvertently swept across the lower half of his body. When she accidentally saw a certain part, Yi Jian's mind exploded with a boom. He reacted so quickly. Seeing his body's honest reaction, Yi Qian swallowed with difficulty and suggested with a dry mouth, "Captain Xia, why don't you take off your clothes with your back facing me?" It was too scary, as if a giant beast was about to rush out. Seeing her blushing face, Xia Jinyuan's heart softened. He quickly looked down at his lower body. "Not bad, brother, you're giving me face." Bending down, he placed his hands on the edge of the bed and gently kissed her forehead. He was so nervous that his forehead was covered in sweat. After the light kiss, he didn't get up. Instead, he looked at her from a close distance. His deep eyes had a dark look that was determined to win. "You can't turn around. I like to look at you," he said in a low voice and got up again. Seeing that she was nervous, he deliberately teased himself to slow down. Unexpectedly, when she saw his body's honest reaction, her little face tensed up again. Yi Qian's heart trembled uncontrollably. His hands clutched the quilt so hard that creases appeared. When Xia Jinyuan got up and took off his clothes quickly, Yi Qian's gaze fell on his slender fingers again. His fingers were long and slender, with well-defined joints. They were elegant and strong. When he held the gun, they were fierce. When he unbuttoned his shirt, they were sexy. After unbuttoning both sleeves, he raised his head slightly and unbuttoned the top button of his shirt with his elegant and slender fingers. After the buttons were unbuttoned, Yi Qian couldn't help but gulp. His voice was a little loud, which made Xia Jinyuan chuckle. He stared intently at Yi Qian and smiled. "You seem to be more anxious than I am. It seems like there won't be any problems with my virginity tonight." Yi Qian, who was staring at his fingers, did not seem to have heard what he said. He nodded and said, "Yes, no problem. This is good." Her answer made Xia Jinyuan's blood flow even hotter. As the first button was unbuttoned, a corner of his shirt was unbuttoned. It was this corner that made him look extremely sexy and seductive. Yi Qian, who was lying nervously on the bed, suddenly felt all the blood in his body rush to his face. In an instant, his face became hot and dry, as if it was on fire. Xia Jinyuan, who was taking off his clothes, kept his gaze fixed on Yi Qian's face. Naturally, he saw all the changes on her face. He saw the surprise in her eyes when he took off his jacket, and the fire in her eyes when he unbuttoned his military uniform. At that moment, Xia Jinyuan realized that his little fox liked to watch him take off his clothes. It seemed that he had misunderstood. He thought that she liked his face, but it turned out that she liked to watch him take off his clothes. With this discovery, Xia Jinyuan knew what he had to do. Since she liked to watch, then he would make her even more satisfied. Chapter 2365. It wasn't just women who targeted men, it was also men who targeted women. The buttons on the light green shirt were unbuttoned one by one. Yi Qian saw the man standing by the bed, revealing a small part of his sexy chest. Then he pulled out the corner of his shirt that was tucked into his trousers. His slender fingers slid down the edge of the shirt and unbuttoned the last button. Yi Qian felt her mouth go dry. She couldn't help but swallow to moisten her throat. Xia Jinyuan smiled. She looked at him with a burning gaze. It was obvious that his was very successful. He had perfectly locked onto Little Fox's gaze. His thin lips curved slightly. He didn't immediately take off his shirt. Instead, he stopped and looked at Yi Qian with a deep and burning gaze. Compared to taking off his own clothes, he wanted to see her take off his clothes. Yi Qian didn't meet his gaze. Instead, her gaze landed on the shirt that he hadn't taken off completely. From the corner of her eye, she looked at the sexy chest that was faintly discernible under the unbuttoned shirt. As long as he took off his shirt completely, she would be able to see his muscular upper body. Yi Qian waited for him to take off his shirt for a while. She couldn't help but blink. But why isn't he taking off his shirt? She was still waiting for him to take off his shirt completely. Just as she thought about it, Xia Jinyuan's deep and sexy chuckle came from above. His chuckle instantly woke Yi Qian up. She was startled and hurriedly looked away to hide her embarrassment. Her cheeks became even redder and hotter. He must have been laughing at me. I was mesmerized by watching him take off his shirt. Yi Qian was so embarrassed by her behavior that she wanted to get up and run away. Embarrassing, embarrassing, so embarrassing. The blushing Yi Qian made Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curve even higher. He said in a deep voice, "Look here, little fox." Yi Qian, who had already looked away, looked up reflexively. She saw the man who was originally standing slowly leaning down as her gaze landed on him. Yi Jian's eyes widened even more. Her gaze was deeply attracted by his eyes. It was as if there was a magnet in his eyes that had already sucked her into the depths of his soul, and she could not escape. "Are you satisfied now? Do you want to have more fun?" He slowly leaned forward and spoke in a low voice. There was an obvious undercurrent in his eyes. Yi Qian couldn't help but tighten his grip on the blanket. Tonight, Captain Xia's sacrifice was most likely going to succeed. She was already tempted by him and wanted to drink water to quench her thirst. Xia Jinyuan, whose shirt was completely unbuttoned, approached Yi Qian. His scorching hot breath was like a giant net, instantly trapping Yi Qian. Yi Qian felt as if her entire body was on fire. She couldn't help but close her eyes, and her hands secretly gripped the blanket even tighter. She was so nervous that even her eyelashes were trembling slightly. She was like a butterfly that had jumped into a flower. Her wings were trembling, making her look pitiful. "Little fox, I've already unbuttoned my shirt and you're helping me take off my clothes?" He didn't completely lean down. Instead, he placed his hands on both sides of her shoulders and stared at her with a gentle yet scorching gaze. He coaxed her in the softest voice, "Be good. Raise your hands and help me take off my clothes." This man was also the pinnacle of masturbation. It wasn't like a woman's actions. It was more like an impulse that came from the darkness. Even though he knew it was dangerous, he couldn't help but want to embrace the darkness. This kind of temptation was a temptation to human nature. It was difficult to escape. Yi Qian didn't want to escape. She liked this man's sexiness and loved every part of him. Even if she knew that there was a dark abyss in front of her, she would step forward without hesitation. She would throw herself into the darkness and fall into the abyss. Chapter 2366. She hooked her arms around his neck and used a little strength to pull him close to her. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, "But I prefer to watch Captain Xia take off his clothes." The moment she opened her mouth, Xia Jinyuan's deep and unfathomable eyes suddenly became turbulent. It was as if he would swallow Yi Qian whole in the next second. That gaze made Yi Qian's scalp tighten a little. She had just opened her mouth to say one word when the man, who was originally slightly elegant, came over her like a storm. His tall and straight body pressed against hers, and in the end, his body was tightly pressed against hers, leaving no gap between them. His kiss came with a domineering, swallowing force. It was like a stormy wave that broke the dam and drowned all of her rationality. "Yi Jian, my baby," he said in a low voice. His voice made a circle on the tip of his tongue. Although it was vague, it made Yi Jian's heart beat even faster. Thump, thump. Her hands had unknowingly slipped into his unbuttoned shirt. Her scorching palms were pressed against his skin. She could feel the firmness of his skin and feel the blood vessels under his skin expanding. A steady stream of heat seeped through his skin and into her palms. "Injury, your injury. Be careful." At this moment, she still remembered the injury on his body. Xia Jinyuan's kiss was a little hurried. There was sweat dripping from his forehead. His drunken voice was so sexy that it made the air a little intoxicated. "It's okay. It's already scabbed. I'll be careful." Slow down. My mouth hurts." Yi Qian mumbled. He kissed her too hurriedly and with too much force. Her delicate petal-like lips were tingling a little. The palms of her hands on his shoulders were also sweating. When she was really nervous, her palms would sweat. He must be very nervous too. His muscles were tense and had lost their elasticity. They were as hard as stone. There was also a thin layer of sweat seeping out from under his skin. Their sweat mixed together, making his shoulders wet and slippery. Thump, thump, thump. His heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. It was so hard to breathe. The oxygen in the air was so thin that he had to open his mouth to breathe. Her red lips were slightly parted, making it easier for Xia Jinyuan to plunder her. His breathing was also very heavy. His hot breath sprayed onto Yi Qian's face, so hot that even her pores couldn't help but tremble. This time, Xia Jinyuan's kisses did not stop at her lips. As his breathing became more and more shallow, his kisses slid down from her bright red lips to her small and round earlobe. The soft and exquisite feeling made him unable to resist nibbling on it gently with his teeth. Yi Qian's body was already trembling slightly from the scorching hot breath. Suddenly, he was caught off guard and bit his earlobe with the tip of his teeth. His throat let out an uncontrollable moan. It was intermittent, sometimes shallow, sometimes long, sometimes high, sometimes low. This was the first time Xia Jinyuan heard such a sound. His tall and straight body trembled violently as he heard her moan. He was so excited that his handsome and cold eyes were faintly red. It hurts a little. He was so excited that he didn't know how to control his mouth. Yi Qian couldn't help but beg for mercy in a low voice. It couldn't be helped. When it came to sex, Xia Jinyuan was an inexperienced newbie. He had accumulated some experience with the green vegetables and tofu soup from before, but that was only enough for him to handle it with ease in the beginning. As they went deeper into sex, the newbie Xia Jinyuan couldn't control himself anymore. Chapter 2367. If he couldn't hold it in, he wouldn't be able to control his strength. Yi Qian begged for mercy in a low voice to remind him, but it was undoubtedly the wrong time to do so. This reminder was equivalent to directly arousing the hidden beast in the man's body. How could he be gentle? He only had more strength than ever. From her earlobe to her slender, swan-like neck, Xia Jinyuan panted heavily and used all his martial arts skills. It was all an inexperienced kiss. He was so excited that he could even make low, deep sounds in his throat. It was sexy, hoarse, and full of possessiveness. Yi Qian pulled her hands out of his clothes. The stimulation of her senses made her hug his head tightly with both hands. It was like she was rejecting him but welcoming him at the same time. The temperature in the room was even higher. The two people on the bed were already drenched in sweat. Xia Jinyuan realized that his hands were trembling. They were trembling so much that he couldn't even undo a button. Yi Qian felt a little chilly after getting out of bed, so he put on his military uniform. He didn't wear a jacket, only a shirt. This put Xia Jinyuan in a difficult position. Button. His hands were trembling so much that he couldn't undo the button. Fuck. The usually elegant man couldn't help but utter an indecent word at this moment. His handsome face was red from holding it in. His slender fingers stopped at the top button of his shirt. He took a deep breath and was about to undo it again, when he heard a delicate laugh, like the tinkling sound of spring water from the mountains. Yi Qian laughed. She couldn't help it. She had been holding it in for a long time. When she heard his exasperated fuck, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Her captain Xia, the man she loved. It was the first time he was in such a difficult position. You're still laughing, still laughing? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let you wear it. Being teased by his girlfriend, no matter how thick-skinned Xia Jinyuan was, he couldn't take it anymore. He was afraid that other than laughing, she would say something that would hurt his self-esteem as a man. He sealed her red lips with his as a punishment. Let's see how she can laugh. Yi Qian, who rarely saw this side of him, wanted to laugh even more. God, she really did not expect him to be so excited that his hands were shaking. Even though she was very nervous, when she placed her palms on his shoulders, her fluttering heart suddenly felt like it had reached the shore and found the warmest harbor that could shelter her from the wind and rain. Her originally uneasy heart suddenly calmed down and was no longer fluttering. Instead, the place where her heart was at peace was the warmth of her life. He was the peace of mind and the warmth of her life. With great difficulty, she finally got over her shyness and waited for him to offer himself to her. Who would have thought that his hands would tremble for a long time and he wouldn't be able to undo her buttons? In the end, he angrily cursed, "Fuck! Forgive her for not being skillful enough." After holding it in for a long time, she couldn't help but laugh. Even though he was kissing her, Yi Qian still wanted to laugh. Xia Jinyuan, who was so hot that his back was drenched in sweat, could not help but want to laugh. His hands had never trembled in the face of fierce enemies on the battlefield, but now he was so excited that his hands were trembling. He even wanted to slap himself. What the hell? And his hands were trembling. Burying his head in her neck, the elegant man said in a muffled voice, "Little fox, my man's self-esteem has suffered a huge blow. This will become my dark history. You'd better forget it as soon as possible." It hurt his self-esteem too much, and he brought it on himself. Trembling hands, go back and bear his weight. Let's see if he can still tremble. Chapter 2368. Yi Qian was in a good mood as he patted his broad shoulders. Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's inevitable that it happens the first time. You may be unfamiliar with it the first time, but you'll get used to it the next time. Does that mean it won't happen this time? Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyuan felt even more frustrated. He lifted his head from her neck and stared at Yi Qian with his dark eyes that were gradually fading away. His voice was still warm as he said, "Do you think I'll be traumatized? Will my hand tremble the next time?" Yi Qian was stumped by his question. He really didn't know if it would happen or not. Why don't we try again? Maybe we'll succeed if we try again. The man's eyes lit up. The fire in his eyes that was about to extinguish seemed to be reignited. "Little fox, you have to help me. You mustn't be traumatized." Yi Qian could tell that he was doing it on purpose. He cupped his handsome face with both hands and said with a smile, "I promise that my Captain Xia won't be traumatized at all. Your hand trembling just now only meant one thing. Captain Xia isn't ready to give yourself to me yet. Don't worry, I won't force you. It won't be too late to give yourself to me when you're fully prepared. I'll be waiting." After he finished speaking, he even raised his head and kissed his forehead. When he lowered his hand, he also patted his shoulder. He was indescribably gentle and considerate. Xia Jinyuan, whose intentions were exposed, buried his head in her neck again and sucked on her skin with his scorching lips. At the same time, his slender legs shifted slightly so that his lower body, which was originally pressed to the side, was now close to Yi Qian's body. "It's uncomfortable. Feel it." His feet moved slightly. The hard and scorching spot told Yi Qian directly how uncomfortable he was at that moment. Yi Qian coughed awkwardly. His dark, watery eyes turned, and he lowered his head to whisper in his ear, "We'll talk about it later. I told J5 that you were here, so he might come over to look for you later. If he comes over and interrupts again, not only will you be traumatized, even I will be." He was right. Although J5 knew that he was coming, K7 and the others didn't know. His comrades had just returned from a mission, and as the captain, he was here to welcome them back. He couldn't just come here for a date. Xia Jinyuan rolled over to the side of the bed. He took off his shirt and swung it around. His long arms reached over Yi Qian's face and placed the shirt on the bedside table to prevent it from creasing. As she withdrew her hand, she held onto Yi Qian's shoulder and pulled him into her embrace. Her upper body was bare as she embraced Yi Qian. A man's body was different from a woman's. It was masculine and flamboyant. Every part of their body was filled with power. Yi Qian's face was pressed against his face. Her ears, which were already burning, were heated up by his skin texture to the tip of her ears. Seeing the chest muscles that she could only see a small part of before, Yi Qian's fingers, which were tempted by the man, started to move. She reached out and gently poked his smooth muscles with her slender fingers. Once wasn't enough, so she poked twice, thrice. In the end, Xia Jinyuan had no choice but to reach out and grab the hand that was poking at his chest. He said helplessly, "I'm still adjusting myself. I haven't completely softened yet. If you continue, I'm going to burn up again." After taking off his shirt, his burning skin finally felt a trace of coolness. In the end, the little girl in his arms didn't think it was enough. She started to seduce him while he was still in the abyss of suffering. She really had guts. Chapter 2369. If you're going to be so naughty, I need to collect some interest. Seeing Yi Qian's face instantly turn red, the naughty smile on his face deepened. "You poked me so many times and I only pinched you once and you're already blushing? Then wouldn't I be so embarrassed that I had to cover my head with the blanket just now? Yi Qian, whose face was as red as blood, poked his chest hard. Is this the same? Is this the same? You men can go bare-chested on a hot day, but can we do the same? Xia Jinyuan laughed so hard that his shoulders were shaking. His little fox was so adorable that he wished he could rub her into his body and dote on her. So he did. He took his naughty hand out of her shirt and hugged her tightly in his arms. Yes, it's not the same. Yours is soft and big, mine is flat and flat. Only you would stare at it for so long. Were you staring at me just now and wishing I could take off my shirt immediately? If I had known, I would have taken off my shirt myself and helped you take it off. There was no medicine for regret in this world. He had never thought that his hands would shake when he undid the buttons. When he returned to the base, he had to teach his trembling hands a lesson. Can't undo the buttons? His darkest history. The dark history that made him feel the most indignant. Yi Qian's face was burning even more when she heard his words, but when she heard his resentful last sentence, she lay in his arms and laughed softly. If I had known, I wouldn't have known that Captain Xia's hands would shake when he undid the buttons. You're laughing at me again, aren't you? Xia Jinyuan felt embarrassed when his darkest history resurfaced. He hugged her tightly and then let go. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Lie down for a while, I'll go take a shower. After the arousal, his body was covered in sweat, so he washed it with cold water to disperse the last bit of his arousal. Yi Qian nodded. At this point, the arousal in their hearts had mostly dissipated. The tension that had been built up with great difficulty was also gradually fading away. If this continued, she would be the one who would feel awkward. However, with this breakthrough, the skin-to-skin contact in the future would come naturally. She would definitely not reject him because of shyness again. Just like just now, although it was just a kiss, it was undeniable that she felt wonderful, as if she had stepped on the clouds. It suddenly rose and fell. It was filled with excitement and anticipation. She thought it would be a wonderful process to do the most intimate thing with the person she loved the most. As Yi Qian listened to the sound of running water in the bathroom, his cheeks flushed as he looked forward to the arrival of midnight. Captain Xia, sacrificing himself. Yes, it's indeed possible. There was a knock on the door, followed by J5's voice. Yi Qian, are you awake yet? Yi Qian leapt out of bed like a carp and lifted the clean white blanket with flying movements. He gently spread it over the bed. As if he had cast a spell, the originally messy bed suddenly became so clean that it looked as if no one had slept in it. Then, she quickly picked up Xia Jinyuan's shirt from the bedside table, tidied it up, and hung it on the coat rack. She then walked to open the door while tidying up her clothes. When she opened the door, J5 saw Yi Qian dressed neatly and heard the sound of running water from his right. J5 instantly coughed awkwardly and said, K7 and the others are in my room. They knew that Q King was coming over, so they wanted to talk to Q King. How much longer is he going to shower? Fortunately, he came 5 minutes later. Otherwise, he would have seen Yi Qian getting dressed and Q King preparing to enter the bathroom. It was obvious that J5 had misunderstood. Chapter 2370. Yi Qian didn't feel like he had exposed anything. He even invited J5 in. He just went into the bathroom. Come in and wait for him. It won't be long. Okay. J5, who had already stepped into the bathroom, suddenly retreated. He smiled and corrected himself. It's okay. I'll go back to my room and wait. You and Q King can come together. Q King went into the bathroom to take a shower. It was obvious that he had just finished exercising. If he went in now, it wouldn't be appropriate. The messy bed would only make things more awkward for him. J5 was certain that Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian had an unusual relationship just now. Why was he so sure? Because there were 2 red marks on Yi Qian's neck. They were marks from kissing. He hid it well. Yi Qian didn't suspect a thing. He smiled and said, Okay, we'll come together later. J5 didn't stop for a moment. He turned around and left. When he heard the sound of the door closing behind him, he raised his hand to wipe the non-existent sweat off his forehead. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have been skinned alive by Q King. Xia Jinyuan, who had just put on his pants, came out of the room. He asked Yi Qian why J5 came over just now. Yi Qian, who had helped him get his clothes, smiled and said, K7 and the others are waiting for you in the room. I asked him to sit down and wait for you. He came in and then suddenly left. Xia Jinyuan took the clothes and put them on. When he was buttoning his shirt, his gaze slowly slid past Yi Qian's face and finally landed on her neck. There were 2 kiss marks on her fair skin. Xia Zhongxiao's thin lips curved slightly as he buttoned up his sleeves. J5 might have misunderstood. He wasn't afraid of this kind of misunderstanding. It was just that the thin-skinned little fox would be embarrassed. He said casually while buttoning his cuffs, "Help me get my jacket." "Thanks." Yi Qian took the jacket he had hung up and took it over. He then heard him say, "The J5 room is air-conditioned. Wear a jacket." The kiss mark was close to the edge of the shirt collar, so it could be covered with a jacket. On the other side, J5 said to his comrades, "Be careful when you see Yi Qian later. You are not allowed to look at her neck. She's shy, don't make her feel uncomfortable." V8 was confused. Why would I stare at Qing Yao's neck? I don't even stare at my fiancé's neck. Bah, you don't have a fiancé. J5 sneered. V8 grinned. That's right. That's why I haven't even looked at my fiancé's neck. Why would I stare at Qing Yao's neck for no reason? K7, who was a forensic doctor, seemed to have guessed something. His cold lips twitched, revealing a smile that could be considered a smile. You saw something you shouldn't have seen? G3, who had a girlfriend and their relationship had improved a lot, also reacted. He let out a long, "oh," and laughed. Looks like our captain acted fast. I think I guessed something, but I'm not sure if I'm right. A deep smile appeared on T6's delicate baby face. He glanced at V8, who was still clueless about the situation. When he received his comrade's inquiring gaze, he deliberately dragged out his words. Does that right? What do you mean by that? Schwering, who had also just woken up and was eating dinner, said vaguely, I don't understand. J5 glanced at all the men in the room and stood up. Chapter 2371. He had to go back and remind them. He had almost forgotten that only a few people in the brigade knew about Q King and Qing Yao. His reminder just now was actually more of a hindrance. The Snowfield Brigade had sent out 11 people for this mission, G3 had 7 people, and J5 had 4 people excluding Yi Qian. Now that they were all sitting in one room, the entire room seemed even smaller. Let's talk in the conference room. The room is too small, and Q King won't be able to sit here later. J5 gave G3 a look. He was going to remind Yi Qian that the others would be led to the conference room by G3. V8 still wanted to ask why they couldn't look at Yi Qian's neck, but T6 dragged him away. What's there to look at a girl's neck for? J5 is reminding us not to look at anything below the face. Don't ask so many questions, this is a sign of respect. V8 felt that his intelligence had been insulted. Looking below the neck, was that a sign of disrespect? T6 did not give him a chance to speak again. He was partners with V8, so even if this guy farts, he would know what it meant. His words were crude but not crude, showing that they understood each other very well. Among the comrades who came out this time, there were a few who were not familiar with Yi Qian. This morning they met for the first time. Although they had introduced themselves, they were not very familiar with each other. Regarding Q King and Yi Qian, it was better not to let too many comrades know about it for the time being. At least not now. Other than V8, there were also a few people who did not quite understand. The main reason was that no one knew that Xia Jinyuan was in Yi Qian's room, so naturally, they did not think in that direction. Outside the room, Xia Jinyuan was about to knock on the door when it suddenly opened. There are too many people, we're going to the conference room, G3 said. At the same time, his gaze passed over Xia Jinyuan's shoulder and landed on Yi Qian, and he nodded slightly. The light in the corridor was white and bright. Yi Qian, who was standing in the light, looked beautiful. Her expression was even more relaxed and elegant. There was nothing different about her. Looking at her neck, G3 wondered if J5's eyes were playing tricks on him. How could there be a problem? There was nothing wrong with being white and tender. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian sensed G3's gaze at the same time. One of them didn't comment, while the other thought of something. Their expressions instantly became unnatural. No wonder J5 suddenly said that he wouldn't enter the room. He must have found out. Just now, Captain Xia had been sucking on her neck, so he must have left a mark. J5 saw it but did not say anything out of consideration for her reputation. Yi Jian only felt that her face was burning a little. But in the face of more than 10 comrades, no matter how unnatural it was, he had to maintain his composure. The Border Defense Company's office was a little far away. Although the rain outside wasn't heavy, it still didn't seem like it was going to stop. The soldiers of the Frontier Company invited the Snowfield Brigade into the reception room of the building. The reception room was only the size of a dormitory. It didn't have a large bed, so it seemed empty. Yi Qian met 3 new comrades of the Snowfield Brigade. One of them was from the land of abundance. He was introverted and looked like a southerner. His code name was Y2. Another one was from the Lus Plateau. He was a rough and steady man from the northwest. His code name was E6. The last one was from the Jin province. He graduated from the Computer Science Department of Tsinghua University. His code name was X. He didn't have a number. When he introduced himself, he said that X and Y had a functional relationship. Y had a number, so he didn't need one. Y2 and X both graduated from the Computer Science Department of Tsinghua University. Because they hacked a main website, they were targeted by the Snowfield Brigade. After a week of threats and promises, they were so scared that they didn't even get their diplomas and quickly reported. From then on, the Snowfield Brigade had 2 more experts in electronic warfare. Chapter 2372. The Snowfield Brigade was a place where talents gathered. Every member of the Snowfield Brigade was highly educated. They were all elites in the military and were all extraordinary. Yi Qian gradually forgot about the awkwardness as he interacted with them. However, she remembered that there was a kiss mark on her neck, so she sat obediently and didn't dare to move too much. J5 and K7 also blocked her so that Yi Qian would feel more at ease. Xia Jinyuan looked at them and felt a little uncomfortable trying to hold back his laughter. Finally, he put his arm around J5 and K7's shoulders and said with a smile, "You two don't have to block her. The more you block her, the more uncomfortable she will feel. Just pretend that nothing happened." He knew that his comrades had good intentions, but their good intentions could sometimes lead to bad things. He had already suffered countless daggers from Little Fox sitting there. He had a premonition that tonight's sacrifice would be full of twists and turns. If his comrades continued to cover for Little Fox, in the end, he would be the one to suffer. When J5 and K7 heard this, they reflexively turned to look at Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "Don't look. She's already uncomfortable enough. If you look again, she'll know what I told you. Brothers, give me a way out. It's not easy to get a girlfriend these days. Don't you think so?" That's right. In this day and age, especially for men like them who lived on the edge of a knife, it was too difficult to find a girlfriend. Take G3 for example. He went to the poor mountainous area to teach his girlfriend and he had to chase her for a long time before he finally got her. After this mission, he would go back to his hometown to hold an engagement party and get his marriage certificate. Then, he would rush back to the army a week later to train for the international competition. With Xia Jinyuan's reminder, the two didn't pay much attention to Yi Qian. This made Yi Qian feel a lot more at ease. Project X was talking about how he was scared into joining the Snowfield Brigade. Y2 and I were so scared that we didn't dare to sleep in the middle of the night. At that time, we were very timid and thought that we were being targeted by some big shot that we couldn't afford to offend. We were afraid that we would lose our lives if we weren't careful. After a week, Y2 and I lost a total of 5 kilograms. 5 kilograms. Then, guess what happened? Our Qing Yao. Yi Qian listened with great interest and asked with a smile, "What happened?" Because Y2 and I were overweight, if we didn't lose weight, we wouldn't be able to meet the team. We were scared and we lost 5 kilograms. We met the team. Our comrades for half a year. We slept in the mountains, we ate our food, and we were all taken by helicopters. Why 2 foot S's families twos? Ars, where? The story of every comrade in the Snowfield Brigade was like a book, a story. The content of the story was full of ups and downs, and it was fascinating. Listening to such a story, with such a group of people sitting around him, Yi Qian looked at their military uniforms and thought of the civil war in the neighboring country. He thought of the civilians of the neighboring country who sacrificed their lives in the artillery fire. His mood fluctuated. Our country's military's protection. That's why she dared to enter the neighboring country without any worries. She even had the guts to hold a gun in her hand and point it at the enemy who threatened her. She can go abroad without fear, and she can return to her country confidently. Chapter 2373. It was precisely because of this group of Army Green soldiers who treated life and death lightly and protected the country's dignity as if it were their own lives that the country and its people could be at peace. Yi Qian was so immersed in his comrade's stories that he forgot about the hickeys on his neck. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting next to him, sighed in relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder if he could share his own story as well. Outside, Qin Xiu asked which room Yi Qian was staying in. As he had to return to Beijing early, he knocked on Yi Qian's room. After 3 knocks, he smiled and said, "Yi Qin, it's me, Qin Xiu." It was very quiet inside, as if there was no one inside. Qin Xiu looked at the room number. There was no mistake. It was indeed Yi Qian's room. Could he have gone to another room? The staff member from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who had accompanied him back to Beijing, reminded him softly. There are quite a lot of soldiers in the army this time. Maybe he went to look for his comrades. The scene he saw during the day flashed through Qin Xiu's mind. His elegant face became slightly gloomy. Maybe, let's go. He didn't continue to knock on the door or look for him. He sighed softly and turned around to leave. Yi Qian's room was also on the 2nd floor. The difference was that Qin Xiu's room was on the other end of the 2nd floor, while Yi Qian's room was on the other end. The two of them, one at the front and one at the back, didn't know that the other was staying on the same floor. It was already 10 p.m. Qin Xiu had to catch a flight at 2 a.m. The Border Defense Company was quite far from the airport, so it would take him nearly 2 hours to reach the airport. 10 minutes ago, he received news that he would be returning to Beijing overnight. He packed his room and immediately set off. Now, he didn't have enough time to look for Yi Qian. Downstairs, Yi Qian was saying good night to Xia Jinyuan and the others. At the same time, he glared at Xia Jinyuan, who wanted to follow him upstairs. He and his comrades personally escorted him back to his room, then he returned to the 2nd floor alone. Someone came down from the 2nd floor. Yi Qian looked up and saw Qin Xiu, who was halfway down the stairs and was about to come down. Qin Xiu? You are returning to Beijing overnight? Yi Qian's gaze fell on the small black suitcase in his hand. When he came from Beijing, he was carrying the same suitcase that all diplomats carried. Qin Xiu, who had given up on saying goodbye, did not expect to see Yi Qian at the corner. A light flashed across his eyes, and he smiled. Well, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs called. I have to leave early. He Xiu Yi Qian, Yi, Qin Xiu of course, Yi. Sorry, I went to the reception room to chat with my comrades. Yi Qian was a little embarrassed. He went to say goodbye to her, but she wasn't in her room, so it was a little rude of him. Now that they ran into each other, he had to take the initiative to send her off. What she didn't know was that the smile in Qin Xiu's eyes deepened because of her explanation. No wonder you weren't in the room. You went to chat with your comrades. Did you sleep too long during the day and can't sleep at night? As he walked down, Yi Qian naturally turned to send him off and went downstairs with him. Qin Xiu's lips curled up slightly. I slept too much during the day. When I woke up, it was already dark. I don't feel sleepy anymore. Yi Qian replied. In the misty light, her eyes were not as sharp as usual, and she looked exceptionally gentle. Qin Xiu glanced at Yi Qian out of the corner of her eye, and her heart thumped. Chapter 2374. It was raining outside. Even if he wanted her to walk him to the car, he had to stop. He turned around and looked at her with his dark eyes. Let's go upstairs. It's raining, so it's not easy to walk. There was no way for the car to drive downstairs, so he had to walk. Yi Qian looked at the rain and pointed at his trousers. Roll up your trousers. There's a lot of mud outside. Be careful not to dirty your trousers. The Border Defense Company's barracks were still under construction. The two-story building they were staying in had just been built, and the greenery outside had not been completed yet. It was not easy for cars to enter, and the roads were not easy to walk on. When the rain flowed through, it became muddy water mixed with yellow soil. Yi Qian thought of Qin Xiu's cleanliness, so she reminded him. Qin Xiu smiled. I'm not obsessed with cleanliness, but I have to pay attention to my image at all times. Over time, it became a habit. Although he said that, he still bent down and carefully rolled up his trousers. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs staff next to them smiled. People who were obsessed with cleanliness usually did not think they were obsessed with cleanliness. Yi Qian also smiled. If he was not in a hurry, she would have counted on her fingers and told him all the things she knew about his obsession with cleanliness. Qin Xiu opened the large black umbrella and held the handle. Under the umbrella, his elegant features nodded slightly at Yi Qian with a smile. In the dense light, there was a touch of gentleness in his gentle eyes. Before Yi Qian could notice, he lowered the edge of the umbrella and the shadow of the umbrella covered his eyes. He turned around and walked into the darkness with his slender, bamboo-like back and slowly disappeared. Ambassador, that female soldier just now, was she the one who accompanied you out? The accompanying staff asked curiously. She's so beautiful. When you two stand together, I feel my eyes light up. He wanted to praise Yi Qian's beauty, but he was afraid that it would be frivolous to say it alone, so he praised Qin Xiu as well. Usually, when Qin Xiu heard such words, he would just laugh and ignore them. Today, however, he was interested. He said, "Oh," and smiled. "Why do you think so?" "They're both good-looking. They look like a good match." The staff member laughed. He was telling the truth. A handsome man and a beautiful woman standing together was indeed very compatible. At least, in terms of appearance, they were very compatible. Do they look like a good match? Qin Xiu shook his head lightly. In the rain and wind, his faint sigh could be heard. What he wanted was not to look like a perfect match, but a perfect match. He didn't continue talking to the staff. He didn't want others to see through his thoughts. Everything was still unclear, and there were many things that hadn't been clarified yet. For the time being, he couldn't let anyone know. If Yi Qian didn't have a boyfriend and there were rumors that he liked her, it would be fine. But if she really did have a boyfriend and there were similar rumors, it would be unfair to her. In this world, men were always exceptionally tolerant and women were always harsher. Yi Qian had relied on her own hard work to get to where she was today. He didn't want to ruin her start because of some rumors. He didn't have the right to do so. The staff member was actually still chatting excitedly. But when he saw that Qin Xiu didn't continue, the staff member, who more or less understood his personality, chose to end the conversation at the right time. The rain fell on the umbrella, and the pitter-patter sound was somewhat hurried, as if urging people to return quickly. Yi Qian stood by the corridor until his figure completely disappeared from her sight. Only then did she turn around and go upstairs. She turned around and unintentionally swept her gaze forward. She saw the man she had escorted back to her room standing at the door. His body was leaning lazily against the door frame. She didn't know how long he had been looking at her with a smile on his handsome face. Chapter 2375. Yi Qian smiled brightly, pointed to the room and whispered, "Be good and go back to your room, Captain Xia." Listening to the story tonight was indeed very enjoyable, but at the same time, she did not forget about the hickeys on her neck, which made her feel very embarrassed. Xia Jinyuan knew that his sacrifice tonight would be full of twists and turns, so he closed the door behind him and walked over elegantly. He glanced at the dark rainy night in front of him and asked, "Why is he in such a hurry to leave? Back to the capital?" He said that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs called and asked him to return to the capital. It should be something urgent. After Yi Qian answered, he looked at the man standing beside him warily and asked, "Why did you come out?" "I'm going back to my room to sleep." "You should rest early." Then he pretended to yawn. She was found out by her comrade. She was so embarrassed. She was so embarrassed. Xia Jinyuan smiled slightly and said, I slept too much during the day. When I woke up, it was already dark. I don't feel sleepy anymore. I heard you talking to him just now, huh? Why, you're telling me you want to sleep with me? That was a little seductive and had a deeper meaning. He slowly bent down and looked at Yi Jian with a smile in his dark eyes. His thin lips curled up a little as he said slowly in a naughty manner, Do you want to sleep with me? Yi Jian looked over with a smile in his eyes and said, I already slept with you. I should rest tonight. When chatting with Captain Xia, she had to constantly remind him to be thick-skinned. Otherwise, he would definitely be at a disadvantage and teased by him again. After a few years of working together, Yi Qian already had his own experience. Xia Jinyuan loved to exchange words with her. In the dim light, his tall and broad body leaned towards Yi Qian. Yi Qian leaned back, but he continued to move closer and said with a faint smile, You slept with me, so shouldn't you take responsibility? How come you've just slept with me, and now you're turning against me? You slept with me, so I have to sleep with you too. That's only fair, right? Who would talk about fairness with him? Yi Qian, who knew that his kung fu was insufficient, smiled faintly. Then he quickly turned around and ran upstairs. Seeing this, Xia Jinyuan laughed in a low voice. How could she be so adorable? He really wanted to hug her and rub her in his arms. He still had to wait for a while before he went to sleep. He still had some important matters to discuss. In the end, Xia Jinyuan entered Yi Qian's room and successfully laid down on a bed. He put an arm around her shoulder and talked about the mission with the J5. Your combat style is quite fierce, and your momentum is fierce. While making your comrades feel at ease, they are also worried. They are worried that you will suddenly move forward with the next step of the battle plan, and they are also worried that they can't keep up with your pace. I discussed with J5 for a while, and we agreed that it wasn't your fault. The main reason is still us. Also, you haven't done any daily coordination training with the team. Although you have experience fighting together, you still lack a certain degree of tacit understanding. Yi Qian listened very seriously. At the same time, she was also thinking about whether she was too impatient. Sometimes, she really wanted to complete the next step of the battle plan as soon as possible, but every time she had this thought, she would remember what he said, Collective combat is teamwork, not individual action. Remember not to make individual mistakes that will affect the entire battle situation. Whenever she thought of what he said, she would endure it. She didn't expect J5 to see through her. She pursed her lips and said seriously, I will change these bad habits. Chapter 2376. It's not a problem. The main problem is that you still need to improve your tacit understanding and cooperation. When I return to the military, I plan to make a request to see if you can come to the base alone to train with us during the winter and summer vacations. Tacit understanding and cooperation can't be developed in a day or two, but over a long period of time. Also, you're much better than us in a certain aspect, so we have to keep up with your pace. There's no problem of you waiting for us. No strong person will slow down and wait for the weak to catch up. Don't feel pressured. Everything can be solved with tacit understanding and cooperation. Yi Qian thought for a moment and asked, Did I hold the J5 back during this operation? Why would you think so? No, you performed very well, especially when you broke out of the encirclement with one wheel. It was an eye-opener for them. Hearing the uncertainty in her voice, Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and kissed the top of her head. You did very well, little fox. You're the greatest pride of my life. Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief and felt a little embarrassed by his praise. She hugged his muscular waist with one hand and replied seriously, You're my pride too. The interaction between lovers was filled with endless words of love. In addition to words of love, Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan also talked about training, combat, missions, and other topics. They talked about the operation and the international competition. Before they knew it, the time had passed from night to morning. Yi Qian didn't even know when he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the man who said he would give himself to him last night didn't stay the night. He didn't know when he left either. He had no impression of him at all. Yi Qian pulled open the curtains and saw the light blue sky. Although the sun hadn't risen yet, it was clear that it was a sunny day. He stood on the second floor and looked into the distance. The world that had been washed by water was green and full of vitality. The new barracks were built at the foot of a mountain surrounded by green hills and clear waters. The training ground for the Border Defense Company was still in the old barracks. When Yi Qian came down for his morning jog, he only saw the Border Defense Company sentinels standing guard. As for his comrades from the Snowfield Brigade, Yi Qian looked at the rows of tightly shut doors behind him and wondered if they had already woken up. Yi Qian did not knock on the door. Instead, he walked out of the new building. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Xia Jinyuan striding towards him. When he saw her, he quickened his steps and soon he was right in front of her. He smiled and said, "Go upstairs and pack your luggage first. I'll send you straight back to the military academy later." "You just sent off another comrade?" He was dressed neatly, and he didn't look as drowsy as when he had just woken up. His golden epaulets were stained with rainwater, but it was unknown whether it was rainwater or dew. Yi Qian couldn't help but look back at the new building behind him. Why did they all leave so early? She didn't even send them off. Xia Jinyuan followed her back to the new building. His strides were a little long, as if he had something urgent to attend to. Something came up at the base. "We left at 2:30 a.m. and will arrive at the base in an hour." What was so urgent? He didn't say, and Yi Qian didn't ask. She had no right to ask if he didn't say anything. But if his other comrades were in a hurry to go back, why didn't he, as the brigade leader, return to the base? Yi Qian went back to her room and put some clothes into her military travel bag. When she came out, she said to the man waiting for her downstairs, "I can go straight back to the military academy myself. If you have something to do, go ahead. I don't need you to accompany me back." Her gaze fell on his waist. "I saw it last night. The wound on your waist is still there. Don't send me back to the military academy. I'll go back by myself." Chapter 2377. If he sent her to the military academy, he would definitely have to take a plane and leave immediately. She didn't want him to work so hard. Xia Jinyuan took the light luggage from her hands and smiled. "Although I don't have much time off, I still have time to send my girlfriend back to school. Also, I just received a call from my third brother. He has something to tell you. I'll tell you as we walk." Half an hour ago, Family Xia's third brother, who was in charge of missile research and development, called and replied to what Xia Jinyuan had asked him to find out. Yi Qian strode after him and frowned slightly. "It'll take a few hours to get back to the military academy. What's so important that you need to talk about it for a few hours? Captain Xia, you need to rest now. I don't want anything to happen to you." In the end, Yi Jian's voice became extremely solemn. "I still have 3 days off. Little fox, if I can, I want to spend all 3 days with you." Xia Jinyuan tilted his head and said softly, "We don't spend much time together. Now that I have time, I just want to be with you. I want to see you more and talk to you more." His low voice was heavy and filled with helplessness. Yi Qian didn't say anything else. "Me too," she replied softly. Those few words were so affectionate that it made Xia Jinyuan's heart melt. She missed him as much as he did. "Just like how you took good care of yourself for me, I will take good care of myself too." After they walked out of the new building, Xia Jinyuan quickly lowered his head and kissed Yi Qian's cheek. "Don't worry about my injury. After I send you back to school today, I'll take a plane back to Beijing tonight." Yi Qian couldn't leave the military academy at night. Even if Xia Jinyuan was on leave, he had to go back early. Xia Jinyuan insisted, so Yi Qian took a step back. When they were about to get into the car, she gently pulled on his finger and said softly, "Take me to the airport. Don't go to my school. The flight back to Beijing is after 7. There's not enough time to take me to school." If he took her to school, he would have to go back to the airport immediately. The bumpy ride back and forth was too tiring. "All right, I'll listen to your arrangements this time." Since she had already taken a big step back, he naturally had to take a step back as well. The relationship between the two of them did not necessarily have to be competitive and win. The occasional concession was just to make the other person feel more comfortable. With his agreement, Yi Qian's footsteps became lighter as he got into the car. When they got into the car, Yi Qian realized that he was talking about his father. Yi Qian's father, Fu Yuxing, was the chief engineer of a certain missile base in the northwest. Xia Jinyuan's third brother was also working at a certain missile base in the northwest. When he found out about this from old Master Fu's house, he asked his third brother to look into it. He received a call this morning with the latest news. Your father and my third brother are in the same production base. However, your father is the chief engineer in charge of another project. My brother doesn't have much contact with your father. This time, when he asked around, he found out that your father isn't at the base for the time being. As for where he went, my third brother doesn't know. Wherever a chief engineer goes is a secret. Even his closest colleagues don't know. Suddenly hearing the latest news about his biological father, Yi Qian's face stiffened. After a while he said, "Really? Then the letter I wrote probably won't reach him so soon. It mainly depends on when my father-in-law will come back. My brother only knows that my father-in-law isn't at the base. He doesn't know when he will leave or return to the base." Xia Jinyuan naturally changed the way he addressed his father. He called him father-in-law, as if they had been father and son-in-law for several years. Chapter 2378. Yi Qian, whose expression was a little stiff, couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He joked, "Captain Xia, you really know how to make connections. Don't call him that too early. What if your father-in-law doesn't like it? I've already passed the old man's test, so I definitely won't have any problems with my father-in-law." Xia Jinyuan was very confident. He didn't expect that the future father-in-law he called so happily would make him suffer so much later on. Yi Qian saw this and the smile on his face deepened. He always attached great importance to her and would always think of her first in everything. He would always be the first to make arrangements. This kind of Captain Xia always made her very happy. She picked up the small bag beside her and placed it on her lap. Then she tugged at Xia Jinyuan's sleeve from under the bag. The two of them exchanged glances. Xia Jinyuan smiled and reached out to hold her hand from under the bag. It was just a date and a simple handshake with his girlfriend. Did he have to be so sneaky? Yi Qian was worried that the soldiers driving them to the airport would see them. Xia Jinyuan understood what she meant, so he let her be. As long as she liked it, it was fine. The soldiers drove them all the way to the airport. After arriving at the airport, Xia Jinyuan went to a small shop selling local specialties and bought a notebook and a pen. Yi Qian didn't know his intentions until they boarded the plane. The plane took off on time and soared into the clouds. Not long after, Xia Jinyuan handed the notebook and pen to Yi Qian. He smiled and said, "Open it and take a look." The plane was full. One of them was wearing a military uniform, while the other was wearing a cadet's uniform. Even though they were sitting together, they were well behaved. They had to be careful when they spoke and couldn't say or do anything that would damage their image as soldiers. Yi Qian smiled and took the notebook. He opened it and immediately closed it. His dark eyes glared at Xia Jinyuan. "I'm very sorry that I didn't succeed in giving myself to you last night." Such a sentence was written in the notebook. Yi Jian glanced at it, and the tips of her ears became a little hot. His hand unconsciously touched his neck. Luckily, it was still early spring when he returned to the military academy, so he would be wearing the uniform of the military academy. If it was summer, he wouldn't even be able to cover the kiss mark. Seeing this, Xia Jinyuan's handsome face slowly broke into a smile. He took the notebook from her hand and slightly touched the tip of the pen before handing it back to her. "Take a look again." "Can I not look?" Yi Qian cleared his throat and glanced at the passengers sitting on the other side of the aisle. They were seated in 2 rows of business class seats. Fortunately, there was no one beside them. Otherwise, Yi Qian would have maintained a serious expression and refused to chat with the men beside him. Xia Jinyuan smiled and shook his head. "I can't not watch it." When he looked again, the corners of Yi Qian's mouth, which he had pretended to be suppressing, curved upwards uncontrollably. "She's so beautiful that it makes my heart flutter." His handwriting was very stylish. The strokes were clear and sharp, and there was a sense of openness between the curvature. His handwriting was like his person, excellent. Yi Qian's handwriting was also very beautiful. Every word was beautiful and sharp. She wrote, Captain Xia's figure is very good. It makes my heart flutter. Unfortunately, my hand trembled in the end and ruined the mood. You want to flirt with me? Then let's flirt together. She finished writing in a serious manner and handed the notebook over. Xia Jinyuan opened it and the smile in his eyes deepened. She didn't use her mouth but instead used a pen. She was even more daring and directly exposed his dark history. The flight was 3.5 hours long. During these 3.5 hours, the two of them only exchanged notes. They didn't make any blatant moves. They flirted back and forth with each other, as well as sweet words between lovers. This was also a kind of fun to get along with. When they got off the plane, the notebook was already half finished. Chapter 2379. The two of them didn't check in any luggage. After they walked out, Xia Jinyuan put the notebook into his military travel bag and smiled at Yi Qian. This is my most precious memory. When we return to Beijing, I'm going to lock it in a safe. When we're old, we can take it out and look at it. At the same time, we can tell the younger generation how we fell in love. Seeing him put the notebook in the bag and patting the camouflage travel bag, Yi Qian smiled like a crescent moon. Keep it well. Treat it like a family heirloom. They laughed and talked about the pain of separation. Before Xia Jinyuan sent her to the bus, he pulled her to a secluded place in the airport and made out with her for a while. They kissed until Yi Qian's lips were bright red and a little swollen. Only then did he reluctantly send her to the bus and leave. Yi Qian deliberately sat at the back of the bus. Through the glass of the bus, he waited until he could no longer see the figure that was watching him leave before he sat back down. Separation was a common thing for the two of them. But even if it was a common thing, every time they parted, the bitterness in their hearts was unbearable. Yi Qian opened the window and let the cool breeze blow in. Only then did he manage to hold back the bitterness in his eyes. When he said that when they got off the plane, he was just trying to make her laugh. Family heirloom. How could a notebook be a family heirloom? But it was indeed a memory that belonged to them. She didn't know what was so urgent at the base that they had to leave at 2:30 in the morning. They left so quietly and without a sound. Leaving in such a hurry. There must be something urgent. After parting with Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian was a little uneasy. The image of Xia Jinyuan looking down at his phone when she got on the bus flashed through her mind. Even his eyebrows were sharp and cold. It was obvious that they had indeed encountered something urgent. Xia Jinyuan had indeed encountered something. It wasn't an urgent matter, but a matter that concerned the outcome of the competition. He waited until the bus was out of sight before he turned and returned to the airport. He didn't have time to feel bitter about separation. After sending Yi Qian off, he called the base. All the members of the Snowfield Brigade had suddenly returned to the capital ahead of schedule because they had joined two of the world's top special forces for the overseas tournament. As for the Chinese side, it was their first time participating in an overseas competition. In the face of a sudden opponent, they had to improve their individual combat ability to the maximum within a limited time. The Storm Commandos have sent a total of 6 comrades over. They'll arrive at the base in about half an hour. You don't have to rush. Just return to the base on time. J5, who answered the phone, quickly answered Xia Jinyuan's question. His voice was deep and tense, and Xia Jinyuan could hear the nervousness in his heart. There are still a few months to prepare. I hope there will be a big improvement. Standing in a secluded corner of the airport, Xia Jinyuan's handsome face swept away the gentleness he had when interacting with Yi Qian. His gaze was as cold as an arrow as he said in a deep voice, "According to the weekly plan I previously set, the training will be carried out step by step. The Storm Commandos need targeted training. Let the Demon King list all the shortcomings in their team as soon as possible." The addition of the 2 top special forces made the Storm Commandos and the Snowfield Special Forces feel unprecedented pressure. After sending Yi Qian off, Xia Jinyuan had yet to arrive at the base. He had already entered a state of intense training. For the time being, Yi Qian didn't know that the 2 teams had entered the joint training in advance. After taking the bus back to school from the airport, she transferred to another bus. When she got off the bus, it was already 5:20 in the afternoon. Chapter 2380. Before she reached the school gate, she saw a figure she didn't want to see the most. He was sitting on a stone squat in front of the school gate, looking here and there as if he was looking for someone. Yi Qian's eyes darkened. Sun Dongqing? She was actually sitting in front of his school gate. Yi Qian ignored her. He got off the car on the opposite side of the road and walked across the sidewalk. He didn't try to avoid Sun Dongqing and walked towards the school gate. She went to Lingguo on Sunday and came back on Wednesday. She didn't have a leave slip with her and the sentry had to call the school before she could enter the school. Sun Dongqing had been waiting at the school gate for 3 days, from Monday morning to Wednesday. Even though the early spring wind chilled her to the bone, she could only endure it for Sun Ying's sake. Yi Qian. She had to wait until Yi Qian. She had to see him. Her daughter, Sun Ying, was still waiting for her to save her. She had to see Yi Qian. From sunrise to sunset, and from sunrise to sunset, it had been 3 days. Yi Qian, who was supposed to be at school, still hadn't come back. The sentry didn't allow her to enter, nor did the leaders inside. They only told her that Yi Qian wasn't at school and didn't know when he would return. Business? She was still studying. What business could he have? He just didn't want to see her. That wretched girl. She was all grown up now and knew how to give her attitude time and time again. But what could she do even if she hated her? No matter how much she hated her, she had to endure it. No matter how much she hated her, she had to wait for her daughter to come out. She tightened her grip on the black handbag in her hand and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. As long as she saw Yi Qian, she would have a way to force him to make a move. Now, she just had to wait for Yi Qian to appear. In front of the National Science University's majestic main entrance was the city's main road that connected to the river. The road was wide and there were few cars. Sun Dongqing would pay attention to every bus that stopped there. She thought that she might see Yi Qian coming back from his business trip. After looking around, she would look at the school gate, afraid that she would miss out on something. Sun Dongqing was a shrewd middle-aged woman. She had no choice but to wait and see if she could reach Yi Qian. Previously, she dared to stop the cars entering the National Science and Technology University. Later, she was scared out of her wits. Seeing that the day was about to pass, Sun Dongqing stood up and prepared to ask the sentinel again. As soon as she turned around, she saw Yi Jian. Yi Jian's classmate, Su Wen, came out to pick her up and gave the sentry her leave slip. "You're finally back." The heads of the other classes were so worried that their hair turned white. Didn't they say that the freshmen were divided into red and blue teams? The freshmen are all excited. They don't want to lose too badly. Yi Qian had only been here for a few days. Su Wen felt like she had not seen him for months. She told Yi Qian everything that had happened in the past few days. "Now that we see the seniors in the 3rd year, we feel a little scared. Do you think that if we build a good relationship with them, they will go easy on us during the exercise?" "Go easy on them?" Yi Qian raised his hand and lightly knocked on her forehead. He splashed a bucket of cold water on her. "Comrade, the exercise is a battlefield. Have you ever seen a battlefield where people go easy on them? You attended military school for half a year. Comrade, where did your comrade's comrade go?" Chapter 2381. His tone was unusually cold and stern. "Ha ha." Su Wen laughed awkwardly. "I was just joking. I wouldn't dare to go easy on you." "Su Wen, this kind of joke is not a joke. It directly lowered your IQ. If the instructor hears this, do you think your physical training will be doubled?" Yi Qian did not stop because of her awkwardness. He seriously told his comrade, "First of all, you have to remember that the drill is not a joke. It's not something that can be fooled by laughing and having fun. Treating every drill seriously is also a form of respect for your own life. Su Wen, you can say that you don't have enough awareness, but you absolutely cannot say that this is a joke, understand?" In class, Yi Qian was the leader of the entire class. Sometimes, her words carried more weight than the instructor's. In addition, Yi Qian had fought back a group of hooligans to save Su Wen. Su Wen admired Yi Qian from the bottom of her heart. Hearing this, she realized how serious her mistake was. The smile on her face disappeared, and she said seriously, "I understand. I promise that this kind of mistake will not happen again." The drill was a form of respect for one's life. She would remember this. As the two of them spoke, they had already entered the school grounds. Sun Dongqing, who was not sure if she had recognized the wrong person, saw this and ignored the sentinel's warning. She shouted loudly, "Yiqing Yiqian! Yiqian!" She was afraid that Yiqian could not hear her, and she was also afraid that she would be chased away, so she seized the opportunity to call out 3 times in a row. After that, she stood still and did not dare to move forward. This was because the sentinel had already walked over with a dark expression. Yiqian did not turn around. She did not want to hear anything about Sun Dongqing's family. She did not want to see her either. Su Wen suddenly remembered and hurriedly said, "Aya, the person who called out to you just now came on Monday. She said that she was your aunt, and then she said that she was your aunt. She was so confusing. Everyone in class knows." Everyone in class knows? Yiqian, who did not turn around, stamped his feet. What did she say? She didn't say anything. The instructor even came out to ask her, but she refused to say anything. She insisted on seeing you in person. The dean said that he would deal with it when you came back. Su Wen could see that Yi Qian's expression was a little cold. He couldn't help but feel uneasy and asked carefully, "Is it troublesome? How about I let her go?" Even the dean had said that she would deal with it when she came back. Sun Dongqing's ability to pester people endlessly had really improved. In other words, even if she didn't want to, she had to meet him. Yi Qian didn't want to alarm his classmates, so he smiled and said, "No, I'll go look for her. You go back to the dorm first, I'll be back soon." "I'll go with you." That Andy doesn't seem like an easy person to get along with. Su Wen was a little worried. She frowned and whispered, "When they came here on Monday, they were so aggressive. They even stopped the principal's car. How bold. She even dared to stop the car. How could she not be bold?" Yi Qian did not let Su Wen accompany him. He turned around and walked out, but she had already entered the campus. It was impossible for her to walk out directly. She turned around and walked over. Sun Dongqing, who was stopped by the sentinel, was a little afraid of these upright and outspoken sentinels. She covered her black handbag in front of her chest and explained excitedly, "The person who just went in was really my niece. Look, comrade, look, she's already come out. I didn't mean to cause trouble. I really came here to look for my niece." The sentinel inside said to Yiqian, "Hurry up and ask her to leave. She's been here for a few days. Your department has already informed us that you should ask her to leave before you return to the campus." Chapter 2382. "I'm sorry to have troubled you," Yi Qian apologized. His gaze on Sun Dongqing turned even colder. "It's nothing. We were just worried that we would affect you." The sentinel waved his hand and gestured for Yi Qian to settle the matter first. When Sun Dongqing saw Yi Qian, she felt as though she had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. She was so anxious that she used her shoulder to push aside the sentinel who was blocking her. She quickly ran over. "Yi Qian, my niece, I'm begging you. Hurry back to the southern province with me and save your sister. Your sister is suffering now. She's been in the police station for the past few days. Every time I go in to see your sister would cry loudly. My dear niece, I'm begging you. Please save your sister. Your sister has suffered too much. She has never suffered so much since she was young. You don't know, her face is so thin that it's only the size of a palm. She doesn't have much flesh on her body. My heart aches for your sister. If anything happens to her, I don't want to live anymore." Sun Dongqing was a shrewish person, but she was also clever. She didn't dare to say anything else. She just pretended to be weak and complained about her sufferings in an attempt to gain Yi Qian's sympathy. Then she would cry and say that Yi Ying's surname was now Sun, and that she was a daughter of the Sun family. For the sake of her dead mother, she would save her. This was what she had discussed with Sun Ying before she came over. Yi Qian could sympathize with anyone but Sun Dongqing's family. She calmly glanced at the hand that was tugging at her sleeve. Her eyes flashed with mockery as she flung the hand away. She said with a half-smile, "Madam Sun, please don't try to make connections with me. I don't have a sister or an aunt. Don't talk nonsense. As for who is suffering, what does that have to do with me? What does it have to do with me if something happens to someone?" Sun Dongqing knew she was going to hit a wall, But what could she do? What could she do? Her daughter had hired a hitman. If she wanted to get out of this, she had to get Yi Qian to testify that it was all a misunderstanding. For the sake of her daughter's release, she could only endure it. She had to endure it even if her liver hurt. Niece, in the past, it was Aunt who ate black coal and was blinded by it. That's why I did so many things to let you down. Aunt was really wrong, Aunt was really wrong. Can you be magnanimous and forgive Aunt this once? Those things were all done by Big Aunt. All the bad and heartless things were done by Big Aunt. If you have any anger or hatred, just take it out on Big Aunt, okay? It has nothing to do with your sister, it has nothing to do with her. It's all Aunt's fault. I beg you, niece, for your mother's sake, forgive Aunt this once. When your mother was alive, she was very good to me. She would leave all the good food and clothes for me. Even if I did something wrong, your mother would forgive me. Good child, I know that you are like your mother, soft-hearted and kind-hearted. You will definitely forgive me, right? Aunt won't ask you for anything else. I just want you to help Aunt and your sister this once. The police station is really not a good place to live. Your sister suffered too much in there. She cried every day and was afraid every day. She didn't even have a good night's sleep. Every time Aunt saw her, Aunt hated that I couldn't go in and save your sister. Sun Dongqing wiped her tears, but her eyes kept darting around. Seeing that Yi Qian was unmoved, she became even more anxious. What to do, what to do? How could this wretched girl be so ruthless? She didn't save her sister. She didn't even save the person closest to her. Chapter 2383. The hatred from the previous life and the hatred from the previous life were added to the old hatred in this life. To Yi Jian, it was already merciful that she did not add insult to injury. But Sun Dongqing still had the audacity to beg her. Aunt? Sister? If there's a problem, she's referring to her aunt and sister. Did she really think that Yi Qian was easy to talk to and easy to bully? Yi Jian, whose eyes were getting colder and colder, laughed out loud. She lowered her eyes and looked down at Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing, everything that you and Ying have done, everything that you've done, everything that you've done, everything that you've done, she pointed at her chest, her voice even colder than the cold wind of early spring. I remember it all. I remember it all. I don't dare to forget it. Aunt? Sister? Sun Dongqing, are you even worthy? Don't mention my mother. You have no right to mention my mother. Your current fate, Yi Ying's fate, is the fate that I'm looking forward to. Yes, I'm indeed kind and didn't kick you when you're down. Today, if it were me, Sun Dongqing, what would you and Ying do? You would only want to pour all the dirty water on me and make me wish I was dead. Her voice was cold and clear. Every word was like a thin blade scraping through flesh and bone, making Sun Dongqing's hands tremble. She wanted to explain, but when she looked up and met Yi Qian's gaze, she was so frightened that she closed her eyes. At the same time, she hugged her black handbag even tighter, as if trying to find a sense of security. I won't talk about it, I won't talk about it. I won't talk about it. Sun Dongqing stammered with her eyes tightly shut. There were more words that she wanted to say, but they were all stuck in her throat. No matter what, she couldn't say them. Too scary. Too scary. That wretched girl is too scary. Yi Jian, who had just returned from the battlefield, was illuminated by the dim yellow light. Her face was gloomy and ruthless, and even her dark eyes were filled with bloodthirst, which made people feel intimidated. Yi Jian's murderous aura was too strong, and she had been on the battlefield before. Her momentum was enough to scare Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing, whether your family lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Whatever you want to do, don't even think about messing with me. As for your daughter, don't you think it's retribution? You want me to save you? Sun Dongqing, I only hope that she... Yi Qian abruptly took a step towards her, closing the distance between the two of them. Then he slowly lowered his head to Sun Dongqing's ear, who still did not dare to open her eyes. He chuckled coldly, I only wish for her to suffer a fate worse than death. Why would I save her? He only hoped that he would suffer a fate worse than death. Sun Dongqing's teeth were chattering, and her knees were weak. She couldn't control her body properly, and her legs gave way. She fell to the cold ground, and the bag in her hand fell from her hand. You're too cruel. How can you be so cruel? That's your sister. Ying is your younger sister. She couldn't accept Yi Qian's indifference. It shouldn't be like this. She was already begging him. What else could she do? What else did he want her to do? She was ruthless? Was she ruthless? Yi Qian seemed to have heard a joke. In order to let Sun Dongxing hear his words better, Yi Qian squatted down and smiled coldly. Am I ruthless? On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Yi Ying wrote a love letter to the teacher, but it was discovered. She was afraid that she would be criticized, so she framed me instead. The two of you, mother and daughter, poured basin after basin of dirty water on me. You wanted me to be unable to raise my head in the village, you wanted me to be despised by the school, you wanted me to be tainted for the rest of my life. Chapter 2384. Memories of the past were still fresh in her mind. She had been tortured twice in both her previous and current lives. How could she forget? How could she forget? Yi Qian's gaze was cold as he stared at Sun Dongxing, whose shoulders were trembling even more. His voice was filled with ruthlessness and coldness as he enunciated each word clearly. How old was I then? How old was I? I was only 13 or 14 years old, yet you were so cruel to me. I didn't have any food to eat. I was hungry and secretly ate some leftovers. How did you treat me? Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten everything? You tied me up with a thick hemp rope and whipped me with Yi Jifan's belt. Do you remember what Ying did? Sun Dongxing dissolved a bag of salt into water and splashed it directly on my wound. I was in pain. I was in so much pain that I bit my tongue until it bled. I was in so much pain, but I didn't dare to cry out. I was afraid that Ying would splash salt water on me again. I was in so much pain. I still remember how much pain it was. I was cruel? Was I as cruel as you and your mother? HM? Was I as cruel as you and your mother? Sun Dongxing's face lost all color at the mention of the past. She was so pale that there was no trace of anger. Yes, if she hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten. How old was that wretched girl then? 9? 10? How could I forget? I can't forget. It was so painful. How could I forget? Ying was suffering in the police station? I don't know if she was injured. If she was, I would have splashed salt water on her too. When I was in so much pain, she was laughing so happily beside me. What should I do? Sun Dongxing, I also want to see her bite her tongue until it bled. I also want to stand beside her and laugh. Beg me to save her? Say that she's my sister? Sun Dongxing, you really dared to dream. I didn't kill her back then. I was being merciful. How dare you come and beg me? The more you beg me, the more it reminds me of the past. The more I so want to see her beg for death. Yi Qian spoke slowly and clearly. The hatred in his words was so deep that Sun Dongxing's shoulders trembled in fear. She finally opened her eyes and tears streamed down her cheeks. We won't do it again. We won't do it again. We really won't do it again. Yi Qian, please be magnanimous and let us go. Ying and I won't do it again. Forget about the past, okay? And, please, forget about it, okay? I'm begging you. Also, Ying's surname is not Yi anymore. Her surname is Sun. Look, her surname is Sun now. She has the same surname as your mother. Niece, for your mother's sake, I beg you. And, please save your sister. We won't do it again. We won't do it again. From now on, we'll be a family. We won't cause any more trouble, okay? Those things, why did this wretched girl remember them in her heart? There were so many things that she had forgotten. How could a child like her remember them? He even remembered it for more than 10 years. Sun Dongxing, whose shoulders were trembling, felt very guilty. She didn't even have the courage to beg. But she had no choice. She could only beg Yi Qian. If she didn't beg her, Ying wouldn't have any chance of being released. How could she bear to let her beloved go to jail? She couldn't bear to. After the divorce, she could only rely on her daughter in the future. If she couldn't even protect her daughter, how was she going to live the rest of her life? How was she going to live? Yi Qian's words made Sun Dongxing really scared. She was so scared that her whole body couldn't help but tremble. No matter how scared she was, she could only endure it. Where's her bag? Where's her bag? Where's her black bag? Chapter 2385. Sun Dongqing, who had been pleading, realized that the black bag she had been holding was not in her hands. She was so shocked that she fumbled around on the ground looking for it. The bag was right in front of her feet. She grabbed it when her hand touched it and hugged it tightly in her arms. She continued to cry, "Niece, you can't be so cruel. She's your sister, your only sister. You can't be so cruel. Look at you, you're a soldier. Soldier. Isn't a soldier supposed to save lives and heal the injured? You can't leave her in the lurch, right? Look, I've already come to school. If you don't save her, what will the school think of you? What will your classmates think of you?" This was a threat. Yiqian, whose eyes were cold, sneered. "Why should I save someone who schemed to harm me? Save her so that she can continue to harm me? Sun Dongqing, I can't wait for Ying to stay in prison for the rest of her life." Change her surname to Sun? Yi Jifan was indeed amazing. This was to sever the last connection with Yi Ying. Could it really be severed? The wife of the deputy chief of staff Du, Madame Li, would not give up so easily. How could she give up just because of a mere surname change? There was no hurry. Yi Ying's retribution? Oh no, it should be Sun Ying. Sun Ying's retribution in this lifetime had just begun. I've waited for your family's misfortune for so many years. I've waited and waited and waited. Now it's finally here. I'll take my time. I want to see your family destroyed. Cold and gloomy, with a bloodthirsty aura that could not be dispersed. The hatred of 2 lifetimes, the enmity of 2 lifetimes. Finally, there was an end. She wanted her to save Sun Ying? Dream on. Her family destroyed. That wretched girl said she wanted to see her family destroyed. She wanted Ying to die. Cruel, what a cruel, wretched girl. Sun Dongqing, who was guilty and scared, was angry. She was so angry that her teeth chattered. She begged like this. She was just short of kneeling down and begging, but she would not relent. She wanted to see Ying suffer. Then don't blame her for being merciless. Sun Dongqing watched as Yi Qian stood up and turned to head back to school. Sun Dongqing grabbed her black handbag tightly and got up. She suddenly shouted, "Yi Qian, how could you be so cruel? Do you still have a conscience? Do you still have a conscience? When are you going to stop harming our family? Are you trying to force me to my death?" Previously, Yi Qian had spoken to her in a low voice. Now that Sun Dongqing was shouting, the passers-by who were hurriedly passing by could not help but stop. She gripped her black handbag tightly and rushed in front of Yi Qian. She stared at Yi Qian with a strange look in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "Yi Qian, are you really not willing to save Ying?" Yi Qian keenly sensed the change in her. He glanced at the black handbag in her hands and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Yi Qian, do you hate me that much? Do you want me to die immediately?" Her voice was high and low, and her emotions were also changing strangely. This change made Yi Qian feel alarmed. At that moment, Sun Dongqing suddenly took something out of her handbag. Under the dim street lights, it flashed with a chilling light that made one's heart skip a beat. She raised the fruit knife and stabbed at Yi Qian. "My Ying is suffering, but you won't have a good time either." Yi Qian had been on guard for a long time. Dealing with such a trivial matter, she could easily dodge it. Yi Qian easily dodged Sun Dongqing's first stab. Chapter 2386. At the same time, the sentries on sentry duty noticed something amiss. They whistled sharply and several people ran over. Sun Dongqing was anxious. Her daughter had said that success or failure depended on this. The fruit knife had to have Yi Qian's fingerprints on it. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. "Mom, you must remember that Yi Qian's fingerprints must be on the fruit knife. This is very important. Mom, as long as she leaves her fingerprints, you can stab yourself. When the time comes, you just have to insist that she was the one who stabbed you. Only then will we be able to exchange with her and get out of this damned place. Mom, you must succeed. Dad doesn't care about me anymore. I can only rely on you. If you don't save me, my life is over." Mom, I beg you, you have to save me. She must save her daughter. She must make that wretched girl leave her fingerprints on the fruit knife. A sharp whistle sounded. Sun Dongqing, who had failed this time, panicked. Don't you want to destroy our family? The knife is right here. Stab me. Stab me. I'm right here. I'll stab you. Sun Dongqing was very agitated. She didn't know when the hair tie had broken. Her hair was disheveled, and she clung onto Yi Qian like a madwoman. She wanted to force the fruit knife into Yi Qian's hands. At this point, Yi Qian finally understood her intentions. Sun Dongqing, this is what Sun Ying taught you, right? You want me to stab you with a knife in exchange for saving her? Yi Qian only found it funny. Yi Ying was ruthless enough in her previous life, and she was still the same in this life. She could even come up with such a method to frame him and get him out of trouble. Stab you in exchange for her. Sun Ying, oh Sun Ying, you're really ruthless when it comes to scheming against your own mother. You can even think of such a sinister method. You should stay in the police station. The first attack didn't succeed, the second attack didn't succeed, and the third attack didn't succeed. Suddenly, Yi Jian exposed her daughter's plan. Sun Dongqing panicked even more. Stuff, what are you doing? Put down the knife. The sentinel roared as he raised the stun baton in his hand. The voice of the sentinel was right behind her. Sun Dongqing's confidence, which she had worked so hard to build up, exploded like a balloon and disappeared without a trace. Panicking, she threw the fruit knife away and ran for her life in fear. After dodging continuously, Yi Qian said to the sentries, I'll chase after him. You guys pick up the sabers first. Then he turned around and chased after him. She didn't want to chase Sun Dongqing back. Instead, she wanted her to send a message to Sun Ying. How could the obese Sun Dongqing outrun Yi Qian? She was instantly blocked by Yi Qian. What are you trying to do? Don't come over. Don't come any closer. Sun Dongqing was so scared that she stuttered. She couldn't say a single word. My knife. No, my knife wasn't used to stab you. You said that you hated us. It wasn't used to stab you. It was you who came to stab me. She didn't manage to stab him. She didn't manage to stab him. Actually, she was so close. She was too impatient. She should have grabbed Sun Dongqing's hand first and shoved the knife to her. Then she would have pounced on Sun Dongqing. That would have worked. It was all because she was too impatient. Yi Qian looked at Sun Dongqing's anxious expression and said mockingly, Go back and tell Sun Ying that her trick didn't work. Even if there were 10 Sun Dongqing, it wouldn't work. Also, tell her that even though I'm a military academy student, I'm not that easy to bully. Chapter 2387. With that, she gently stroked her left wrist with her right hand, and the silver wire was in her hand. Before Sun Dongqing could react, Yi Qian had already circled behind her. At the same time, the silver wire that carried a trace of her body temperature wrapped itself around Sun Dongqing's neck. Sun Dongqing screamed in fear as something suddenly wrapped around her neck. She wanted to reach out to touch it, but something cold slid past her palm, followed by a piercing pain in her palm. By the time she realized what had happened, her palm was covered in blood. Blood from her palm. Ah! Sun Dongqing screamed in fear at the sight of the blood on her palm, but she was immediately delighted. She was injured and bleeding. Yi Qian was the one who hurt her. She was the one who hurt her. She had committed the crime of intentional assault. Other than intentional assault, there's also the crime of self-defense. Sun Dongqing, you raised the knife just now. There are surveillance cameras all around our school. Our school's sentinels saw you trying to stab me with a knife. Sun Dongqing, why don't we go to the police station and see how long you'll be sentenced to? Yi Qian seemed to know what she was thinking. He slowly put the silver wire back on her wrist and analyzed the situation for Sun Dongqing. Intentional assault. Wouldn't that be? Wouldn't she have committed the same crime as Ying Ying? Sun Dongqing's scalp tensed up when she heard that. She didn't dare to stay any longer. She didn't even dare to treat her wound. She scrambled to hail a taxi and told the driver to go to the airport. She didn't even say the word airport very clearly. She was so frightened that her soul almost left her body. The sentinels had already picked up the fruit knife. When they saw Yi Qian coming back alone, They couldn't help but ask if she was injured. They also expressed their regret that they didn't catch the culprit. She didn't have any regrets. She let Sun Dongqing go on purpose so that Sun Ying would know that her scheme had failed again. She believed that Sun Ying's expression would be very good at that time. Yi Qian smiled and thanked her. He told the sentinels that he was fine, took the fruit knife, and returned to school. This incident gave Sun Dongqing quite a shock. She only felt alive after she got off the plane in Southern Province. It was also early spring in the Southern Province. When Sun Dongqing arrived in the Southern Province, it was already past midnight. She stood in a daze at the airport exit where there were not many people coming and going. What should he do now that he had failed to accomplish what his daughter had asked him to do? What should she do next? How was he going to explain this to his daughter tomorrow? What should I tell my daughter? We're finally back in the Southern Province. Hubby, I won't accompany you on your business trips anymore. I'm so tired. A sweet voice brushed past Sun Dongqing's ear. At the same time, there was a burst of fragrance. The man smiled and replied, I told you it's tiring outside, but you didn't believe me. Now you know. Let's see if you still want to follow me in the future. I won't. Hubby, you've worked hard. I'll cook a table of delicious food for you tomorrow. The woman's voice was still so sweet and full of happiness, but it was so harsh in Sun Dongqing's ears. The hubby this woman was talking about was none other than Sun Dongqing's ex-husband, Yi Jifan. Yi Jifan hugged his young girlfriend who was 17 years younger than him with one hand. Along the way, he didn't attract much attention. He, who was 6 or 7 years younger than his actual age, hugged his girlfriend who he had just officially started a relationship with 2 days ago. He smiled and said, Okay, I'll get off work early tomorrow. Chapter 2388. Yi Jifan no longer had any feelings for Sun Dongqing. Now, there was no evil woman by his side, nor was there a burden on his daughter. Now that he was divorced, it was as if 2 mountains had been removed from his body. These days were the most comfortable for him. The Commission for Discipline Inspection carried out a comprehensive investigation in the Southern Province. The situation in the Southern Province was strange. Within a day, several government officials were pulled down from their positions. Only he was allowed to be investigated by the Commission for Discipline Inspection. An upright person was not afraid of a crooked shadow. He had been cautious and conscientious for so many years and did not dare to take any bribes. Investigate. The more they investigated, the happier he would be. Everyone in the Southern Province was in danger, but he was the only one who was clean. What did this mean? It meant that he was clean and honest. It meant that he was a practical person. The more people above him were removed from their positions, the more advantageous it was for him. The more vacancies there were, the more opportunities he would have. So what if he had a girlfriend who was 17 years younger than him in his arms? He was a divorced chief of the Urban Construction Bureau. He did not cheat on his marriage. After the divorce, he needed a family and a virtuous wife to take care of him. Who could say anything about him finding a girlfriend who was 17 years younger than him? Hearing his girlfriend's voice full of admiration, Yi Jifan, whose self-esteem was greatly satisfied, laughed heartily. Perform well and improve your cooking skills. In the future, you can cook for our son. Yi Jifan had one good thing. No matter how bad he was very loyal to the people he loved, especially to his family. He also did not have the bad habit of playing with women. Although the woman beside him was 17 years younger than him, he was dating her with the purpose of marriage. In addition, he had power in his hands and was a famous Confucian official in the Southern Province. In fact, he did not lack admirers. After the divorce, many of his colleagues began to become matchmakers. Yi Jifan rejected them one by one. He did not dare to marry his colleagues for fear that one day it would implicate him. Therefore, he went to a state-owned enterprise to find a girlfriend with a stable job. He brushed past Sun Dongqing with a face full of happiness. He didn't notice that his ex-wife had a ferocious look on her face at this moment. When she heard the words, "Cook for our son again," Sun Dongqing, who had been suppressing her temper all this time, completely exploded. She ran around everywhere for her daughter, begging everywhere. He was holding a shameless bitch and showing off everywhere. Sun Since when did Yifan have a son? He only had one daughter. His only daughter was still in the police station. Sun Dongqing was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She clenched her teeth tightly. Her facial features were distorted, and the aura she exuded made the passers-by instinctively stay away from her. When they glanced at her from the corner of their eyes, they couldn't help but point at her. Yifan. Yifan. She was furious, and her voice was bone-chilling. This time, Sun Dongqing did not suddenly fly into a rage. Since Sun Ying was sent to prison, her insufferably arrogant temper could be said to have been restrained a lot. There was no other way. Her biggest backer was gone, and she no longer had the confidence to throw a tantrum as she used to. Clutching her handbag tightly, she approached the two figures in front of her step by step. She heard the woman's sweet laughter and Yijifan's deep laughter. It was ear-piercing. It was too ear-piercing. No wonder she agreed to the divorce so quickly. No wonder she left with nothing. It turned out that there was already a slut waiting for him outside. The more Sun Dongqing thought about it, the more hatred she felt. The more hatred she felt, the more venomous her eyes became. Chapter 2389. Sun Dongqing approached with light steps. When she was only a few steps away, she suddenly stopped, bent down, and took off her heels under everyone's strange gazes. The floor was cold, but Sun Dongqing, who was burning with anger, didn't feel cold. She only had eyes for the two figures in front of her. She stared at them with a venomous hatred, like a vengeful viper, and the cold light it emitted was chilling. Sun Dongqing knew Yifan well. Facing Yi Yifan, she could keep her composure more than facing Yi Qian. There were fewer people in the airport in the early hours of the morning. If she didn't escape in time after the fight, she would definitely be caught by the airport security. She couldn't be caught. Her daughter, Ying, was still waiting for her to save her. Parking lot, that's right. Yi Yifan must have driven. He would definitely leave with that bitch in a car. When they reached the parking lot, there were so many cars, she could just hide after the fight. In front, Yi Yifan, who was whispering sweet nothings to his little girlfriend, seemed to have sensed something. He raised his hand to touch the back of his cold head and turned his head to look behind him with a cold gaze. There were only a few passengers who had just gotten off the plane behind him. Other than them, there was no one else. Yi Yifan, who was frowning, looked around worriedly, but didn't find anything. He turned back and said in a low voice, "It's late. We have to go to work tomorrow. Let's walk faster." Ever since Sun Yaozu was mysteriously killed, Yi Yifan had been very careful about his own safety. Once he found something wrong, he would immediately be alert. Just now, he clearly felt that someone was looking at him from behind, but when he turned his head, he didn't find anything. The woman in his arms was an obedient one. Hearing this, she nodded obediently. "Okay, let's walk faster. Your dorm is still a bit far from mine." They had only known each other for a few days, and their relationship had just been confirmed. For safety's sake, Yi Yifan didn't immediately choose to live together. His thoughtfulness made the woman in his arms even more satisfied with him. He had power and influence, and it was rare that he was considerate and not fickle in love. Even if he was divorced, he did not have any children left behind by his ex-wife. Even her family members said that Lu Yao had a good marriage. If she could, she would get married on May 1st of this year and give birth to a son as soon as possible so that she could completely control the man. The two of them quickened their pace. Sun Dongqing, who was hiding behind the pillar, stared at them coldly. She glanced at the direction they were heading. It was indeed the parking lot. The parking lot in Nan Province was an open-air parking lot. One had to cross a road that was used by the airport buses. Just as Yi Yifan was crossing the road, he suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind him. "Bitch. Broken shoes, seducing a married woman. I'll beat you to death, you broken shoe." Sun Dongqing, who was holding the shoe in her hand, exploded. She used the hard heel of the shoe to hit the back of Lu Yao's head. Not only did she hit the back of Lu Yao's head, but she also raised her foot and kicked the slender Lu Yao, who had a slim waist and long legs, to the ground. Lu Yao had never been treated like this before. A sharp pain came from the back of her head, and she was so scared that she screamed repeatedly. Before she could fully react, she was kicked in the back by the woman who had insulted her. How could she stand firm in her high heels? She staggered a few steps, and the sharp heel of her shoe didn't stabilize her. She screamed and fell to the ground. The unforeseen event happened so suddenly that even though Yi Jifan was on guard, he couldn't completely guard against Sun Dongqing, who wanted to kill him. He was stunned. Hearing her disgusted voice, Yi Jifan was relieved. At least, it wasn't Sun Yaozu's murderer who attacked him. Sun Dongqing's fighting ability was very strong. It only took a few seconds for her to hit Lu Yao. After that, Sun Dongqing turned her target to Yi Jifan. Chapter 2390. Sun Dongqing. You shrew. Yi Jifan was furious. He grabbed Sun Dongqing's right hand, raised his hand, and was about to slap her. Sun Dongqing couldn't let it go. She jumped up and made a scene even more fiercely. Yi Jifan, you bastard. No wonder you're in a hurry to divorce me. You've already raised a slut outside. You want to be with a slut after divorcing me? You're fucking dreaming. Ying cries and shouts in prison every day. What about you? You wander around with a slut in your arms. You bastard. You're not human. I'll fight you to the death. I'll fight you to the death with my life. The fat Sun Dongqing had brute force. Coupled with the fire in her heart, she couldn't wait to chop this despicable man and woman in front of her into pieces. Her brute force was even greater. Yi Jifan wanted to hit her, so she threw herself at him without any regard for her life. TSK. Yi Jifan, who had always carried the authority of an official, was no match for Sun Dongqing. Just like that, his face was scratched by Sun Dongqing's 5 fingers. After a burst of burning pain, several scratches were left on his face. Yi Jifan was also angry. He thought that he had done right by Sun Dongqing and Sun Ying. Before the divorce, he had always been considerate of his family and Sun Ying. In the end, he was almost implicated by this stupid mother and daughter. If he hadn't escaped quickly, even if the Discipline Inspection Committee didn't have any evidence against him, with Madame Li's power, she would have forcefully blamed him. Sun Dongqing, you've gone too far. Yi Jifan was rarely violent. In all these years, only Sun Ying had offended Madame Li, and that was when he became violent. Now that he was being forced by Sun Dongqing and the future wife he had set his eyes on was beaten by her, anger rushed to his face. He roared and grabbed Sun Dongqing's hair. This time, 2 slaps landed on Sun Dongqing's face. Slap, slap. 2 crisp slaps rang out, causing Sun Dongqing's cheeks to burn with pain. Bastard! How dare you hit me? I'll fight it out with you. Sun Dongqing vented all the anger she had accumulated over the past few days. She pounced, bit, and hit like a lunatic. Her daughter was still sitting in prison, and that damned girl Yi Qian didn't even try to save her. Her ex-husband carried a slut in his arms and showed off in front of her. Those officials' wives who had tried to curry favor with her in the past all avoided her. There were even some who made sarcastic remarks about her, saying that she deserved her fate today. For the sake of this family, for the sake of Yi Jifan, she had endured the old woman's death for decades. Now that she finally had a good life, Yi Jifan, that bastard, divorced her for the sake of that slut outside. Since everyone wanted to make life difficult for her, then no one would be able to live well. Sun Ying's personality was actually very similar to Sun Dongqing's. They were both people who couldn't bear to see others doing well. The only difference was that Sun Ying was better at hiding things. Yi Jifan, who had been bitten a few times, was so angry that he lost his composure. His arm was bitten hard by Sun Dongqing, and the excruciating pain caused him to have no choice but to kick her. He kicked Sun Dongqing's stomach, but it didn't open. He kicked again. Sun Dongqing screamed in pain. Her teeth loosened, and her whole body fell to the ground. Lunatic! I had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to marry a crazy woman like you. Back then, it was Sun Xueqing who married me. In the end, it was a crazy woman like you who married me. After the divorce, you still fucking came to find trouble with me. Sun Dongqing, do you think I still have a good temper like before? This time, Sun Dongqing's hair stood on end. She fell to the ground with a ferocious expression and roared, Sun Xueqing? Good. You bastard finally admitted that you were thinking about that old woman who got pregnant before she was even married. I knew it. Chapter 2391. When Sun Dongqing heard Sun Xueqing's name, her suppressed emotions erupted like a volcano. This was a thorn in her heart, a thorn that pierced her flesh and grew with her heart. No one could touch it, not even herself. Why did she hate Sun Xueqing? Why did she hate Yi Qian? It was because Yi Zhifan was still thinking about what was in the pot even though he was eating from the bowl. Did he think she didn't know? On the night of the wedding, when he was dead drunk, the name he shouted when he fell on the bed was Sun Xueqing. She heard it clearly. He was shouting Sun Xueqing. Sun Dongqing, who was in so much pain that she couldn't get up for a long time, screamed and got up. Her fat body was like a sandbag without a string, and she directly bumped into Yi Zhifan. Sun Xueqing, I knew you wanted to marry Sun Xueqing. You kept a broken shoes thing so well, and you even said you wanted to give it to Yi Qian. Yi Zhifan, I'll fight it out with you. Her overwhelming hatred surged. The thorn that had been in Sun Dongqing's heart for more than 20 years was finally pulled out. All of her hatred and dissatisfaction were vented at this moment. A bastard child left behind by a broken shoe, bah. She even dared to live in her house. If she knew, she would have killed her back then. She even wanted her to raise her? If she fell into her hands, she would repay her mother's debt. Hearing these filthy words, Yi Zhifan was furious. It wasn't easy for him to get a divorce, but in the end he was being pestered again. She even mentioned Sun Xueqing. You crazy dog. Bite whoever you catch. Seeing the bulky body pouncing over, Yi Zhifan gritted his teeth and had no choice but to retreat. He didn't want to argue with a lunatic in public. Fortunately, it was the middle of the night and there was no one around. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to show his face. Yi Zhifan treasured his reputation the most. He couldn't tolerate Sun Dongqing's actions and avoided her unreasonable pestering. He stumbled and almost fell a few times. If you miss that short-lived broken shoe so much, why don't you go and accompany her in the underworld? Why do you let your short-lived brother accompany her? Your brother-in-law misses his sister-in-law. Yi Zhifan, to think you're an official. I'm going to sue you, I'm going to sue you. The thorn that had been in her heart for more than 20 years was about to be pulled out. However, it was connected to her heart and her tendons. If she really pulled it out, it would be bloody. Sun Dongqing was not a person who would suffer losses. Since someone had touched the thorn in her heart, even if she had to pull it out, she would stab it back into that person's heart. She, who was never merciful with her words, now that things had come to this point, she did not want to let anyone have an easy time. You don't dare to admit it, you're a coward. You're thinking about your sister-in-law. If you're so capable, why don't you go and snatch her back? Why, are you angry? Or did I hit you? I've been with you for more than 20 years. How can I not know what you're thinking? On the night of the wedding, you were so drunk that you even shouted for Sun Xueqing. Yi Zhifan, don't think that I don't know. I didn't tell you. Now that there's nothing left, you won't have a good time either. Sun Dongqing, who had failed the first time and the second time, didn't want to waste any more energy. She had been running around every day for the past 10 days. Because of her daughter's matter, she hadn't had a good night's sleep. After using all her strength, it was as if she had used up all her energy. She was panting like a cow and could only rely on her mouth to anger Yi Zhifan. Yi Zhifan was indeed angry from embarrassment. Sun Dongqing still dared to talk nonsense about something that had happened so many years ago. This crazy woman, even if it was a good thing, it would turn into a bad thing in her mouth. Chapter 2392. He was so angry that he rushed over with bloodshot eyes and grabbed Sun Dongqing's collar. Sun Dongqing, who do you think you are? He said with a vicious look on his face. I gave you face, but you don't want it. What's wrong with Sun Xueqing? Sun Xueqing is your sister. How can you compare yourself to her? Are you even worthy? I'm thinking about sister-in-law? I went to the same school as Sun Xueqing. I knew her before my brother. That's right. Back then, I thought I was marrying Sun Xueqing. I didn't even want to marry her. Not to mention you. But if I fucking marry you, I'll accept it. All these years, when you argued with that old woman, I fucking sided with you. I'm warning you, Sun Dongqing. If you fucking talk nonsense again, I'll make your life worse than it is now. After saying that, Yi Jifan pushed Sun Dongqing out. He took out a wet tissue from his pocket and wiped his hands as if he had taken something dirty. Idiot, idiot. He must have been blind to have married such an idiot for more than 20 years. After the argument, she had pulled out the thorn in her heart. In the end, she heard Yi Jifan say that he didn't even want to marry Sun Xueqing. Then why did she hate Sun Xueqing all her life? Was she wrong to even hate her? She didn't believe it. She didn't believe it. Yi Jifan, this bastard, was thinking about Sun Xueqing. She wasn't wrong. He was thinking about Sun Xueqing. How could Sun Dongqing, who was still angry in her heart, accept the truth? At this moment, she only had one thought in her mind, and that was to fight it out with Yi Jifan. Even if they were divorced, she would drag him to death. Sun Dongqing, who didn't have much strength in her body, pounced over again. Yi Jifan was full of energy and could deal with a woman. Moreover, Sun Dongqing didn't have much strength now. When she pounced over, he could reach out and push her away. If he couldn't push her away, he could kick her away. A man's strength was always greater. Sun Dongqing was kicked down by Yi Jifan again. Yi Jifan's eyes flashed with obvious disgust when he saw Sun Dongqing lying on the ground like a pile of meat. Sun Dongqing's body was so slender that he could hug her with one arm. He remembered that Sun Dongqing had suffered together with him when they were young. No matter how many women there were outside, he did not touch any of them. Now that he had tasted other women and looked at Sun Dongqing, he lost his appetite. Your sister deserved a short life. She always ran into things that she shouldn't have. She died early, but there's still a scourge like you. What an idiot. I've lived with you for more than 20 years, and I've had enough. A stupid woman dragging a stupid thing. Save her? Can you fucking save him? At the mention of Sun Dongqing was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. He lowered his voice. Who would dare to save that stupid thing? Who the hell would dare to save him? Madam Li has said that whoever dares to save Sun Ying in the southern province will be going against the Li family. However, Sun Dongqing was suddenly awakened by his words. Bumping into something that she shouldn't have bumped into? Back then, what did Sun Xueqing do when she bumped into Yi Jifan? Was she really wrong to hate him? Yi Jifan, that bastard, was not thinking about Sun Xueqing. He was afraid of Sun Xueqing. But she wasn't wrong to hate him. It was because of Sun Xueqing that she felt a thorn in her heart for 20 years. If she hadn't bumped into Yi Jifan, she wouldn't have heard anything on the night of their wedding. She wasn't wrong to hate him. She definitely wasn't. It was said that like mother, like daughter. Sun Ying was wrong again and again, and she refused to admit her mistakes. It was because of Sun Dongqing's influence that she got to where she was today. In addition, without Yi Jifan by her side to guide her, Sun Ying kept making mistakes on the wrong path. There was no turning back. Chapter 2393. Yi Jifan didn't want to be entangled with her anymore. His eyes were cold as he looked down at Sun Dongqing, who was lying on the ground like a dead pig. He shouted coldly, "Don't you know that Mrs. Li has an older brother who is the leader of your province? The deputy chief of staff has an older brother who is the second in command of a big province. Who would dare to save that stupid thing of yours? I have to thank that stupid thing of yours for instigating you to divorce me. Otherwise, I would have been implicated by her and wouldn't even be able to keep my current position. Sun Dongqing, for the sake of our past relationship as husband and wife, let me remind you." Yi Jifan saw that Lu Yao had stopped sobbing. He lowered his voice even more and said gloomily, "No one would dare to save Sun Ying. It's useless for you to beg anyone. Tell her that she only has herself to blame for what she has today. She can't blame anyone else. Mrs. Li's anger hasn't subsided. She'll stay here forever and never come out." Suddenly, Yi Jifan's expression changed drastically. Sun Dongqing appeared at the airport in the middle of the night. "Where did that idiot go? Why are you at the airport? Where did you go?" he asked gloomily. His eyes were clouded. What he cared about was whether or not Sun Dongqing's whereabouts would affect him. Sun Dongqing had been kicked a little hard. It was so painful that she hadn't recovered yet. Her face had also been slapped twice by Yi Jifan. The slaps were so painful that her ears were buzzing. She didn't know where the 2 shoes in her hands had gone. The wound on her palm that was cut by Yi Qian had also split open. Sticky blood stained her hand. She covered her face with her hands, leaving a bloody palm print on her face. When she heard Yi Jifan ask her, she suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at Yi Jifan. Under the light of the street lamp, Yi Jifan was frightened and couldn't help but take a small step back. Yi Jifan, you'll die a horrible death. Just you wait. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Sun Dongqing, who had one hand on her stomach, slowly got up. She left Yi Jifan with 2 vicious words. She didn't even put on her shoes as she walked out of Yi Jifan's line of sight. Yi Jifan couldn't help but shiver when the cold wind blew in the night. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Sun Dongqing is trouble. She's trouble. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Jifan's eyes flashed with a cold ruthlessness. Old Yi, I've twisted my ankle, Lu Yao, hurt. I can't get up. Yi Jifan, whose heart sank, pressed down on the corner of his mouth and adjusted his facial expression before walking over. Just now, when Sun Dongqing was fighting with him, he deliberately stayed away from Lu Yao. Lu Yao didn't hear some words, but she knew that the person who hit her was Yi Jifan's ex-wife. She's really fierce. No wonder she divorced me. The back of Lu Yao's head was swollen from being hit by the heel of Yi Qian's shoe, but she was happy. She felt wronged, but she didn't ask any questions. Yi Jifan only explained, she's my ex-wife. I'll take care of it. Then he carried Lu Yao to the car. Sun Dongqing took a taxi home and tidied herself up. She opened the door of the study and sat in front of the desk where Yi Jifan used to work. She took out a stack of paper from the drawer and a pen and started writing slowly. She didn't study for many years. She dropped out of school in the 2nd year of junior high. Her handwriting was crooked and there were even mistakes. When she wrote some words, she used too much force. The tip of the pen poked through the paper, leaving a hateful stroke. Chapter 2394. The sky gradually brightened up and the city became bustling with activity. The sun was shining brightly in the spring, driving away the coldness of the early spring. A peach blossom bloomed on a brown branch, adding a touch of color to the spring. Sun Dongqing was not in the mood to enjoy the spring scenery. She came to the Southern Province Public Security Bureau with a gloomy face. Her daughter, Sun Ying, had been locked up in there for 10 days. Madame Li in the capital had her hands in the Southern Province. She had nowhere else to go and did not know who to ask for help. Yi Jifan wanted to be alone. Then he would not have a good time. Sun Dongqing walked into the police station with a numb expression. Compared to the other prisoners' families, at least she could see her daughter. However, she did not see that Madame Li was sitting in the car at this moment, coldly watching her walk into the police station. Mrs. Li looked at her back and said to a middle-aged man in a dark coat who was sitting in the driver's seat. His facial features were slightly fierce, but he had a good temperament. She is Sun Dongqing. You came all the way here with me just to see this woman? Madame Li frowned and her voice became colder. Li Chuhai, behave yourself now that you are back in the country. Dad has retired and can't protect you anymore. Li Chuhai, Mrs. Li's biological younger brother from the same father and mother, was also Li Jinyan's uncle. He was a tall middle-aged man who exuded the aura of a successful man. Why should I look at her? I want to see who made my sister so angry. Li Chuhai looked away and smiled. Get out of the car, sister. Let's go in and have a look. Madame Li looked at her brother and nodded slightly. She pushed the door open and got out of the car. Inside the police station, Sun Ying saw Sun Dongqing and cried loudly. She rushed to the window and shouted, Mom! Why did you come so late? Why did you come so late? She slammed the window and looked at Sun Dongqing from head to toe. The light in her eyes dimmed little by little. It didn't work. It didn't work. Mom didn't have any injuries on her body. Sun Dongqing saw her daughter's appearance and her numb expression finally changed. Tears came out of her eyes. Sun Ying was not a felon, and she was sent back by the army. Not only could Sun Dongqing visit her, but she could also go in and talk to her face to face. Mom, have you found Yi Qian yet? Did you see her? Did you do what I asked you to do? Did you do as I said? The 10 days in prison made Sun Ying's personality even weirder and sharper. She didn't like anyone and wanted to stab anyone she saw. Seeing that Sun Dongqing was not injured at all, Sun Ying could not accept it. After the prison guard left, she screamed, "Mom, are you afraid to do it? Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Mom, you're too heartless. How can you be so heartless? You watched me suffer, you watched me get locked up. You didn't even help me for your own sake. Mom, how can you be so heartless?" She had lost control of her emotions and was shouting like a madwoman. Hearing her questioning, Sun Dongqing burst into tears. "Ying, I have no other choice. Mom had no other choice. That wretched girl Yiqian didn't help at all. Mom followed your plan, but it was useless. It was completely useless. Why was it useless? My plan was so good. Why was it completely useless?" Sun Ying refused to accept it. She thought that Sun Dongqing couldn't bear to stab her. "Doesn't she hate you? You already handed the knife to her. Even if she didn't stab you, she would have subconsciously snatched the knife away." Chapter 2395. Sun Ying didn't believe it. She couldn't speak loudly, so she grabbed Sun Dongqing's wrist tightly and questioned her. "Mom, is it because you don't want to stab yourself? Isn't it? Isn't it? Mom, you can't do this to me, you can't do this. I'm your daughter, your only daughter, you can't be so cruel. You have to save me, I want you to save me." Sun Ying, who couldn't accept the reality, was still the same as before. She habitually pushed all the blame to others, thinking that she was innocent and right. If others didn't do as she asked, then they were in the wrong. Being in such a difficult situation, not only did she not reflect on herself, she became even worse. Her fists landed on Sun Dongqing's body one after another. Sun Dongqing, who didn't feel pain physically, let Sun Ying vent her anger. What could she do? She had no choice at all. When Sun Ying had no more energy, Sun Dongqing spoke with a hoarse voice, gritting her teeth and telling her what happened yesterday. "Ying, as long as I can save you, even if I have to die now, I'm willing. Mom did what you asked, I even pulled out the knife, but that wretched girl is too powerful. Mom is no match for her at all. Mom is more anxious and distressed than anyone else when you're locked up here. But Mom has no choice. I begged that wretched girl, I said a lot of good things, but that wretched girl is too cruel. She's too cruel. She didn't save anyone, she didn't inherit any of her mother's good traits. No matter how I begged, she wouldn't let go. Mom has no choice, Ying, I'll come in and accompany you." When Sun Ying heard that her plan didn't succeed and Yiqian escaped, all the energy in her body was drained, and she fell limply from the chair to the ground. Yiqian. She hated it so much. She hated it so much. Why did she have to be locked up here? Why did Yiqian get to enjoy all the glory outside? Why didn't he kill her? Why didn't he kill her? Hate, too much hate. A bastard, a worthless thing. Why couldn't she deal with her? No, she couldn't just let it go. She still had to go out and find Yiqian. She still had to go out and find her. She had to get out, she had to get out. "Mom, we can't just let it go like this. Dad, Mom, I still have Dad. I beg you, please beg Dad again. Ask Dad to save me. Mom. At the mention of Yifan, Sun Ying's lifeless eyes lit up again. She grabbed Sun Dongqing's wrist tightly. "Mom, go and beg Dad. Ask Dad to think of a way. I'm his daughter. If you go and beg him, there's no way he won't care. He'll definitely care about me. Daddy will definitely take care of me." Sun Ying was very agitated. Her nails, which had not been trimmed for more than 10 days, dug deep into Sun Dongqing's wrist. Sun Dongqing did not even realize it. In order to get herself out, Sun Dongqing did not care about anyone or anything. "It's useless singing. It's useless. Yijifan has already found a young and beautiful slut. He even plans to have a son with that slut. Ying, your surname is Sun now, not Yi. It was you who forced Mom to divorce and agreed to change your surname." Sun Dongqing reached out to wipe away the tears on her daughter's face. She said softly, "So, it's useless to look for Yijifan. He doesn't want us anymore. Ying, this is your own choice. You forced Mom to make this choice. You have to admit it even if you don't want to." Sun Dongqing also hated Sun Ying for ending up like this. But no matter how much she hated her, she was still her daughter. She was also the one who gave birth to her after 10 months of pregnancy. Chapter 2396. She regretted agreeing to the divorce. If they hadn't divorced, if her daughter hadn't changed her surname to Sun, that bastard Yijifan wouldn't have stood by and watched. He wouldn't have hugged a bitch and said that she would give birth to a son when her daughter was in trouble. Sun Ying was completely dumbfounded. What did her mother just say? Did she say that her father found a bitch? She even said that she would give birth to a son. What about her? If that bitch gave birth to a son, what about her? What about her? No. She couldn't let that bitch give birth to a son. She couldn't let her father have a son, not even a daughter. Her father couldn't have any more children. She was his only daughter. Her surname was Yi, not Sun. Mom, Dad can't have children. He can't have children. Mom, go and kill that bitch. Kill her. Dad won't have any children after you kill that bitch. Sun Ying couldn't accept it and became even crazier. There was no longer any gentleness on her beautiful face. She was crazy, sharp, ferocious, and full of viciousness. She had lost a lot of weight. There wasn't much flesh on her face, which made her eyes look especially big. When she stared, her eyes looked like they were going to pop out. Even the veins on her forehead were visible. This side of Sun Ying was too unfamiliar to him. Sun Dongxing didn't find it strange at all. She understood her daughter's hatred. She understood it because she wanted it too. So what if I just kill that bitch? As long as your father is alive, he can find another one. He can just find another one to give birth to his child. Wake up and you can't go out. I don't have the ability to get you out. I can only come in to accompany you. Be a good girl. I'll come in to accompany you soon and take care of you. Sun Dongxing didn't cry or make a fuss. She was so calm that it was almost strange. She raised her hand and gently stroked Sun Ying's hair. She looked at her kindly and said slowly, "The lawyer said that you can leave after 3 to 5 years. You'll still be young when you leave. I'll put all my money in the bank and transfer the house to your name. You'll have a good life after you leave." She explained everything clearly as if she was making her last arrangements. Sun Ying, who was slumped on the ground, murmured, "I can't let Dad have a child. I don't agree. I'm Dad's only daughter. I don't agree. Her vision was a little sluggish, and her mind was even more muddled. She would cry and laugh for a while, and it seemed that there was something wrong with her mind. No, I can't live like this for the rest of my life. I'll be successful in the future. This is not a place for me to stay. I want to go out. It was time for visiting. 2 prison guards came in and said, "Time's up." Then they dragged Sun Ying away. The moment she was dragged up, Sun Ying screamed and struggled, Let me go. I want to get out. Save me, come and save me. I want to go out. I want to find Yi Qian. I want to ask her why she didn't come to save me." The shrill scream filled the room. Sun Dongxing, who was sitting on the floor, wiped away the last drop of tears on her face. When she could no longer hear her daughter's voice, she slowly stood up. What was the use of killing a bitch? She should kill Yi Jifan. There was no other way. She couldn't kill her. She was much more powerful than Yi Jifan. She couldn't kill her. Then she could only curse her for everything to go wrong in the future. Even if she graduated from the military academy, she wouldn't have a good ending. Sun Dongxing, who had calmly walked into the police station, left calmly. Madame Li's sneer deepened. Chapter 2397. Yi Jifan was very slippery. The Commission for Discipline Inspection investigated him again and again, but they couldn't find any evidence against him. This time, with Sun Dongxing, he was in trouble. Director Ye's daughter is really interesting. She is ruthless and beautiful, Li Chuhai said with a smile. Suddenly, he saw Mrs. Li staring at him coldly. He realized that what he said was ambiguous. He smiled and said, "She is as old as Qin Qin. Sister, don't think too much. It's good that you know it. Don't mess around." Mrs. Li's cold eyes softened. She felt disgusted when she saw Sun Dongxing and her daughter. If she knew that her brother had evil intentions, Mrs. Li clenched her fists. Then she would make the mother and daughter's life more difficult. Li Chuhai glanced at her and said casually, That girl is really bold. She lied to you. Are you going to let her go like this? She is just a girl. If you don't teach her a lesson, she really doesn't know how high the sky is. Yes, she was brave enough. She knew that she wanted to kill someone. This kind of person could do anything for herself, and others would be assured to use her. She was ruthless but not smart enough. This kind of person was the most reassuring. With one hand in his pocket, Li Chuhai's eyes revealed a meaningful sneer. In an instant, his eyes were the same as before. Lock her up for a while. We will see what happens next. Mrs. Li didn't want to talk about Sun Ying, who made her feel depressed. She advised her only brother earnestly, "Back then, you were forced to retire from the army and go abroad. Now I feel that I owe you. You have to make good use of it, okay? I am guarding at home, so you have to guard outside. I have been suppressed by the first branch for so long. Now that you are back, you have to fight for me and plan for Junjun." Li Chuhai and Mrs. Li were brother and sister. They had a good relationship. Hearing this, he smiled and nodded. I know. I am in my 40s. How can you still think of me as a hothead? Since you know that you are in your 40s, then do your job well. Mrs. Li walked out in high heels. The phone in her bag vibrated. She took it out and looked at the number. She immediately picked it up and smiled. Old classmate, I am out. Yes, I saw you. I've troubled you, old classmate. When you return to the capital, we'll have a good gathering again. All right. I'll leave you to it. Let's chat when you're free. Li Chuhai, who had walked to the front of the car, had already opened the door of the front passenger seat. After Mrs. Li ended the call, he said, Sister, you'd better not meddle in the affairs outside now. Brother-in-law told me yesterday that the higher-ups are watching him too closely. You should restrain yourself a little. I'll take over your company in Southern Province now. Leave the matters in Southern Province to me. I guarantee that I'll let you vent all the anger in your heart. As the wife of the Deputy Chief of Staff Mrs. Li could not open a company outside. Therefore, all the companies under her name were under Li Chuhai's name. Sun Ying's incident had alerted the General Staff Department. Since Li Chuhai had returned to the country, she handed over all the company matters to Li Chuhai and retreated behind the scenes. Hearing this, she thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll leave the company to you. I'm getting old, and there are many things that I can't do. When Junjun graduates, let him join the company to help out. The burden on your shoulders will be lighter. Li Chuhai smiled. You have worked hard for decades. It's time for you to enjoy your life. I'll take care of the matters in Southern Province. I'll take care of the mother and daughter. Chapter 2398. You don't have to worry about Sun Dongqing. I want to see what she will do next. Madame Li curled her lips and sneered. Yi Jifan's disciplinary committee couldn't even find anything. Let's see if his ex-wife can find anything. Did he think that she would let him go after the divorce? Director Yi, you are an official. How can you be so naive? The car started and the sleek black luxury car sparkled in the sunlight. Li Chuhai, who was driving the car, glanced at Madame Li from the corner of his eye. Seeing the sneer on her face, he smiled and said, They're just a few small fries. They're not worth your time. The General Staff Department keeps a close eye on brother-in-law. Don't make any big moves. Since I am back, I will handle some things that you can't handle. Madame Li had a good relationship with her brother. They knew that their eldest brother and second brother were not real siblings since they were young. Their eldest brother saw them as a thorn in his side, and they didn't like their eldest brother and second brother either. The family looked amiable on the surface because old Master Li was still around. After old Master Li passed away, the Li family would have to settle the score. They wanted to see who would win between the first branch and the second branch. Madame Li, whose eyes flashed with anger, pursed her lips tightly. The wrinkles on her face deepened, making her usually dignified face reveal a hint of gloominess that was not easily revealed. We have lived a good life for a long time and we have to live a hard life. We have been submissive at home for so many years. It is time to turn things around. Madame Li's cold voice sounded in the quiet car and the atmosphere became a bit oppressive. Li Chuhai, who was driving, was not affected. He steadily turned the steering wheel and drove into the tunnel under the river. The light in the car suddenly dimmed and the street lights on both sides of the tunnel flickered. Li Chuhai's vision was affected and he couldn't help narrowing his eyes. With the flickering light, there seemed to be an unpredictable darkness flowing in his eyes. Everything will be fine. There is no obstacle that can't be overcome. Everything would be fine. So many obstacles had been overcome. What else could he, Li Chuhai, not overcome? The southern province's officialdom was still in flux. Some were on tenterhooks, some were uneasy, some were carefree, and some were applauding. As the Discipline Inspection Commission continued their investigation, 2 more officials from the southern province were removed from their positions in less than a week. At this moment, a report letter filled with countless typos was delivered to the Discipline Inspection Commission. It was a letter from Sun Dongxing to the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Yi Jifan didn't know about it, but Madame Li, who had been keeping an eye on the officialdom of Southern Province, knew about it. Mrs. Li had been staying in Southern Province during this period of time. All the companies in her hands were officially handed over to her younger brother, Li Chuhai. It was announced to the public that Li Chuhai had returned to take care of all the companies. As the elder sister who worked for her younger brother, she could finally relax. In fact, everyone knew about the twists and turns inside. However, because of the relationship between the Li family and the Du family, they knew about it but could not say it out loud. Madame Li had a tough personality. She dealt with things swiftly and fiercely. When she said that she would no longer manage the company, many people in the southern province were still very happy. Ho Zi, who was accompanying his wife, Xia Yiwei, was one of them. Madame Li, who was staying in the hotel, received a call from her old friend. When she learned that the Commission for Discipline Inspection had received a report on Yi Jifan, she was stunned. As for who wrote the report, it was not convenient for her old friend to say. Madame Li was also very sensible and did not ask further. Chapter 2399. After hanging up the phone, Mrs. Li puts on her makeup and knocks on the door next door. She and Li Chuhai live in the same hotel and their rooms are only separated by a wall. Li Chuhai is putting on his tie. Hearing the knock, he quickly opens the door. Calls Sun Dongxing and asks her how she is doing. I just received a call from a friend who told me that Yi Jifan has been reported and the Discipline Inspection Committee has gone to the Urban Construction Bureau. Mrs. Li doesn't enter the room. She stands at the door and says, "Go to the company to sign the papers. I'll be there later. I'll change my ticket to the afternoon." According to the original plan, Mrs. Li will go to the company in the morning to sign several documents that Li Chuhai will be responsible for all the company's affairs in the future. Then she will fly back to the capital at 11 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, Yi Jifan, who has not been found out, is suddenly reported. Mrs. Li first thinks of Sun Dongxing. She has been staying in the southern province during this period. She needs to hand over all the affairs of the southern province branch to Li Chuhai, so she hasn't returned to the capital yet. Mrs. Li, who is dealing with the company's affairs, has been sending people to keep an eye on Sun Dongxing. As long as there is the slightest sign of trouble, she will immediately receive the news. Before leaving, she can see Jifan fall from the horse. Her stay in the southern province for so many days is not in vain. Yi Jifan doesn't know that he has been reported. After several scratches on his face by Sun Dongxing, he finally finishes his sick leave and goes back to work in the Urban Construction Bureau. As soon as he walks into the office building of the Urban Construction Bureau, he feels that the atmosphere in the bureau is strange. In the spacious and bright lobby, even the cleaners are nowhere to be seen. When the staff on duty who usually greets him sees him coming, they look away and don't dare to look at him directly. Yi Jifan paused in his steps and then strode to the elevator. Walking into the elevator, Yi Jifan's calm face slightly darkens. Something is wrong. Something is wrong in the bureau today. He takes out his mobile phone and dials a number. It is the number of the director of the bureau, who is also one of his confidants. The phone rings, but no one answers. Soon, Yi Jifan dials another number. This is the number of a section chief in the bureau. But no one answers. At this moment, Yi Jifan knows that nothing good will be waiting for him at work today. Director, Chief. When he stepped out of the elevator, he saw a few of his subordinates standing next to him, waiting to take the elevator. When they saw him walk out, their faces clearly froze. After greeting him, their eyes darted away quickly, looking very guilty. As usual, Yijifan nodded with a faint smile and walked out of the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed, and a sentence with a lot of information floated out. I'm so scared that my back is covered in cold sweat. How did the investigation suddenly lead to Chief Yi? Lower your voice, they haven't left yet, ding. The elevator doors closed completely. Yijifan suddenly panicked and raised his hand to press down on his twitching eyelids. It looked like someone from the disciplinary committee was here. The morning sun was very good, and the peach blossoms outside were in full bloom, as beautiful as a piece of brocade. Sun Dongqing plucked the most beautiful peach branches. Her daughter loved peach blossoms since she was young. Every spring, she would pluck a few branches home and put them in a vase. Today, her daughter was still in the police station. She had to pluck a few branches for her daughter. Her daughter liked peach blossoms, but she didn't like white plums or pear blossoms. She liked to wear plain dresses, but when she went shopping, she liked to look at those flowery dresses. She liked to buy the most expensive things, but she would buy things that were not flashy at all. Chapter 2400. As a mother, she knew very well what her daughter liked and disliked. But what about her father? He might not know. Holding the peach blossom branch in her hand, Sun Dongqing looked coldly at her ex-husband. His clothes were neat and tidy, and he walked out with a large entourage. Nothing had changed. But she knew that the entourage today was different from the usual. In the past, it was normal to be surrounded by attendants, but today, Sun Dongqing laughed. She laughed so hard that it was as if her laughing acupoint had been pressed. Even tears came out of her eyes. But today, he was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Committee. After waiting for a whole week, she finally got it. Yijifan, oh Yijifan, you want to have a son with that bitch outside? You made me so miserable, how can I let you go? What did the Discipline Inspection Committee not find? That's because they didn't find anything. You want to get away with it and continue to have a bright future? But there's no such thing. Several cars started to move. Yijifan, who was sitting in the front car, looked outside calmly. When the car drove past the greenery, he saw a bright color in the greenery. At this moment, Yijifan's calm eyes suddenly narrowed. It was Sun Dongqing. She held the peach blossom branch in her hand and stood in the greenery. A huge wave of panic spread from the bottom of his heart. Yijifan, who could still talk cheerfully in front of the Discipline Inspection Committee, finally showed a trace of panic. Sun Dongqing. It was her. Her fingers trembled slightly. Yijifan could even feel her gaze falling on the car. This lunatic. She wants to destroy me. It was my mistake not to get rid of her sooner. What did she tell the Discipline Inspection Committee? There were some things that he didn't hide from Sun Dongqing. Even the matter with Yi Qian was handled by him and Sun Dongqing together. Other than that, there was nothing else. Corruption, taking advantage of others, receiving benefits from others, he dared to guarantee that he had never done anything like that, nor did he let Sun Dongqing do anything like that. As the car sped along, Yijifan, who was flustered, gradually calmed down. In front, someone said with a smile that was not a smile, Director Yi seems to have a lot on his mind. Don't worry, as long as Director Yi does the right thing, there's nothing to worry about. A member of the Commission for Discipline Inspection who was sitting with Yijifan also smiled and said, That's right. As long as you're upright, there's nothing to worry about. Many officials have sat in our car. Some of them came in our car and were sent back by our car. There are also some officials who came out in our cars and never had the chance to go back. I hope Director Yi belongs to the former. This was a very stressful conversation. Yijifan calmed himself down and then smiled faintly. Is that so? Thank you for your hard work. Next time when I'm free, I'll treat all of you to a meal to express my gratitude. Director Yi is too polite. As long as Director Yi cooperates with us, we won't have to work too hard. The back-and-forth conversation seemed polite, but in reality, it was full of hidden bitterness. The car finally drove away. Sun Dongqing, who was laughing until tears came out of her eyes, looked away. She had to go to the station to visit her daughter. She hadn't seen her for a week and didn't know how much weight she had lost. She also wanted to tell her daughter that she wouldn't let her stay in the station alone. Sun Dongqing, who was leaving in a taxi, didn't know that she was coldly watching her ex-husband, Yi Jifan, being taken away by the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Chapter 2401. She took a taxi to the bureau. Mrs. Li, who was watching her, raised her hand and motioned for Li Chuhai to follow her. Li Chuhai, who had been a driver for a week, started the car helplessly. When he turned the car key, he glanced at Mrs. Li beside him. Seeing that she was still pressing the corners of her mouth and was still angry, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Sister, Yi Jifan didn't need you to do anything. His ex-wife did. You should feel better now." "I don't understand. You were unhappy before Yi Jifan fell off the horse. Now that he has fallen off the horse, you are still unhappy. What do you want to do?" Mrs. Li was even more certain that Sun Dongqing was the one who reported Yi Jifan to the Commission for Discipline Inspection when Sun Dongqing arrived at the Urban Construction Bureau early in the morning. Seeing the sneer on Sun Dongqing's face, Mrs. Li, who was smiling, couldn't smile anymore. She didn't want anyone in this family to be smug. Even if the whole family killed each other, she didn't want anyone to feel comfortable. Vent the anger in her heart? How could she vent it? She couldn't vent it. Because of Yi Jifan's family, Old Du was singled out for criticism and demerit. Old Du got demerit, and Xia Xinhui got credit for it. How could she not hate them? How could she vent the anger in her heart? Yi Jifan's ex-wife really made a bad move. What benefits could she get by dragging Yi Jifan down the horse? Although they were divorced, she couldn't get away with it. This time, the family of three is in the police station at the same time. "Sister, you can go back to the capital." Li Chuhai knew that Mrs. Li was strong-willed and had to do everything according to her wishes. He joked, "Things have come to this point. The whole family is in the police station. What else is there to settle? It's all settled. I should go back to the capital, but there is one thing I need to do before I go back." The sun was a little dazzling. Mrs. Li took out a pair of sunglasses from her bag and put them on. The brown lenses covered the coldness in her eyes. "As for settling, I don't drive to the station. Of course, you're the older sister. I'll take you wherever you want to go as long as your body can handle it." Li Chuhai smiled and shook his head. He stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the Southern Province Public Security Bureau. When Sun Dongqing arrived at the Southern Province Public Security Bureau, she turned around and saw the back of an upper-class woman walking elegantly into the bureau. There was a middle-aged man beside the lady. The two of them lowered their heads and said something to each other before entering the police station together. Sun Dongqing seemed to have thought of something as she watched the noble lady walk into the police station. A nostalgic look appeared on her face. Before the divorce, she was just like that woman, walking around with her head held high and her chest puffed out, not afraid of anything. But now, no matter where she went, she only felt tired. She didn't know when these days would come to an end. Endure it one day at a time. She walked in slowly and filled in a few forms as usual. She pressed her fingerprint and signed her name. Someone then led her in. After a while, she would be able to see her daughter. "Wait outside. Someone is inside." The policeman who led her in said with a serious expression. He motioned Sun Dongqing to sit in the small room next door and wait for the person inside to come out. During the previous visits, Sun Dongqing had not changed her habit of being arrogant. As a result, she hit a hard wall. No one cared that she was the wife of the director of the Urban Construction Bureau. No one would give her face. They yelled at her and even directly ordered her not to make a scene. In the end, she was driven out of the police station with a gloomy face. Chapter 2402. Now she was well behaved. She didn't dare to throw a tantrum and scold people as she used to. She did whatever the police said and didn't dare to act rashly anymore. Inside, the moment Sun Ying saw Mrs. Li, she was so scared that her whole body trembled. Her face was as pale as paper and her eyes were full of fear. Mrs. Li looked at her as if she was looking at an ant. Sun Ying was afraid of Mrs. Li. She had been locked up here for more than 10 days. It was all Mrs. Li's doing. She had no one to help her. But Mrs. Li's appearance gave Sun Ying a glimmer of hope. No matter how scared she was, She bit the tip of her tongue and forced herself to walk step by step to Mrs. Li. Plop. Sun Ying knelt down in a daze. Li Chuhai, who was sitting next to her and playing with his phone, raised his head slightly. There was a hint of interest in his gloomy eyes. It seemed that Yi Jifan's daughter was quite capable. She was so scared that she wanted to turn around and run away, but she dragged her legs and walked over step by step. Without any skill, she knelt down heavily. She knelt so hard that her knees were bruised. She was ruthless enough. People who were ruthless enough to themselves were usually more successful. Li Chuhai, who was interested, put his phone back into his trouser pocket, crossed his legs and looked at Sun Ying calmly. He wanted to see how ruthless she was to herself. "Madam, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. I shouldn't have hidden the ridiculous things I did when I was studying abroad. Madam, I know I was wrong." Sun Ying put her posture in the dust. She knelt down straight and slowly shrank her shoulders, like a bird with broken wings, showing the softest side. But her hands were clenched tightly. She dug her sharp nails into the flesh of her palms and continued to force herself not to faint and not to run away in fear. This was her chance. No matter whether she could leave or not, Mrs. Li's appearance was her chance. "Madam, Ying knows that she was wrong. I've done so many wrong things and made you lose face. Ying is ashamed of Madam's high praise." Sun Ying bent down. Her voice was choked with sobs, but she gradually said each word clearly. Her sincerity made people feel that she was sincerely remorseful. She didn't know why Madam Li was here. Before this, the person she wanted to see the most was Madam Li. Now, he was completely unprepared. Fortunately, he had thought about what to say to Madam Li. "Sun Ying, this is your chance. No matter what the outcome is, you have to seize it." In her heart, Sun Ying cheered herself on. Her apology did not move Madam Li. Instead, it made Madam Li smile. Her eyelids drooped, her gaze cold as she looked at the young woman who had caused her to become a joke and old due to be given a demerit. Madam Li let out a soft laugh. This laughter made Sun Ying's heart sink to the bottom of the valley, and there was an unconcealable panic on her face. What to do, what to do? What should she do? Madam Li didn't come with good intentions. She hadn't calmed down yet. It was very likely that she came here to make things difficult for her. She could tell from his laughter. Sun Ying bit her lower lip hard. She was afraid that the scream in her heart would come out from her throat. It was just a soft laugh, which made her understand that the person she had offended was not an ordinary person at all. Madam Li had power and influence. She only needed to raise her hand slightly to put her in a hopeless situation. Chapter 2403. Her cleverness and tricks could fool Madam Li for a while, but they could not fool her forever. Thinking of this, Sun Ying's heart trembled so much that all the hairs on her body stood up. Suddenly, Madam Li's cold voice came from above. "Sun Ying, I've lived for more than 60 years, and you're the first person who dares to mess around with me. I admire your courage. You want your mother to save you? With me here, you're delusional. If you have the guts to lie to me, then you have to have the guts to bear the consequences of lying to me. What's the point of locking you up for a few days? You want your father to save you? He can't save you either. He's already been taken away by the Discipline Inspection Committee. If something happens, he'll lose his position. He'll be locked up longer than you. And the reason why your father is in trouble is because of you. Now, your parents can't even save themselves. Both of them will be locked up. Tell me who will come to save you." Madam Li didn't need to spend much effort to deal with someone who was just a little smart. With just a few words, she cut off all hope of Sun Ying leaving. It was enough to make Sun Ying feel desperate. Hearing that Yi Jifan was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Committee, Sun Ying, who was kneeling, felt her vision turn black. Dad was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Committee? How could this be? She hadn't left yet. How could Dad be taken away by the Discipline Inspection Committee? Then who would come to save her? Who would come to save her? Sun Ying, who was kneeling on the ground, started to twitch uncontrollably. Fear, panic, despair, all came. Her mind was blank. She dug her nails into her palms until they bled, but she didn't feel any pain. Li Chuhai's lips curled up. Despair was a wonderful feeling. He liked to make others feel despair. When people saw a glimmer of hope after despair, it was even more wonderful. Feeling Sun Ying's fear, Madame Li's cold eyes finally had a faint smile. That's right. She stepped on her face like that and made her the joke of the entire upper-class society in the capital. She still wanted someone to save her? What a delusion! Now that the General Staff Department had their eyes on Old Du, the Great Hall had some movements. She really needed to restrain herself. Then let the Yi family kill each other. Then, let's see if she could dispel the hatred in her heart. Madame Li's ruthlessness was not an ordinary kind of ruthlessness. Her ruthlessness would make the other party so afraid that it would leave a mark in the depths of their soul. He would slowly toy with people, pulling them out of a hopeless situation and pushing them back into a hopeless situation. In the end, he drove himself crazy. Sun Ying's fear at this moment only brought a fleeting smile in Madame Li's eyes. You're scared just like that? How could he have been so bold back then? No, that wasn't right. She was quite brave just now. She continued to pretend to be docile with that little face that he had misjudged. Heh, she was trying to deceive him again. Sun Ying. Oh Sun Ying, you still think that Li Chenglan is easy to fool. Madame Li's eyes flashed with viciousness. She stood up and said with a faint smile, I'll give you a clear path. If you want to come out, you can. She deliberately stopped and did not continue. Sun Ying, who was trembling in fear, suddenly saw a ray of hope. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Madame Li with tears in her eyes. As long as it can make you happy, Ying is willing to do anything you say. As long as she could get out, as long as she could see Yi Qian go to hell with her own eyes, she would do anything. Just tell me more about your father. This is your last chance. Madame Li said her request and saw Sun Ying's eyes flinch. Chapter 2404. Cleverness also had its benefits. Sun Ying understood what Madame Li meant by her words. Mrs. Li's mouth twitched slightly, showing deep wrinkles which made her face even colder. Sun Ying, you don't have a choice. If I know you have other tricks. There are so many beggars outside. Do you want to be one of them? I, Li Chenglan, am a woman of my words. Don't take it as a joke. There are so many beggars outside. A picture flashed in Sun Ying's mind, and her chest heaved up and down. Those beggars had no hands, no feet, and even no complete face. If she didn't follow Mrs. Li's arrangement, she would become one of them. Oh no. She didn't want to. She didn't want to. She was shocked and angry. She had been in a nervous state for a long time, so she collapsed to the side. She was kneeling at the foot of the chair next to her. Li Chuhai came over and took a look. He smiled and said, You fainted. You dared to lie to me just now. What's the big deal about fainting? Don't worry, take your time. Madame Li glanced at him with disgust and left the small room after speaking disapprovingly. When Sun Dongqing came in, she saw her daughter holding the chair leg with a pale face. Her body was trembling as if she had been greatly frightened. Even her lips were trembling. Sun Dongqing, who cherished her daughter as much as her life, was so scared that her knees went weak. Sitting in the next room, she did not see Madame Li, nor did she hear what Madame Li said. She only saw Sun Ying twitching in fear and was in a very bad state. Ying! Ying! Seeing this, Sun Dongqing almost crawled over and hugged Sun Ying tightly. She shouted in a hoarse voice, Ying, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, Ying. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Someone come quickly, someone come quickly, someone come quickly, someone come quickly. Sun Dongqing was so anxious that her back was covered with cold sweat. She held Sun Ying and shouted again and again. The iron door leading to the guardhouse opened, and 2 policemen came in hurriedly. Seeing this, one informed the outside, and the other squatted down to check the situation. Sun Ying fainted. To be precise, she fainted because of fear. Mrs. Li came in for 3 minutes. She didn't give Sun Ying a chance to speak. After she left, Sun Dongqing came in from the lounge and missed her. Sun Ying, who had fainted, was rushed to the hospital. The Southern Province Public Security Bureau did not interrogate Sun Ying. They were still investigating. During the investigation, even though Sun Ying was imprisoned, she was given a separate room. Other than not being able to move freely, there were not many restrictions placed on her. Who would have thought that Sun Ying would torment herself day after day? One moment, she would make a fuss about wanting to go out. The next moment, she would make a fuss about wanting to see her father. She was hysterical all day and night. Now, she had actually fainted. The accompanying police officer explained the situation to the doctor, and the doctor injected a sedative into the medicine to temporarily allow Sun Ying, who had been tense all this time, to rest. Sun Dongqing didn't wait for Sun Ying to wake up. Instead, the people from the Commission for Discipline Inspection arrived. At the same time, there was a group of police officers behind them. Sun Dongqing didn't react until she was taken into the car. Why was she taken away? What did it have to do with her? Wasn't it all about Yi Jifan? What did it have to do with her? Chapter 2405. Yi Jifan was taken away by the disciplinary committee. A few days later, word spread that he was reported by his ex-wife, Sun Dongqing. After about a week, Sun Ying's matter gradually became known. Everyone kicks a man who is down. Before Yi Jifan walked out of the disciplinary committee, the matter that he had suppressed was slowly revealed. By the time the villagers of Shuku village found out, it was already mid-April. It's a pity that we finally have an official in Shuku village. The villagers didn't drag him down, but his wife did. Sigh, our family is unfortunate, our family is unfortunate. Sun Dongqing used to do things in our village. Which one of them didn't drag Yi Jifan down? Our neighbors don't get along with each other. She's strong and unreasonable. This kind of woman is a scourge. That's right. Not only did she drag her husband down, but she also harmed her daughter. Like mother, like daughter. Look at what Ying did. She actually played tricks during Yi Qian's college entrance exam. How can she be so vicious at such a young age? Wasn't she quite obedient in the past? Who said she was obedient in the past? She's a bad girl who bullied Yi Qian. I knew she wasn't a good person. Bah! Big Mouth you and Big Mouth Chiu used to compliment Sun Dongqing a lot, right? Every day, you said that her daughter was beautiful and would have a bright future. Why are you going back on your words now? She was a famous gossip in the village. She used to say bad things about Yi Qian. Now that she was being mocked by the village's woman, she looked a little embarrassed. Isn't Sun Dongqing the wife of an official? People don't fight with officials. If I don't compliment her, what if she makes things difficult for me one day? Her words made the villagers who were gossiping roll their eyes. This Big Mouth Yu was even more shameless than Big Mouth Chiu. Yi Jifan's family is ruined. His wife reported him, and his own daughter reported him. Sigh, he's really unlucky to have such a mother and daughter. Yi Ying is too cruel. How could she treat her own father like this? What Yi Ying? Her surname is Sun now. She's called Sun Ying. If she hadn't reported her father, how would she have had the chance to come out? Using her father's matter to claim credit in exchange for herself, this girl, we can't let her come back to the village in the future. She's a bad influence on our village. Yes. What you said makes sense. We can't let such an unfilial thing come back. We have to tell the village chief that we can't let her come back to the village in the future. The weather at the end of April was neither hot nor cold. After finishing their farm work, the villagers sat under the big trees in the village to rest. They chatted until Sun Ying was not allowed to return to the village. Some of the villagers passed by the Yi family's imposing two-story villa, but no one lived in it. Their previous envy turned into sighs. What's the use of building a beautiful house? The Yi clan was disbanded. Yi Qian knew nothing about what was happening in the village, Yi Jifan, or what was happening outside the school. After the end of April, it was May 1st, and the drill for the freshmen and seniors began. All personnel took the train to the northern part of the province to complete the 3-day and 3-night exercise. The freshmen were participating in the drill for the first time. It would be a lie to say that they weren't nervous. They didn't admit it, but their hearts couldn't calm down. The students sitting on the hard seats swayed along with the train. Not many of them could sleep peacefully. Yi Qian was an exception. Sitting by the window, she slept soundly. When the train was about to arrive at the station, she slowly woke up. Chapter 2406. Su Wen, who had panda eyes, kept yawning. Seeing Yi Qian so refreshed, she was so envious that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Jane Eyre, You're amazing. You fell asleep right after getting on the train and only woke up after getting off. How can you still sleep? After getting off the train, all the freshmen and seniors were pulled to the drill base. The freshmen took up a few carriages while the juniors took up the rest. When the train stopped, the instructor blew a whistle. Regardless of whether it was the freshmen or juniors, they all neatly grabbed their backpacks, lined up, and got off the train. The school often held drills. There were drill bases in the 4 directions of the province: the east, west, south, and north. If it was a large-scale drill, a temporary overtime train would drag the students to the drill base in one night. Sue Wen pursed her lips and yawned again. After getting off the train, the soot-laden wind blew over. She whispered to Yiqian, "Why does it feel so cold?" This time, we're at the drill base in the northwest. The weather forecast is light to moderate rain. The temperature in the mountains is 18 degrees at night and 21 degrees during the day. Yiqian moved forward with the large group and asked Sue Wen softly, "Did you bring the thermal underwear that I asked you to bring?" After a while, he still did not hear Sue Wen's reply. Yiqian, who was walking in front, looked a little pale. Sue Wen was now considered a problematic student in their class. Perhaps it was because of her family. She had been spoiled by the elders since she was young. When she first came to the military academy, she had been filled with novelty. Now that the novelty had worn off, her negative emotions began to show. Yiqian thought about what the dean, director, and instructor had said to her before the drill. His expression became a little serious. If Sue Wen continues, the academy may consider asking her to transfer schools. She is not suitable to stay in the military academy. Let's observe the drill again. If it doesn't work out, we'll contact her family. This was what the dean had said to her. When she had heard it, she had been shocked. Because of this, she had done some research and found out that there were indeed such cases. It was not just 1 or 2 students who had been asked to leave, but many of them. Cheating in exams, failing a course, failing in military affairs, violating school rules, having a low attendance rate, all of these could lead to expulsion. Right now, Sue Wen's military skills were not up to standard. If this continued, he would indeed be asked to retire. Sue Wen didn't dare to answer Yiqian because she thought it was too heavy for her to carry, so she secretly took it out. She did not answer, and Yiqian did not ask again. He was somewhat disappointed. They were now at the border between an autonomous county and an autonomous prefecture. This area was mountainous and humid, and it was foggy even in June. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Fortunately, it was still daytime when the car arrived at the maneuver base. When it was nighttime, Sue Wen knew what it was like to not bring thermal clothing. This exercise was called Target High Ground, Rush Attack. This was a field training exercise. The Red and Blue armies would compete for the high ground, and both sides would win first. The freshmen and juniors would carry out actual combat training at the exercise base, which would also include electronic warfare. The train station at 4 o'clock in the morning was very quiet. The other trains coming and going stopped for about half an hour, waiting for all the students to leave the station before starting again. There were more freshmen and juniors, but half an hour was enough for them to leave the station. Within 15 minutes, everything was completed, including exiting the station and boarding the trucks. Each truck dragged about 20 people and headed towards the training base. Chapter 2407. He Jing purposely sat beside Yiqian. As the car rocked, she said softly, "When Z has been having a lot of problems recently. When you were away, she was called to talk to the instructor every day. After you came back, she restrained herself a little. Forget it. Don't worry so much. I've told her all the good and bad things. She's an adult and doesn't need anyone to control her. She should restrain herself. If this goes on, it'll be difficult for her to stay." The main thing was that she might not appreciate it if she said too much. He Jing didn't say it out loud. She only said it in her heart. After a while, Yiqian nodded gently. "Try to persuade her if you can. If you can't, then it's useless." If she was not controlled and allowed herself to do as she pleased, she would not be a good soldier if she forced herself to stay. In that case, it would be better to persuade her to leave early and go back to a local university to continue her studies. He Jing knew that even if she didn't say it, Yi Qian would be smart enough to understand. She smiled and said softly, "I'll sleep for a while more. Qian Yanjun is sitting beside me. That kid looks gentle, but when he snores, damn, he's a pig. I can't sleep even if I want to." Hearing her description, Yi Qian smiled and looked away. Actually, she didn't sleep all the way in the car. She woke up a few times on the way, but she was always woken up by the snoring of the male students. Other than the 3 female students, everyone else in the car was male. It would be strange if they didn't snore. The car drove for 2 hours and arrived at the base at 6:00 sharp. All the freshmen got out of the car and lined up. There were hundreds of people in the car. Just looking at the ostentation, it was big enough. Soon, each class was given a military map and a set of drill rules. Yi Qian took the map and scanned the drill rules. His pupils shrank slightly. The drill was still about fighting for the high ground. However, the rules were not what they knew before. The freshmen will fight for the high ground between the red and blue teams. The winning team will fight for the high ground against the winning team of the 3rd year. Yi Qian sat cross-legged in the middle. Around her were more than 40 students from her class. With a solemn expression, her voice was steady and calm as it traveled to the ears of every student. "There's electronic warfare inside. Brothers and sisters, this is our weakness." They were commanders, and electronic warfare was indeed their weakness. For example, if someone wanted to intercept their radio waves, it would be a matter of minutes. However, it would be difficult for them to intercept the other party's communications with technical means. But we also have our strengths. Battle commanding is our forte. We use coercion to win. Yi Qian smiled and looked around at all the students in the class. Now, we're divided into red and blue teams. We're in the red team. One is from the School of Science, the other is from the School of Aerospace Engineering, and the other is from the School of Optoelectronic Science. The 4 academies are in the red team. Although electronic warfare is our weakness, we still have a chance to win since we're in the same red team as the top 3 academies. On the other hand, the first-year blue team consisted of the School of Computer Science, the School of Humanities and Society, the School of Information, and the School of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering. On the other hand, the School of Computer Science in the National University of Science and Technology was a group of experts who specialized in various fields. They were also the main attacking team. Although the red team had a chance to win, it would be quite difficult. Soon, the 4 red teams gathered and began a battle discussion. Yi Qian and the other commanders opened the discussion. Each class sent 2 representatives to discuss the battle. Chapter 2408. Yi Qian was a famous person in the military academy. She was the red team's highest commander for this exercise. She spread out the battle map and began to deploy. "The high ground that we freshmen will fight for is here. Now, all of us freshmen are here." She picked up a tree branch and used it as a teaching stick. She slowly drew it across the battle map. "We will send a 15-man team to this high ground and secretly monitor the blue team's movements. The blue team is the main attacking team, and this is an electronic battle. I suspect that the blue team has some secret advanced weapon that the red team doesn't know about. We have to be careful. The 15-man team will be the first team to go to the high ground. It's equivalent to an assault team. Next, we will send another 15-man team to distract the enemy's line of sight. Remember, the 15-man team can't walk in a straight line or stay in one place for too long. You have to walk in circles, but you can't split up to avoid being caught alive by the blue team." At the mention of being caught alive, Yi Qian sneered. "I have to remind everyone that if we are caught alive, we can only choose to die bravely. We can't let the blue team get information out of us." The heavy atmosphere was suddenly broken by Yi Qian's words. The top students from the 4 departments couldn't help but laugh. There weren't many students in the National University of Science and Technology. Unlike the translation department of a local university, there were many classes. The National University of Science and Technology had always been strict with their enrollment. Therefore, there weren't many students in the 4 departments combined. It wasn't the quantity that mattered, it was the quality that mattered. Communicating with a group of highly intelligent people could save a lot of time and effort. Following the sound of the bugle horn, the red team and the blue team's exercise began. Brigade commanders, political commissars, instructors, and other important leaders sat in the main tent. They discussed the battle video sent by the digital satellite map system. Yi Qian's deployment video was the first to be sent to the main tent. Seeing a female soldier in a group of male soldiers, wielding the red team's commanding staff like no man, and seeing her step-by-step deployment, the leaders in the main tent couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. She's worthy of being called the most influential person in the first year. Even if the blue team is the main attacker, they'll still be played by her. Illusory and real, advancing in the illusory and fighting in the real. Truly amazing. To be able to point out the red team's weakness immediately, quickly bypass the red team's weakness, and attack the blue team's weakness. His mind is very clear, and his logical thinking is quite strong. He's a good leader. To be able to guess the blue team's secret weapon, arrange for skilled soldiers, and then mix in the electronic information technology soldiers to directly attack the blue team's secret base, they really have guts. Her arrangements are also quite tactical. She knows how to fight in a roundabout way, feints, and even knows how to draw out the battle line. The blue team had the advantage in a surprise attack, but they were chasing after scattered soldiers. You can't break the red team's main formation. This move seems to have separated the forces, but in fact, it has always been pulled tight. When the brigade commander sitting at the top heard this, he smiled and said, "Political Commissar Yu, what is the evaluation of Yi Qian's fighting spirit? Bring up her information and let's take a look together." After the brigade commander spoke, Political Commissar Yu immediately brought up Yi Qian's fighting spirit evaluation and projected it on the screen. The leaders sitting in the main tent all faintly gasped. Her fighting spirit was an excellent value. Why would they gasp? An excellent fighting spirit was equivalent to reaching a relatively high level in all aspects. The most appropriate analogy was, Yi Qian was a special forces soldier, while the other students were still rookies. Chapter 2409. Why were they so shocked by the results of Yi Qian's combat spirit evaluation? As a soldier who could enter the battlefield at any time, combat spirit was undoubtedly the soul of a soldier. As long as the soul was not extinguished, it would never fall. This was the pillar that supported soldiers to fight for their country without hesitation. Similarly, a strong army was inseparable from a strong combat spirit. With a strong combat spirit, one would be able to determine victory or defeat on the battlefield. Outstanding combat spirit included outstanding courage, fearlessness, and tenacious fighting spirit. These were the conditions that modern soldiers needed to possess. Students who had undergone training in the military academy and then spent a long period of time in the army could achieve these qualities. However, Yi Qian was only a freshman who had been in the military academy for less than a year. Her combat spirit was actually stronger than a veteran who had actually entered the army. This was what shocked everyone. From this, it could be seen how important it was to have a strong combat spirit. Even if a unit only had one soldier with such a strong combat spirit, his appearance would increase the combat ability of the unit by several times. This was the influence of combat spirit, and more importantly, it was the power of a role model. Looks like this year's batch of commanders is going to produce a character. Looking at the battle video in front of him, the brigade commander's serious expression turned into a slight smile. The video he was watching was of Yi Qian leading her troops to avoid the Blue Army's digitized pursuit and attack. At the same time, on the projection screen, the combat spirit evaluation curve of each company and battalion was clearly displayed. The most outstanding was Yi Qian's company. The combat spirit of the entire company was constantly increasing. 2 hours later, Yi Qian's company's combat spirit evaluation curve was steadily at the top of the red wavy line. Bring up Yi Qian's personal combat spirit. The brigade commander's gaze fell on the image of Yi Qian rushing out of a trench. He instantly grasped the image and pointed at it as he ordered the fourth-year technical soldier who was providing support for the drill. Bring up this photo of her rushing out of a trench and put it together with her personal combat spirit evaluation curve. The technical soldier's fingers tapped on the keyboard for a while. In less than a minute, Yi Qian's combat spirit evaluation curve and her photo were both displayed on the largest projection screen. Take a look at her evaluation curve and then take a look at her photo. The brigade commander looked up at the screen with a sharp and cold gaze. Through the evaluation and photos, can you see anything? After that, he instructed the technician, take a photo of any of the students and put it together with Yi Qian's photo. Very quickly, a picture of a student with the same face paint as Yi Qian was displayed on the screen. The two pictures showed both of them wearing the same combat uniform, helmet, and face paint, but their auras were completely different. All the leaders in the tent looked at the photo of Yi Qian charging out of the trenches. In the photo, Yi Qian's face was painted several times. She was holding a rifle in her right hand and supporting herself with a rock covered in green moss with her left hand. Using the strength of her upper body, she leaped out of the trench with her left leg. Behind her was a majestic green mountain, and her figure was as agile as a swimming dragon. Her gaze was cold, and the corners of her lips were pursed into a smile that was sharper than the edge of a knife. Her eyes were black and white, and they were so clear that they seemed to reflect the blue sky and white clouds. And her gaze. When they saw her gaze, they could clearly feel the murderous aura coming from her. It made the leaders in the tent tremble involuntarily. Chapter 24:10. The gazes of all the leaders in the main tent were focused on the picture on the projection screen. They saw a female soldier who had rushed out of the trenches and fought bravely for the country. They also saw her indomitable spirit, as proud as a pine tree. But she was only a first-year student, not a third-year or fourth-year student. No, even a third-year or fourth-year student might not be able to compare to her. She did not look like a student, but more like a hero who had charged into battle and broken through enemy lines. Her uniform was stained with blood, and she had returned victorious. The brigade commander was very satisfied with Yi Qian's performance. His stern gaze swept across all the leaders in the tent, and he said in a deep voice, the moment Yi Qian rushed out of the trenches, her gaze was like an unsheathed sword. Her eyes, her movements, they all reflect the fighting spirit of a qualified soldier. She cleaved through all obstacles, overcoming all obstacles, and only fighting for victory. Her gaze let everyone know that at this moment, she is a soldier who protects the country. The brigade commander's words made the leaders nod slightly in agreement. Indeed, the fighting spirit that Yi Qian displayed was indeed shocking. Her existence was like a dazzling star, directing the red team in the right direction. For this practical exercise, our starting point is to first stimulate the fighting spirit of the students and inspire them to have the awareness that a soldier should have. The second is to let them know how important it is to fight for every second on the battlefield. Third, let them fail in all aspects. If they fail, once they enter the battlefield, death will come and take away their lives at any time. They are the leaders of the future battlefield. Their theoretical knowledge must pass, their physical performance must pass, and they must have a fighting spirit. These are the qualities that a leader must have. As the brigade commander spoke, the atmosphere in the tent became more and more solemn. The fourth-year students standing at the sides straightened their backs even more, not daring to blink. The famous military scientist Clausewitz said, "Material causes and results are just the hilt of a sword. Spiritual causes and results are the precious metal, the real sharp blade." From Yi Qian, I saw the sharp blade, the fearless spirit, the heroic fighting spirit that the red flag points to, and the indomitable fighting spirit. Everyone, this student has the spirit that many modern soldiers lack. Our students are the beginnings of soldiers, the source of officials, and the future leaders of the front lines. Once they lose their indomitable spirit, how can we talk about becoming a strong country and having a strong army? Our country experienced the flames of war. In the war at the end of the 19th century, the last dynasty of our country fought in a panic. In the end, our country was defeated and our navy was wiped out. On the other hand, the navy knew that they would lose, but they did not fear the enemy. They fought the invaders with the determination to die. This was the spirit that a soldier should have. Although they were defeated, their spirit was eternal. This is history, a clear example. Our students need to be fearless in the face of strong enemies, but they also need to have the courage to win every battle. From Yi Qian, we can see the qualities and spirit that a student of this generation should possess. To be able to lead troops and fight, our country needs a compound talent like her. The brigade commander's cold gaze swept across the faces of every leader. He said word by word, "With a pearl in front of us and a student who does not want to improve, this exercise will be recorded in the system. If anyone violates the rules midway, they will be warned once, notified twice, and temporarily detained in school for observation 3 times." Chapter 24:11. Yes, sir. The rest of the leaders responded in unison, and the atmosphere became quite solemn. At the same time, Yi Qian, who had been avoiding the blue team for 2 hours, led the company to rest in a ravine controlled by the red team. Sitting with her was a top student from the Optoelectronic Sciences Academy. He saw that the morale of his company was high as they cleared out the ambushes set up by the Blue Army. He sighed with emotion and said to Yi Jian, "Did you notice that when we were discussing the battle plan, everyone was very nervous? Now that you are leading the team, everyone is very excited. The light in their eyes can start a large generator." Hearing his words, Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. Whenever the students of the academy chatted, they would definitely talk about things related to their specialization. Even their metaphors revolved around their field of study. "What are you smiling about? I'm not exaggerating. You saw it before." Everyone was afraid that they would die before the battle even started. They were as timid as mice. The slightest movement would make them fall down immediately. When you led us to attack the blue team, the students' confidence suddenly increased. Look at them now. They are not as timid as before. They are all very brave. The top student from the Optoelectronic Sciences Academy had the surname Wang. He was the vanguard of the academy. He was outstanding in both his specialization and physical fitness. The science and engineering students looked like the sports students. He introduced himself to Yi Qian as Old Wang. It was easy to remember and familiar. Old Wang was very satisfied with the current situation. He added, "I think this is the fighting spirit that the instructor talked about. We know that the blue team is strong, but we are not afraid of them. We are going forward courageously." Hearing his words, Yi Qian also felt sorry for Old Wang. Old Wang was indeed Old Wang. His understanding as a top student was indeed much higher than the other students. He pondered for a while before answering Old Wang. Actually, the academy organized the drill for a reason. First, it was to let the students feel the atmosphere of battle. Second, it was to raise their fighting spirit. Like you said, we know that the blue team is strong, but we are not afraid of them. We are going forward courageously. Previously, when the students learned that the blue team had a secret weapon, we had a bad start. A few of our students were killed by the blue team. Morale was hit, and we fell into a slump. This is a very normal process. And as the commander of the red team this time, the low morale of the students is my responsibility. A drill is a battle, a war. There has to be a winner on the battlefield. As the commander, I naturally have to think of ways to raise the morale of the students. In other words, we need to stimulate the fighting spirit of the students. Only by bravely facing all obstacles can we be invincible and win in the end. Fighting spirit was the soul of a soldier, and it could not be abandoned at any time. When facing a strong enemy, humans were indeed born with fear, but they could not retreat because of fear. They had to fight because of fear. Leading the company to attack one of the blue team's strongholds was actually a gamble. They wanted to tell the red team that so what if the other team was stronger than them? As long as the red team could overcome the difficulties, they would still be able to win. Hearing this, Old Wang fell into deep thought and did not speak to Yi Qian for a long time. He Jing walked over and nodded slightly at Old Wang. She walked to Yi Qian's side and said softly, "There's something going on with Wenzi. Go over and take a look." Although the two of them didn't want to say much to Su Wen, she was still a student of their class and the three of them lived in the same dormitory. It was impossible for them to ignore her. Chapter 24:12. Yi Qian got up and quickly found Su Wen resting against a tree. They had only been marching for 2 hours. Su Wen looked very tired and exhausted. Yi Qian shook the water bottle she had put aside. There was no water left in it. Su Wen. Yi Qian squatted down and looked at her. There are still 4 minutes left. Get up and move around to refresh yourself. Su Wen, who had her eyes closed, wanted to sleep. When she heard Yi Qian's voice, she opened her eyes weakly and slowly closed them again. She moaned, "Little Jane Eyre, let me sleep for a while. I didn't sleep last night and rushed for 2 hours after getting off the bus. I'm so tired that I can't take it anymore. Let me sleep for a while, even if it's just for an hour. I'm so tired. I don't want to move anymore." She had no intention of getting up. She didn't think that this was a real combat exercise. She treated it as normal training and treated it lazily. Yi Qian's face turned cold. He got up and said coldly, "Su Wen, we only have 3 minutes left. Once the time is up, you have to stand up immediately. This is an order." I got it. Su Wen didn't even open her eyes. She hugged her rifle and looked like she wanted to sleep. He Jing saw that Yi Qian's face was getting colder and colder. Her heart sank. She quickly squatted down and pulled Su Wen's arm. She was a little anxious. "Wenzi, are you rebelling? Did you hear that? This is an order. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Look at yourself." She pulled so hard that Su Wen, who wanted to sleep, got angry. She flung He Jing's hand away and glared at them. She said unhappily, "What are you two doing? Do you still want me to rest? It's not like I don't want to walk. I just don't have the energy right now and want to sleep." Su Wen had a bit of a Missy's temper. She was usually more delicate. She didn't know what happened when she went back during the winter break. Compared to the previous semester, she became more and more lazy this semester. She almost let herself go and did whatever she wanted. The instructor had also talked to her. After the talk, things would get better for a few days. Then she would return to her old ways and do things her own way. In class, the only person she was slightly afraid of was Yi Qian. Now she was angry, but because Yi Qian was standing right in front of her, she did not dare to speak loudly. She could only grumble unhappily, as if she had suffered a great grievance. She did feel that she had been wronged, and her eyes turned red. "I didn't affect anyone. Isn't it the same if I look for you after I wake up? Besides, with so many people practicing together, who would notice if I hid by the side to rest? If you two don't say anything, no one will know. It's just a drill, not a real battle. There's no need to be so serious. When it comes to the last bit of time, we can just fight." It would have been better if she hadn't said this. After she said it, even He Jing trembled with anger. "Su Wen, I remember that your father is also a soldier and an engineer. What you're doing? You're embarrassing your father." He Jing had a straightforward personality. She was so angry that she left after she finished speaking coldly. At this moment, even Yi Jian's eyes were cold. Her dark eyes were dark and cold, as if they were covered with ice and snow in an extremely cold place. She glanced over with a chilling gaze. "Su Wen, you think this is just a game, right? A game where you can do whatever you want? And all of us are just playing along with you?" Chapter 24:13. You didn't affect anyone? Su Wen, your actions have already affected our fighting spirit. Based on your current behavior, you can be directly dragged out and executed by firing squad. Sleep a little longer? You're really amazing. Our comrades in front were fighting with their lives on the line, yet you're sleeping peacefully. In the end, our comrades charged and broke through the enemy lines to obtain results. Then you slowly popped up and shamelessly shared the results. Su Wen, I feel ashamed that our red team has someone like you. The better the relationship, the more disappointed he would be. If she said that he couldn't do it during training, then he would persevere with her and wait for her to finish before clapping and celebrating. It didn't matter. They would fight side by side, grow together, and train together. However, what Yi Qian didn't expect was that Su Wen would shamelessly say things like, "Sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor." At this moment, Yi Qian was completely disappointed. If her physical fitness wasn't good, she could still train. If she couldn't do it, then training would be useless. Su Wen didn't expect Yi Qian to be angry. Looking at her cold and expressionless face, Su Wen's heart thumped. She stood up in a panic. "Little Jane Eyre, don't be angry. I'm just really tired. I really want to sleep. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I'll leave now. I'll follow you immediately. This time, Yi Qian didn't forgive her. Her eyes were cold as she said calmly, those who like to fight will die, those who forget to fight will be in danger. Normal combat preparation and acting are based on actual combat requirements to improve the combat effectiveness of troops. Su-wen, this is what the instructor said during the first period of our military theory class. And you've already forgotten all of this. Su-wen, you've disappointed all of us. After Yi Qian finished speaking, he didn't look at Su-wen's shocked expression. He turned around and left. Su-wen anxiously chased after him. Then she heard Yi Qian say, "Do you think that the military camp won't know that you're sleeping alone? Touch your armband, there's an all-weather tracker inside. There's also an automatic sensor on the metal frame nearby. Our battle situation will be sent back to the military tent in the form of pictures and videos at any time. Su-wen, do you really think you can have a good sleep? Do you think that everything will be fine just because you've been admitted to the military academy?" Su-wen, who was chasing after them, suddenly froze. At the same time, her eyes were extremely flustered as she looked around. When she saw that there was a high-voltage tower less than 100 meters away from her, the panic on her face could not be concealed. She just wanted to slack off secretly and not work so hard if she could. Grandma had already said that there was no need for a girl to work so hard. The most important thing was to marry into a good family. Given her current school, she would be a grassroots officer in the future, and it would be easier for her to find a boyfriend with a good family background. Recalling Yi Qian's last words, "Do you really think that everything will be fine now that you've been admitted into the military academy?" Su-wen's heart skipped a beat. Realizing that she might be in trouble, her face turned pale. The 10-minute break was over. Yi Qian continued to lead the troops towards the high ground. He Jing met up with Yi Qian midway. When she mentioned that Su-wen was not acting recklessly, she couldn't help but ask Yi Qian, "How did you understand all of a sudden?" "Look, just now when she ambushed the blue team, she was even braver than the male students." "Su-wen isn't stupid. She's just lazy. I told her that everything will be fine now that she's been admitted into the military academy. She's smart, so she naturally understood what I meant." Yi Qian sighed softly. Seeing the change in He Jing's expression, Yi Qian smiled and said, "We're in the same class after all. She's not a bad person but..." Chapter 24:14. She just likes to play a little tricks to avoid the hardships, right? He Jing spoke up for Yi Qian. She patted Yi Qian's shoulder lightly and sighed, "Little Jane Eyre, I realize that you are actually a very soft-hearted person to the people around you. You forgive people very easily." Yi Qian raised an eyebrow. "Am I? I don't think so. I just help when I can. If I can't, I definitely won't make things difficult for myself. Su-wen is different. She is from our class, our comrade. If she makes a mistake, we will point it out together and let her correct it. If she is alone, we will help her and do our best to help her. Comrade is always different. If this incident still doesn't wake her up, don't worry. I won't say anything else and let the academy handle it." The academy already knew Su-wen's personal situation. Right now, they were actually observing Su-wen in secret. If she still didn't want to improve during this exercise and really wanted to find a place to sleep, then wait until the battle for the high ground. What awaited Su-wen would definitely be expulsion. This was the result that Yi Qian didn't want to see. She would do her best to help Su-wen once more. If Su-wen was still the same as before, she wouldn't care anymore. The latest news came from the front lines. 2 of the red team's battalions were ambushed by the blue team. The red team's 2 battalions immediately came to their aid. In the end, the blue team didn't have much of an advantage. The blue team's commander immediately adjusted his tactics and cut off the red team's communications. This caused the red team to lose contact with the command center. The blue team then took the opportunity to attack. The red team had already analyzed the blue team's strong points. Yi Qian made it clear that even if they lost contact, their goal wouldn't change. Even if they lost contact, they would still continue to move forward. Therefore, when the other battalions lost contact with Yi Qian, they didn't panic and stubbornly fought with the blue team. "They tracked our route. Two of our students were alone and were ambushed by the blue team. They are now dead. From the side came the latest battle situation from one of the battalions. They were already engaged in close combat with the blue team. I suspect that the blue team has already cut into our communications to steal information. A call from one of the red team's camps reached the blue team's camp. The blue team's communication center revealed a mysterious smile, and several of the students made a V sign. They couldn't help but be secretly delighted. They had indeed cut into red team's communications and eavesdropped on the movements of red team's two battalions. Blue team immediately set up an ambush on red team's movements. The only bad thing was that the red team had dispersed, which meant that the blue team's forces were also dispersed. Both sides' marching speed was delayed. There's no need to rush. Just follow our original plan. A clear female voice came through the earpiece. It was like a spring breeze, exceptionally pleasant to the ear. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Blue Fong. See you later. The first sentence was for the brothers on the red team, while the second sentence was for the blue team. The blue team technical students who had just made a V sign looked at each other. They felt that something was wrong. Soon, the communication with the red team was interrupted, and the technical students of the red team took action. Rebuild the firewall. Quick. The technical students of the blue team didn't have time to think about what was wrong. They hurriedly guarded their communications. If the red team counterattacked, the blue team would be in trouble. The red team's movement sped up, and the blue team followed closely behind. The command in both camps was in full swing. The brigade commander, political commissar, and other leaders in the main camp all had serious expressions on their faces as they watched the first-year freshmen begin their actual combat training.